on my YouTube, but we should be live right now, and I'm going to take a look at the videos and pause it because, well, not pause it, mute it, so we can see what's going on in the chat room. But everybody who is in here so far, this is Jacob, Killer Orange Cat. I'm joined by Amber, who is a friend of mine and joining me for the chat. She was here in the previous chat, so anybody who's in here, we got 5 watching. Feel free to say hi, and you can say hi back or say whatever you want to. I'm such a dork. Oh, there we go. Anonymous says, "Hey."
Join the club.
Anonymous says, "Hey KOC," and "Hey right back." Where's the cat? There's a lot of cats in here. Oh, it's Lex. Hey Lex, how you doing? I don't know if you know, we're taking care of some kittens for my brother, and because unfortunately his mother cat broke her leg, and she got a cast, and she's staying here with us. She's got 3 kittens,
Oh, wow.
and then we got another kitten. Um, uh, so there are right now 4 kittens in the house, and one is a dark black one, which just joined us today. And say hi to a couple people saying hi. Hi to Dan. Hi to Alan. Hi, hey Rainbow. If I miss people, I'm sorry. I've had people get mad at me for that before, not saying hi to them. So please don't do that. I mean, there's 20 people in here now, and it might get bigger. I'm not really good about that. Hey, there's a hater against me. So can you tell me what to do? I'm in a comment war right now. Ignore them. That's the best advice I could give you. I mean, you really can't do much to people on the internet. So
What
if
are they
someone's,
hating at you for? Like
yeah, that's a good
it's
question.
stupid to hate on people for things. Like it's a waste of energy.
Agreed. And we're also joining Evil Black Cats in here now.
Hello.
I love you too, Paul. Or no, Patty. I'm sorry. I know you used a different name. I'm sorry about that. Hey, Scarlet Witch is here, and here's Diane Hamill, my friend from Chicago. Who, of course, when I get back to Chicago, I have to say hi. Oh, and everyone say hi to my friend Seth Freeman, who hopefully won't say anything that embarrasses me here because he could probably do that, but he's nice and wouldn't. So hope the Queen gets better. Claire Strange, love you. Glad to see you. This is nice. I think you guys know how I get so paranoid when I start these things. Ever so sexy. Thank you. I'm actually kind of I'm not as nervous as I usually am.
You don't seem as nervous, no.
Yeah, it's. I'm gonna apologize to both of you because I know you were in. I think you were both in my last stream, and yeah, I did stream for a couple weeks. We had, if everyone remembers, my last stream. There was somebody in the room who was talking about suicide, and it was a very awkward situation. Even though, as most of you know, that's what I do. That's my job. I'm a suicide researcher, and I think I handled it in the appropriate way, but it kind of took over the room. You know, if you guys remember that, and that wasn't. It was. I feel for the person, and I tried to help them, but it was kind of inappropriate, and it seemed more like the person was trying to get attention. I had a little bit of contact after the situation, and I actually took down that stream because it made me uncomfortable, and so that's why I haven't streamed for the past couple weeks. I do want to do this every week, but I was just really, really uncomfortable. Yeah.
Okay.
You talking to the cat there?
Yeah. She's trying to walk by Buffy and she's hissing at her while she's walking by. Good girl. Thank you for not attacking my dog.
Oh yeah, some of you probably know we have a collie too, so there's a lot going on in there. So Got
I've
23
got 3 kittens crawling on me. The dog's lying over here like she always is, and then Jet's just walking around hissing at everyone.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of hard to do anything bad for her though. You know,
I know.
Jet's the cat that had her leg broken. She's had a hard time. So, but anyhow, I didn't come up with a topic for us today. I mean, last time, we already got one dislike. You know, I always get that one dislike pretty quickly. I think someone dislikes me. But okay, I'm just being silly though. But you know, last time we talked about hauntings and stuff, and that was good. But you know, I can answer questions. Oh, look at everyone, Swamp Dwellers here. Hey, Swampy. Hope you're doing good. I've always, I think everyone knows that I've really liked Swampy there. I think he's probably one of the hardest working people in the community. I remember.
Oh, he does stream a lot, doesn't he?
He streams a lot. He puts those stories together. He reads the stories live, which you know I'm you guys hear how I talk live. I kind of stutter a little bit and I get kind of overexcited, so I wouldn't be able to do that. But I love listening to it. I gotta say hi to a couple people in the room. Kelly, that kid Kelly, who's great. Always been a really, really special and great person. Lots of love to him. Colleen, hello. Vina Waldron, meow meow back. So I'm looking through, guys. If I'm missing you, please say something, and I'll try to pay attention. So, Francisco, hello. See, I got some smiles. Cat is a legend. Thank you, Swampy. Shift. I'm just gonna call you Shift because I'm really bad at pronouncing 2 vowels in a row. One of the reasons why I probably like speaking Japanese is there's not a whole lot of that, and I'm not going to speak Japanese right now because I'm too nervous. And if I stutter Japanese, it's not going to sound really good. Overexcited. I can make a comment, but I won't. Yeah, Seth. You know, please be nice to me. If you want to send a comment, otherwise, but yeah, see, that's why I'm nervous, because he might say something. But then again, God, Evil Black Cat can say something that can embarrass me too. But she's nice, and
well, God, I can always do that. I just don't.
Yeah, I buy things for her, like, you know, nasal strips, even though I haven't bought them yet, but I will get them for her, and so that's why she's nice to me.
That would be awesome, because I'd like to be able to breathe again.
Yeah, she's one of those people that has those nasal strips all the time. But then again, see, I sleep with earplugs. What about you, Amber? Did you sleep just well without any help?
No.
No.
Well, I have a fan on in my room. Helps with some of the noise. Otherwise, I just deal. Because I tried earplugs and it's too uncomfortable having one in your ear and if you toss and turn, you got to keep switching, and it's too much hassle.
Yeah. That's actually interesting, because I used to do that. I in fact, lately, I've had a fan on too, because we were watching my nephew's dogs for a couple of weeks, which was hell. You know, I feel really bad. I love my family. He took advantage of our hospitality, and it was 2 weeks of unpleasantness, and I had to turn the fan on because the dogs got loud at certain times, so I had to turn the fan on so I wouldn't I would be able to sleep, and they still wake me up over and over and over. Okay, Seth says I could do the same to him. That's true. That's true. We know some secrets about each other, so I guess that's why he probably won't say anything to me or about me, so I can say some things back. Don't you love it when you have secrets about people?
Mm-hmm. It's great.
Mm-hmm. You know, Amber, I really love your voice.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just have a really nice, pleasant voice. I should, if you're not really opposed to it, I should ask you to record some lines for something sometime. Would you be willing to do that?
Sure.
Right now I'm still trying to put together that Dracula play, which I've been working on since November of last year. I have to thank my good friend Nordic Vampire, who I wish was here. Just a lovely person who has been so patient with me. And the problem was, if you're familiar with Dracula, one of the main characters, Mina, the one that Dracula sort of hypnotizes and becomes obsessed with him. It was hard for me to get anybody to do that role, and I didn't know why. And I would ask. I had like 4 or 5 people tell me, "I do that role, I'll do that role," and they would never record the lines for me. So I mean, Nordic Vampire did Dracula, and when I get it up, you guys are going to love it. He was Dracula. I mean, I'm a big Dracula fan. Bela Lugosi, I mean, wonderful. Even Gary Oldman was really good. But when you guys hear Nordic Vampire as Dracula,
He's so good.
You're gonna say that is Dracula. But another thing he did is he got if you guys are familiar with Ghost Mummy, if you're not, please check her out. She's awesome. She did the lines, and I listened to them, and I felt like I was in a 1930s movie with her narrating it. Seth, when I get it up, hey, we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, it's Christian Bale is Batman. Yes, Christian Bale is Dracula. Well, what do you guys think about that? I'm not really sure. I don't know if he could do the voice. I mean,
I have no opinion on that.
Nordic Vampire is my Dracula. I'm sorry.
Yes, very much.
I hope that I hope you guys will listen to the play when it comes out. I promise it will be out before the end of this month. I'm just trying to make it perfect. If you guys listen to my Hitchhiker play, it really wasn't that great.
It's fun though.
Yeah, everybody did their roles perfectly. It was my direction and my putting the video together kind of haphazardly. But this one, I want to go through it. I'm going to work on all the lines individually, and to make sure that the volumes of the lines are good, the background music is good. I'm going to make sure the sounds are good. So there's a lot of direction and production that I'll be doing. That's why it's taking so long. But it will be out, I promise, by the end of the month, and I think everyone will love it. There was a dog walking through my room. Shoo, dog, shoo.
You know, you should cast Bruce Willis to be Dracula.
Okay. Bruce Willis is Dracula. I'm not really sure about that. I like Bruce Willis quite a bit, but I don't think he's Dracula.
No.
Would it be like, yippee-ki-yay, Van Helsing? I mean, come on. Hang your head. Hang your head in shame. But he's doing sad trombone now. Creepy Pasta Bowl. Whenever I think of Dracula, I always think of Gary Oldman from Bram Stoker's. Like, I really like that movie, and you may be surprised to hear this, but Bram Stoker's Dracula with Gary Oldman was actually the first Dracula I ever saw. I never saw any of the old movies until after that, and I mean, I love them. I mean, The House of Frankenstein had Dracula, Bela Lugosi, and that was great. Wesley Snipes as Dracula. I don't know. I think he could probably do it. You guys think so? Or no opinion? Oh, wait. Wesley Snipes. My volume is gone. Hello?
I hear you.
There you go. No, when I listen to this, I use headphones, so the sound doesn't go through the microphone again. And my headphones got unplugged a little bit. Donald Trump is Dracula. I'm not going to comment. It says I try to avoid politics in here because it gets too ugly. John Cena is Dracula. Leave it up to Swampy. Well, I guess so. I mean, you can't see him, so that possibly could work. I'm not really sure about that. Okay, I think these earbuds may have seen the end of their days for some reason. Yeah, I'm trying to do it, and someone say something for me.
Oh,
Yep.
I think I'm the only one here now. I think your sister disappeared.
Yeah, are you there, Christina? I can hear you in another room, but not in here.
Maybe the whole household's having audio issues again, like last time.
Oh, you never know. The Undertaker is Dracula, huh? Donald Glover.
Those wrestler guys would be good for that
Yeah.
voice because they have the vocal range.
So many of them actually are really talented actors and have really good personalities. It's so funny the ones that really, really, really are good actors don't seem to go into acting as much. I mean, The Rock is a good actor, but he plays so many of his movies are so silly. I think if he got himself like a real serious role, he could probably do pretty good in it. The Undertaker, I can't see Undertaker ever doing movies though because he's very private about other things when he's not playing his character. So John McCain is Dracula, huh? Arnold Schwarzenegger, a good vampire. That's just kind of interesting to think about. How does it feel to be such a badass narrator? I don't really think that I am.
God damn it! We got disconnected. Oh. Oh,
Am I back here?
Okay, now it shows that we're both on here twice.
I wasn't sure it was the internet I was on or if somebody else's internet dropped.
Okay, I would say sorry, everybody. Something happened, and I apologize for it. I don't know what happened, but we got disconnected there for a second.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, see, it kind of irritates me. 'Cause let me just tell you guys, I pay a lot for the internet here. I mean, I pay for the best possible internet. And when I lived in Chicago, I didn't pay for this expensive internet. And the internet there was 100 times better than the expensive internet I pay for
that's
here.
That's why a lot of the time, really expensive stuff is not the good stuff. They just want money. It's a money grab.
Right. The unfortunate thing is that in this area, this is really my only option for internet.
Right.
It's charter internet. Personally, I'm a UVerse, UVerse AT&T internet. I love it. I never had a problem with it. Charter, I just can't stand Charter. No, Spectrum. I have Spectrum Charter. It's I just think they're awful. Comcast is good too. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Creepy Possible says I'm an awesome narrator. I appreciate that. But yeah, Comcast. And I go back to Illinois, which guys, I talk about that all the time.
Yep.
But it's going to happen. It's going to happen, and I'll be able to say hi to my Chicago Nana, my friend Dan, who's been very great for me. Best internet is NASA's no lie.
I've heard good things about Comcast.
Yeah, I had it's not available here, but I had Comcast in Illinois, and before I went to AT&T, I went to AT&T from Comcast because they offered a Japanese channel that Comcast wasn't offering me, and I need to have I don't have people around me that I can speak Japanese with, so I have to make sure that I'm listening to it every day, so I don't become disconnected from it.
I know a tiny bit of Japanese. It's actually not as hard of a language as I thought it would be to learn.
No, it's. I think a lot of people might think that it is because you have to learn. You have to learn different things. You have to learn the different writing systems.
Well,
but it's really not that hard. You're right. It's the kanji can be a little difficult.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I just learned the regular, basic like English. Like I don't learn the other.
The writing systems.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just fine if you just want to be able to like maybe listen to it and understand it. Yeah, you don't really need to.
I actually looked, and none of the other writing systems work well with any voiceover or screen reader program I use.
I mean I have a Japanese keyboard program that I use, and some people see that sometimes I'll type it and stuff. I'm not really good at writing it because my right wrist had been broken 4 times. So it's actually kind of funny. My junior year in college, I was it snowed and I slipped and fell and broke my wrist. That was the 4th time I broke it. Actually, no, that was the 3rd time. And I waited for 2 days. My whole hand was turning purple, and I was in my child psychology class, and my professor was like, you need to go to the clinic. I'm fine. She's like, your arm is fucking purple. It's like Evil Black Cat will probably tell you I don't like people to know that I'm hurt or I'm sick.
I think that's a typical, especially men. It's a stereotypical thing, but stereotypes do exist for a reason. But the majority of men that I know refuse, like they have to be like literally like forced to go, or they put up huge fights to go to like the clinic or hospital, or like my one. I had a friend who almost died because he had an infection. But he, it started out as a normal, like it was diabetes, but he didn't know it, or he refused to admit it or something. And he had an infection because he had a sore on his toe. And yeah, I mean, he's lucky to be alive. That's for sure. He waited and waited. Yeah.
It's yeah. I mean, I guess if something was really serious for me, I would probably do it. I don't know if people know this, but I have had I've had seizures, and the very first time I had a seizure, I was I think it was at my grandma's house, and my I guess my step grandfather, who I liked, but I never liked being alone with him because he. Okay, I want to say this bad to them. He's passed away. I love the guy. Do not get me wrong. I absolutely loved him, but he was really, really a dirty old man. But he wouldn't be that way when the women were around. But when they were gone, he'd be talking to me like really overtly sexual stuff.
Oh, that's really creepy.
And yeah, I didn't like it. And don't get me wrong, it had nothing against him. I loved him. Do not get me wrong. I love the guy. And I miss him terribly because he was a good man. But I just didn't like being alone with him. And so I woke up in the morning, I was in the attic. That's what they always call it, my room, because there's nice beds. And I've written stories about it. And I woke up and I saw that everybody was leaving. So it was only me and him there. And it's like, okay, I'll just wait until everyone comes home because I don't really want to go down and talk. So, but I was sitting there playing my DS and watching Bleach on my computer, and it was really hot up there because a lot of older people they get cold easier, and he had the house up at 89 degrees in the house. And I was up there for like 9 hours without having any water or anything. And I just felt I'm kind of stupid, you know. I should have just gone down and got water and chatted a little bit, and and it would have been fine. But I was stupid, and everyone came home, and I finally came down, and he was shocked. He didn't even know I was there. And I hung out with the family, and I was going to go upstairs. I'm going to go grab my DS so I can play the game and stuff. So I go up and I grab my DS, and I can't even explain to you if you've not had a seizure what it's like. It's not like you don't know it. You just black out.
Yeah, I've heard of people having
them,
but luckily I have not.
Oh, yeah, hopefully you never do. I mean, because it was scary. I mean, it was scary. Probably scarier for my family because they heard a bump in the attic and they came up, and then I guess I was having convulsions.
Mm-hmm.
And Evil Black Cat was there, so she saw it. What happened? It was probably much scarier for her. And I guess my mom. I love my mom so much. She's a wonderful person. Put her finger in my mouth to keep me from swallowing my tongue.
Yep, and then she realized after she did it, she was like, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that."
Yeah, that is because when you do that with a person who has a seizure, a lot of times their response is to bite down. I could have bit her finger off.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, the swallowing your tongue thing doesn't really happen that often, and it's not really swallowing your tongue. It's a little more complicated than that. But see, for me it was I can't even explain it. It was like everything was black. I was aware and not aware at the same time. It was weird. And then finally, it seemed like it lasted forever. I can't even tell you. It just was, hey there, Chester Cat, and hey Bob the Killer. So say hi before I finish telling my story here. And finally, I woke up. I was lying in the bed. And I was looking around, and this was even scary because I didn't know who I was. I didn't know who all these people standing around me were. And hey there, B. Davison. And I looked around, and it was just I can't even. It's just terrifying and of course I started crying because I couldn't figure out what was going on. And finally, everything came to me. Evil Black Cat was really nice to me. If it wasn't for her, I probably would have just I don't even know what had happened. I appreciate how supportive she was, and then my memory started coming back, and they took me to the hospital then, and I did not argue at all. I'm going to pause for a second and say hi to the Grimtail brothers, who are just wonderful. Sometimes they join me in the stream, but they don't ever have to feel obligated. They're always welcome. But they're great narrators.
One of the kittens just called Tim Drew on my phone.
That is, oh my God, you poor thing. Tim Drew is my best friend from high school. I don't think he's in here, so I can say I think he has a little bit of a crush on my sister. And if the kitten stepped on her phone and called him, hey, it's Christina. So
well, he messaged me first, and I said hi.
Oh,
and wait! The fact that you guys both have each other in your phone said something.
Maybe
she has a bit of a crush back on him.
I think it's a Facebook phone call, right? I'm a great narrator. Yes. Thank you, Grimtail Brothers. I appreciate that. And just to let you guys know, we will have we have the stream tonight. We're gonna have a new video tomorrow. I got a lot of videos, a lot of stories that are coming out. Dracula will be out by the end of the month. I have several compilations. I have about 2 people. We're going to do a video, Scary Lighthouse Stories. Nightmarish Tales is going to work on that for me. Not for me. Oh my God. I'm sorry. With me. I apologize. I did not mean that. I did my video with Formidable Escape. I hope you guys checked out his channel. He's great. And next Halloween and I are going to have a video too. So hopefully and including to that, there's a lot of other things.
You need to stop chewing on my mic cord. Don't sit there and look all fluffy and cute. Sorry.
I'm just sending a tweet real quick because I invited Rainer to join the stream, but he's having a graduation party. So I'm just letting him know that's fine. Yeah, and there's always
What's he graduating from?
His sister's having a graduation party. I'm not sure. Might be a high school. I know that he's in college, so I'm guessing high school. But yeah, I can give him a congratulations there. I can say congratulations from everyone in the stream, from everybody in the stream, and tell her that. There we go. So congratulations from everybody. And if you don't mean it, I don't care because I already said it. La 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 la. You can't stop me. I call it Dr. Rainbow. That like Doctor Who's like gay friend.
I think there's supposed to be a comma in there somewhere.
Oh. But still, come on, that was funny, wasn't it?
Dr. Rainbow.
Dr. Rainbow's Doctor Who's gay friend.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean it's not like, you know, it's
everybody needs a gay friend.
See, I agree with that. I have tons of them. So it's like I love you too. I love you too, Patty. And that's you in disguise, I know. So she's great. Absolute lover. That would be Jack. Oh. Now, I if you're referring to the Will and Grace character, I'm sorry. I get some heat from people because I don't like that show. And the reason I don't like it is because it can't. I don't know. I'm sorry if you. I don't really know how Evil Black Cat feels about it. I don't know if you like it or not, Amber.
You can't like everything that everyone else likes. You know, you got to be a bit different.
That's true. You notice I apologize for everything in the world.
Yeah, why? Why do you?
I don't know.
Have to justify everything.
I'm just way too polite. You know, I don't know where it comes from. I'll try to be better. I'm sorry.
Oh, I do the same thing. My friends get on me on that all the time.
But yeah, my problem with the Will and Grace is it came out and they made so much sexual tension between Will and Grace, and that bugged me because he's gay. I mean, there's not supposed to be sexual tension between a gay guy and his best female friend. I mean, I've known those relationships, but I guess they felt maybe they had to keep that sexual tension there to get straight people to watch the show. So it bugged me. That didn't need to be there. And since then, other shows have done it so much better. So, but yeah, it's I've seen quite a few of them. There are other ones I don't like, but there are plenty of ones that I do. So there was a show on Showtime, actually even before Will and Grace, called Brothers, that had two gay characters. It's mainly about three brothers, and their youngest brother comes out of the closet, and it was really, really progressive for the time. This was like late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. And it was really, really good show. But it's, I'm trying to think of other ones because I've seen them at I remember being at a party once where my friends were watching the other show, Queer as Folk. I didn't like that either because it even though eventually they put a disclaimer on the show, the first show before it aired, there was an entire show before it talking about how realistic it was, and then you watch the first episode. It's about a bunch of a few gay guys who all they ever do is go out to clubs every night, and a lot of them take drugs and just have loose sex all the time. It's like, no, guys, you don't come out and say this is a realistic portrayal of the gay community and then do that. And they got a lot of backlash about it, so they started putting a disclaimer on the beginning. This is not, but that's not how they started it, and that upset me a whole lot. And Rainbow, I'm sorry, I didn't say it right when you came out. But I'm trying to. Everything is going real fast
What's
here.
squeaking?
I would like to say something to you and everyone in the chat. I'm gay. Well, sorry, I just had this little thing in my throat there that seemed to come at an inappropriate time. But thank you for telling us that. I'm really happy to know that. I'm trying to go through everybody else. The chat's going fast, and it's hard for me to go back. But thank you for telling us. I mean, I'm really happy to know that, and it's wonderful. Thank you for letting us know. I'm trying to. I'm going through the comments. Again, if I miss something or if I seem to be random, please. I'm just trying to get everything in there. Eloy Kanto, how did you feel about the ending of Bleach? I didn't watch Bleach until after Ichigo defeated Aizen. I've not really watched anymore. I read some of the comics, and afterwards with the whole war with the Quincy's, I didn't like it. It was way too heavy, and it seemed the way they made things, I just didn't care for it. I think that when Aizen was defeated, they should have ended it right there. That was the proper ending for it.
Agreed.
Sorry, I'm just focusing on the squeaking noises that are going on in the background. I think it's cats.
Yeah, there's tons of kittens in there. She's all around them. Hey there, Dre Day. Did you ever research into my theory about Lou Bloom? No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I should have done that. I remember you saying that, and I'm sorry I didn't. We will do that. It's kind of heavy for me. You got to realize it is very heavy for me. But I will actually do that. Rainbow Bubbles, thank you for being so supportive. You're very welcome. You don't need to thank me, though. I'll tell you right now, I will always be your friend for that. And it's not influencing my friendship with you. You're still a friend. You listen to me. You put great comments on my videos, and I appreciate it. B. Davison, as one gay man to another, your videos are so cool, and I enjoy listening to your tone as you tell them. Interesting. Thank you. I was saying that Jack Harkness would be the Doctor's gay friend. I love Jack Harkness.
No, technically he's the Doctor's bi friend.
Yeah. KFC, do you consider yourself bilingual or trilingual? I consider myself bilingual. I would have considered myself trilingual, but I used to speak French, but I do not really understand it anymore. In fact, we were watching National Lampoon's European Vacation. This waiter was speaking pretty basic French, and I didn't understand any of it. It's all gone. I used to speak some Cherokee. My name in Cherokee, Sula Tohia, is all I know anymore. That's a fox is barking, which is my I am me and Evil Black Cat are Shawnee Indians. I don't know if anybody knew that, but so we I was given this name by another Shawnee friend who told me I talk too much. So I talk too much, and my favorite animal is a fox. So he called me. He said, "You're just like a fox is barking," and that kind of it just stuck. So people always talk about me. I'm Killer Orange Cat. Well, you know, it is kind of weird when you think about it. That when I started this channel, I didn't say anything about foxes. But
that is true.
Yeah, because foxes are my animal. I even have a stuffed fox. But my friend actually wanted me to buy. There are domesticated red foxes, and a friend of mine wanted me to buy one. And maybe one day. I don't think I'm ready for it right now. I got my kitties around me, and Ichigo was just lucky. Ichigo was in the room
and giving you that look,
giving me a look like he was pissed off and wanted to kill me, and that's how it happened. I mean, it could have happened if Drew was in the room or Althea, but Ichigo just happened to be in there.
And that's his, I'm hungry, feed me, but I'm also sleepy. Look.
Oh, here's something we can talk about. Julio Canto, do you believe in the paranormal and the supernatural? There's a loaded question. I guess we talked about it before, but I mean, you guys don't mind talking about it a little bit again, do you?
No, go ahead.
Amber, I forget. Do you believe in the paranormal?
Uh-oh. Did we lose her?
Did we lose you? Amber? I hope we didn't lose you there. Huh. Well, we'll say evil black cat then for the moment. Talk about what you believe in the paranormal. You don't worry about my opinion. Just say whatever you believe.
I kind of believe things. I'm a skeptic, obviously, in a lot of ways, but I do believe that there's stuff out. I kind of believe, like Mrs. Kaplow said about there's the logical and the mythological. I kind of think that includes certain other things that, because we create them, they exist.
That's actually really good. I like that. I think a lot of people know my feelings. I am obviously a scientist. I have experienced the paranormal before. Now, me personally, I don't come right out and say that it was something otherworldly. I look at it this way: it could have been. There were psychological phenomena that I suffer. I suffer from very severe obsessive compulsive disorder, and I really think that in several times that because of my anxiety, I caused myself to hallucinate and believe in things that weren't there. The only time, the thing that I cannot explain, was when I was a teenager, and I wrote the stories in one of my channels. When I was a teenager, I was in an arena at my school with a friend of mine, and he had told me the arena was haunted, and I thought he was trying to scare me. And he was talking about it, and we were turning the lights off. And when he turned one of the lights off, I saw this yellow blobby thing rise up into the ceiling and move across the ceiling. Now, it happened really, really quick. And I kind of blinked my eyes, and I was like, "You're making me see things, Nick." And I didn't tell him what I saw, but he explained it perfectly. So I can't explain that.
Right.
Yeah, my skepticism does not. I can't explain that. I don't know what happened. I kind of wish I did. Did we still lose Amber there?
I'm here.
You're here.
Oh, okay, good.
I thought we lost you there for a minute.
No, I did say I'd be right back, and then
we didn't.
Oh, sorry about that.
So I didn't say I'm back.
Oh, sorry. We thought we lost you. Sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. I apologize again. I'm gonna stop doing that, guys. Stop. I'm gonna be mean.
Yes, be you.
You'll be like this. I'll be like, you shouldn't have laughed. You had no right to do that. But oh Lord, it's I'm being silly. But it's let me see. Well, I had somebody else who's asking if they wanted to join the stream. We may see.
Somebody wants to know if you have a crush on anyone.
Who asked that? Who asked that?
Claire.
Claire. Lord, I don't talk about this stuff a lot. But I have more than a crush on somebody. I am in a relationship, and I am engaged.
You got her engaged. Yeah.
I got it. I'm sorry that I didn't tell anybody in the channel.
You're gonna break a lot of girls' hearts this way.
Yeah, I really, really apologize, but yeah, I've been engaged for quite a while actually. The reason I haven't brought it up is, this is a good question. Where is Phantom of Darkness? He should be here. But yeah, I've been engaged since last June. So again, I apologize for not. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. I didn't tell them. I didn't tell anybody because it's. I don't really share relationship stuff too much. I don't really talk about it.
Well,
yeah. Go ahead.
A lot of things are apparently. Well, I've noticed this. I still kind of think that you should let people know because you don't want to lead people on, but at the same time, I do understand the theory why some people don't talk about relationships is because as soon as you say that you're in a relationship, none of the opposite sex will talk to you. Like it seems that they only want one thing from you, and when they find that out that they can't have it, they're done with you. Like they don't want to be your friend.
Right.
Mhm.
So
yeah, you're completely right, and that can happen. Do you guys notice? There's several things I won't go into, and I don't talk about politics. Dan's got a question I'm going to answer here in just a second, and I guess that's kind of maybe one of the reasons I don't talk about relationships either. That I think you had a really good point there, Amber. That's probably why I do it, and I think if Lord of Shower is talking to us about what we're saying right now, that it's cynical, it can be. So I apologize. I do sort of consider so many of my subscribers friends. And when I got engaged, I thought I should tell you guys about that. And I just didn't. For the same reason I don't talk about politics. It doesn't really come into what I'm doing. It doesn't, I'm reading you guys scary stories, which I love sharing with you. So it doesn't really pertain, which is why I do that. But yeah, so you guys know, I'm engaged. We don't have it. We do not have I'm not going to really go into our relationship too much, but I'll let you know we haven't set a date yet. We were planning on doing it when we get back to Chicago. So, and thank you, Claire, and Lord of Shower agrees it does not pertain. I appreciate that. And I don't move too fast. Love you too, but yeah, we're taking our time. Don't worry about it. We knew each other for a year and a half before I did the proposal, and we've been engaged for a year. We're definitely not moving fast, so we're making sure that whatever we do is what we want, and without a shadow of a doubt, I am extremely in love. So it's that we have that we're very different people, and we sometimes clash on some silly things, but that happens. So that's nuts to lose subs when you say you're in a relationship, you're doing your job. I don't really think I'll lose subs. I mean, I think I would lose subs if I talked about politics, which is why I don't, because people are so sensitive about that nowadays. I want to talk something about here. I've been trying to talk about, like Dan is Evil has been saying some things I really would like to talk about with OCD. OCD is an anxiety disorder. The hallucinations, they're not as much visual hallucinations. I may have convinced myself that they were, but my anxiety was so high.
Yeah, I was right.
Yeah, when you what?
I mean, because that's what I said in my answer, so I was like, yeah, I was right.
Yeah. Your anxiety gets so high, you can convince. I mean, you lose rational thought, and that's what happened with me. I lost rational thought. My anxiety. I can't even tell you. I mean, Evil Black Cat. I don't know when I lost my mind that time. If you were around that much, but it was like I was gone. Like people couldn't communicate with me. I mean, my job. I was doing horrible in my job. God, I was like, I worked with. I mean, I was in the room. I worked with Steve Bartman, for God's sake. And any from Chicago should know who that was. the day before Steve Bartman tried to catch that ball in the Cubs game, the Bartman ball. The day before that happened, I was talking to him next to the copy machine because we both worked at a company called Hewitt Associates when I was very, very young and cute and gorgeous at the time. But yeah, I worked with Bartman, and I was making copies using his machine. He was sitting there and talking to him, and going to the Cubs game that night. I'm like, oh God, you really? I wanted to. God, I just really wanted to go there. I mean, come on, it's the freaking Cubs. they're in the national championship game, and God, I wish I could go there. Oh, I'll tell you how it is. Well, I never saw him again. When Bartman by Chester Cat, when Bartman caught that ball, they had to have security, and the people at Hewitt were even mad at him. They gave him 2 weeks paid leave because they were scared that someone was going to hurt him, which is stupid.
People were like leaving stupid shit on his desk and stuff too.
Yeah, because you worked there at the time. You worked there at the time too, right?
It is Chicago you guys lived in, so
yeah. Well, yeah, true.
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
True. But yeah, but to go back to the OCD thing, because I kind of went off there. Yeah, my anxiety was so high, and I was certain my thoughts became very irrational. And I should probably like sue Rob Zombie because it's all his fault. And it's funny because people might think I'm joking about that, but it actually is his fault. It was House of a Thousand Corpses is what caused it all. And it's not his fault because it's my fault because I watched the movie. There's a word. I think I mentioned this before. Please never say it. The S word for the devil. And I don't even believe in the devil. It's so funny. But that word, the S word that people call him, it sets off my OCD. It's a trigger. And the bad guy in that movie had that name. And at first time I heard it, I should have turned the movie off. But I didn't. It's affecting me now. I'm thinking about it too much, but I should have turned the movie off. I didn't. By the end of the movie, I was completely bonkers, and I couldn't stop thinking about the movie, and it really started affecting my rational thought. And keep in mind, I was not on any medication or anything. I'd never been treated for my OCD, and it just really got to me. And for weeks, I just slowly got worse and worse and worse, and started thinking that there's all this. I started thinking that these bad things, these unbelievable things, were going to happen to me. And when you're thinking about and your anxiety is like that, you can force yourself to believe things that are not there. I saw a fat, gross, bubbly skinned man walk in front of my bedroom door. Oh no, Dan, I've had OCD all my life. I can tell you I have things back when I was 5 years old. I would not walk between two things that look the same. If I saw two rocks sitting in the road like 2 feet from each other, I would not walk between them. I would go around and walk around that because that's an OCD thing. For some reason, walking between those two things bugged me. So where's Corpse Husband? I don't know. It would be really nice to have a visit, I had to admit.
So Tim Drew just said to me he needed a little buzz. So what did he have? A couple shots of tequila and some beers.
Oh, that's nothing. I don't know what it is for Tim, but for me that would be nothing.
I thought tequila is what you have when you want a big buzz.
Yeah.
Even though it's never affected me that way, it's just what people say.
It never affects me that way either.
How's your tolerance there, Amber?
Pretty good. Well, it depends on the alcohol, which is really weird because you hear all these things about tequila, but the worst thing I think that affects me is probably rum.
Really?
And whiskey.
I love rum.
Me too.
I
I
say-
love it. It just hits me quicker. I love it, which is probably my downfall. 'Cause,
Yeah.
the next day I don't love it.
Right.
Say, Jose Cuervo, you are a friend of mine. I like to drink you with a little salt and wine.
Yay, that'll be in my head now.
Did I kiss all the cowboys? Did I shoot out the lights? Did I dance on the bar? Did I start any fights? Now wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. This looks familiar. And who is this cowboy who's sleeping beside me? He's awful cute, but how'd I get his shirt on? I had too much tequila last night. I'm sorry, I love that song. I don't drink tequila very often, but I actually like it.
Yeah, me too. A lot
Yeah.
of people don't, and they're like, "You're crazy." 'cause I
Yeah,
was just
mom can't
drinking.
stand it.
Oh, here we go. Dan is evil. KFC is Norman Bates a psychopath or a sociopath? He is neither, actually. He is. He does not have antisocial personality disorder, which would make him a psychopath or a sociopath. He had dissociative identity disorder. The character though, so yeah, he wasn't a psychopath. He had multiple personality or dissociative identity disorder, where one of the identities was violent and murderous. So, although I'll tell you right now, that does not really happen. So that does not happen. I don't know any real valid case of someone with DID having a violent personality that murders. There are people who have done that and claimed it, but they have not been able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that they actually have DID and that they aren't just faking it to try to get it. They kill somebody. Oh, it was my other personality. They're just trying to, I think most times they're trying just to get exonerated. So how about a collaboration with anybody? Who's anybody? Didn't he also hear voices that weren't there though? No, the two personalities were talking to each other. So it's like he didn't hear the voices. I guess he did hear voices. I think, just to let you know, there aren't any real cases that would be like Norman Bates. I mean,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that they don't usually interact with each other.
They really don't. No, and usually a lot of times one of the personalities aren't even aware that they exist. But keep in mind too, DID is a very controversial diagnosis, and there's many of us psychologists who don't actually believe it exists. If you know who Trudy Chase is, Trudy Chase, who supposedly had 99 personalities, was exposed as a fraud. And she wrote a book, when Rabbit Howls, by the troops of Trudy Chase, and it was supposed to be written by all the personalities, but she was exposed as a fraud. Who did it to basically, well, I'm going to do this and it's going to get me to be popular and stuff. And it's kind of, I find that exceptionally disgusting. Oh, there's a controversial question. KFC, do you think the death penalty is fair? They're trying to bring back in Illinois. You want my honest opinion? I think the death penalty is a cop out. I think if somebody, okay, let's talk about this just serious for a moment. Yesterday, this horrible, horrible, awful fucking person murdered in cold blood 10 people in a school. Do I think he should get the death penalty? No. I think he should be locked up in solitary confinement for the rest of his life with no human contact ever again.
Wow. Yes, I agree. That is
he
way
took
worse.
He took
Yep.
the lives of 10 innocent people who didn't do anything and did not deserve it. It's awful. And he, even solitary confinement for the rest of his life, that's even, in my personal opinion, an easy out for it.
Mhm.
But the thing is that, here's the thing about that. I also believe in our Constitution. and our Constitution does say that we cannot have cruel and unusual punishment.
Mhm.
Now, I don't think solitary confinement or the death penalty are cruel and unusual. I think someone who did what he did, I have the feeling that they should be punished more than our Constitution allows it. But then again, I believe in our Constitution. I support it, and I would not do that. It's under 18 life without parole is 40 years. That's sad.
Mhm.
That is sad. Because what he did, and he has. I mean, I would assume that he I don't know. I can't. It's hard for me to even talk about that. To think that he would be able to get out even after 40 years. I'm sorry. I don't really go for eye for an eye. Keep in mind that what I'm saying right now is based upon emotion. But I don't think our laws should be based upon emotion.
This isn't Hammurabi's code.
Right, exactly. If you can go more than that if you want to.
What?
Seth wants to know if Randy Orton has DID. No, I think he's just a bad wrestler who is a spoiled brat, and people seem to like him a lot. So he acts like he's a badass when he's really not. Anybody who wants to hate me for that, go ahead. But
also, he just hasn't changed his song since that was his thing.
Right, and I've never. Yeah, that's true. I just don't really like him. I think he's overrated. Sorry, but I had to get that out. But as going back to the thing, it's like, yeah, I'm sorry to get heavy there for a minute, guys. Yes, Claire, I was talking about that, and just keep in mind, I'm speaking off emotion. I again do not think that laws or punishment should be based off emotion. So I'm just saying I find it so disgusting that he took the lives of 10 other people, and it's disgusting. It's horrible. I guess so much violent and mean feelings, but I would never. That's emotion, and punishment should not be based off emotion. It should be based off the law. Even if I don't agree with the law, it's there, and it should be enforced the way that it's supposed to be enforced. So anyhow.
No, Roman Reigns sucks.
No, I do not like Roman Reigns. But keep in mind, I don't particularly dislike Roman Reigns either. I don't like the way that he's being pushed. And particularly, there's one thing that he did that I didn't like when the crowd was booing him, and it's a show, and the show went off the air. He got the mic and he started berating the fans for booing him, and that's what I have against him. It's John Cena, when the fans boo him, even off the air, he applauds them for it. I'm not even a fan of John Cena, but he applauds. Right. He's like, "You guys boo me if you want. It's great. You have the right to do that." Roman Reigns is like, "Why are you booing me?"
And it looks like he's gonna cry.
He's like, "Be a big baby," But yeah. So again, I'm sorry for getting heavy, guys. I don't want to chat to be like that. I want us to have fun and have a nice time and talk about good stuff. But wait, Andy Kaufman. I see Andy Kaufman. What did we say Andy Kaufman started? Because I'm a huge Andy Kaufman fan. So it's so what did Andy start? I can't see it back in the thing, so let me know. But I'm the king of Memphis, Tennessee. I'm the king of wrestling, Tennessee.
Start wrestling.
I knocked that Lawler out last week. I'm gonna knock him out again this week. So I love Andy Kaufman, but it's. I know a lot of people don't like him, but it's like his humor was just so amazing that it was mostly so much based upon just him having fun and playing jokes on people. I loved it. Would you say that student may have antisocial personality disorder? No, and no psychologist could say that, because to have antisocial personality disorder, one of the things is you have to be 18 years old or older. He was 17. Trust me, they won't do that. what they will do is they'll say that he has probably conduct disorder, which is like antisocial personality disorder when you're under 18. So, but yeah, antisocial personality disorder is really a tough diagnosis to even get. But no, he won't, because he's 17 years old. He won't be diagnosed for that. Trump or Oprah for 2020?
Wait, who just fired me and why?
I don't know. Andy Kaufman. No, Andy. Sorry. Trump or Oprah. Trump or Oprah for 2020. Again, sorry guys, not going to talk about politics. So I'll let you choose who you guys want. But I'll
keep him fed. He won't kill you. Sorry.
Keep who fed? Oh, the kitten.
Yes.
Yay. No. What you got to do is make sure you check under your bed and check in the closet, and if they're not in there, you're fine. Mighty Mouse, remember Andy Kaufman? Yeah, Andy Kaufman started live doing the Mighty Mouse. That was awesome. Andy started the whole good guy, bad guy aspect of wrestling. Actually, that was started by a guy. I don't want to be any sort of like a know-it-all sort of ass. But that was actually started by a guy named Toots Mondt, who really, really long time ago. I mean, he was born in 1894. So if I'm not mistaken, it was actually started in around the 30s. He was the guy who started the whole good guy, bad guy wrestling thing because he thought wrestling was in the 30s not being extremely popular. So he thought that if there was the good guy, bad guy dynamic and the bad guys would often cheat, that it would make wrestling more popular. But yeah, he was the one who started that. Sorry, and I'm being a know-it-all. I'm sorry. I apologize. No. Well, Andy made it somewhat famous in the area. He was a great bad guy, but there are bad guys before him. I mean, Ric Flair, the great Buddy Rogers, Gorgeous George, Killer Kowalski, and probably one of the greatest bad guys of all time, Freddie Blassie, who was known who sharpened his teeth and would bite people's heads open in the 60s and 70s. So yeah, it was around long before him, but yeah, I would say Andy Kaufman definitely brought some mainstream attention to wrestling. I'm sorry, I'm going to shut up now because I kind of get to be a bit of a know-it-all about wrestling, and I don't want to come across that way.
I enjoy that. I was just laughing at the Pinkie Pie that Tim Drew sent me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Let the kitty out of the cage. The kitty jumped in the cage on his own, and the door has a spring on it. And every time I open up that I have to. How many times have I explained this to people? It's a potato bin. We opened it up, and every time I open it up, even to this day, this picture is like 6 years old. If you open it up, he'll jump in it, and he opens it up and he jumps in it, and the spring clicked, and the potato bin closed on him. I snapped a picture of him real quick because I thought it was cute, and I let him out, and he still does it 6 years later. If you open it up, he will still jump into it. So please don't think I'm torturing my cat, because I love that cat and I would never ever ever do anything bad to him. I want to make that perfectly
that's
clear.
Not true. I put him in there 6 years ago and he's still there.
Yeah. But yeah, so please people know that. Let's just drop the politics subject. Inspiration God. Okay, cannot help it. Cage Kitty is so sad, but okay, just making sure. LOL. Yeah, I understand, but no, you don't have to worry about Ichigo. I mean, Ichigo, number one, he's pretty famous at this point.
He's my big old fat spoiled baby.
He has over 27,000 fans. After Heathcliff and Garfield, he may be the most famous tabby in America. I mean, how other orange tabbies have that many fans? If there's other ones, let me know. But he's very much loved. He's cared for a lot. He's a fat little boy, and Claire, I understand. I'm sorry. I know you weren't talking to me. I apologize for making it seem like I didn't quite understand. But yeah, Ichigo, never worry about Ichigo. Ichigo is spoiled brat. He gets everything in the world that he wants. How old is Ichigo? He is, let me see, do the math real quick. This October he will be 7 years old.
I think so.
Yeah, he'll be so he's 6 right now.
Well,
So-
wait, didn't I? Okay, I said Buffy would be 9 this year, or is she 9 now?
We found her. We found Ichigo. We found Ichigo in 2011, October 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Ichigo is a badass name. Yeah, it's because he was orange. There's only one villain in wrestling. Who is that going to be, Seth? But while he's answering me, let me just reiterate. Yeah, Ichigo is babied. He gets almost everything that he wants. He's a bit of a douchebag, actually. If you hang out with him, he'll push the other cats out of the way and take their food. Oh, Mad Honeybee, I'm sorry to hear about your kitty there. Sorry about that. I bet it was really lovable and great. My indoor can just got inside. I have to go. Good luck. Well, I hope you find your can.
I'm pretty sure it meant cat.
Yeah, Ichigo has almost 30,000 followers. Yeah, we're getting close there. So he's well known, and some people think that I'm going to get more popular.
And Drusilla has a tendency to jump out aside too. So
I'll say your name, Tim. There are some that would call me.
There were those who would call me.
I get it wrong.
Tim.
Yeah. There were those that would call me Tim. So I need to watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Yes, I am a nerd.
And she's got huge tracts of land.
Huge tracts of land. Do you like that movie, Amber, or no?
Yes, I love Monty Python.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Yep.
Yeah, the ultimate nerd movie.
I have not watched those in quite a while.
It's been a long time. I have a big special box edition with 24 extra seconds.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I love that movie. It's I'm so nerdy that I do quotes all the time, which I'm not really a good enough actor or to do like voices and stuff, but I'm one of those people. You watch the movie with me, and I'll be quoting it throughout the entire thing, and we do it all the time too. We were doing it today, because I was watching National Lampoon's European Vacation, and Eric Idle was on there, and when he got hurt, he was like, "It's just a flesh wound," and and it's like, yay, or like this. It's like, King Arthur, I'm your king, woman, and well, I didn't vote for you. You don't vote for kings. Well, how did you become king then? The Lady of the Lake, her arm clad in the purest shimmering samite, held aloft Excalibur from the bosom of the water, signifying by divine providence that I, Arthur, was to carry Excalibur. That is why I'm your king. Listen, strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. Supreme executive power derives from a mandate from the masses, not from some farcical aquatic ceremony. You can't expect to wield supreme executive power just because some watery tart threw a sword at you. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'll stop now.
Oh, that's too fun.
Bye, Curtis. Chicago Stories. I hope you enjoyed that. What kind of wrestling is your favorite? Japanese wrestling. New Japan Pro Wrestling. My favorite wrestler right now is maybe talking. I think you're probably talking to Seth. Marty Scurll is great, but I'm answering it too. Kazuchika Okada, best wrestler in the world right now. I'm sorry. I actually don't believe he is the best. He's my favorite right now. I think the best wrestler in the world right now is probably AJ Styles. He can wrestle a broom and it would be a good match.
That's what we give us all a good spanking.
Oh, from Mike Python again, yeah.
Somebody said it in chat, so I had to say it.
Oh.
Well, I had the video game, the computer game.
Yeah, I remember
Spank the
that.
Virgin was one of the games, and it was one of the things you had to do in it.
Uh,
It was so amusing.
I did like that. But yeah, it's the we were like all over the place. You know, is Japanese wrestling different from American wrestling? You know, not all of it. There are certain Dragon Gate wrestling has a lot of similarities to American wrestling with a lot of specialty matches and stuff like that. If you watch New Japan Pro Wrestling, you're mostly just going to watch matches. You're not see many specialty matches. You won't see like ladder matches or last man standing matches or casket matches. You're mostly just going to see the match. And there can be cheating and stuff, but it's not as common. Most like New Japan, All Japan wrestling, you're going to just see a match, and that's kind of why I like it. And Lucha Underground, if you want to watch a good show, which good wrestling, Lucha Underground is awesome too. But Dragon Gate wrestling, you'll see a lot of specialty matches, really violent stuff, ultra violent wrestling and death matches. I love all wrestling. I'm sorry, I watch it all. It's really 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 like one of my two favorite things, horror and wrestling, which is why I should probably watch that horror movie of the wrestlers versus zombies. I just never had I haven't had a chance to do that yet.
There's a wrestlers versus zombies.
Yeah, it's got like Hacksaw Jim Duggan is in it.
Oh my god, that is awesome! I have to watch that.
Yeah, well, you can find it because I always forget, and I'll forget by the end of the stream. We've had a constant 23 people watching for a while now. That's kind of interesting. Terrible movie. You saw it, Lord of Shower, the wrestling movie?
Well, it sounds like it's supposed to be terrible.
Yeah. I like terrible movies sometimes. Have I heard of MLW Fusion? Tony Schiavone is back as one of the announcers. I probably won't watch it then. I really do not like Tony Schiavone. Sorry. Killer Orange Cat versus the Cat in the Hat. Oh, come on.
Cat in the Hat would be dead in seconds.
Yeah, I got my Killer Orange Cat can take down any cat.
Hat or no?
Okay, here's a horror question. What are your thoughts on the Child's Play movies? Okay, I'm gonna have to leave for a minute to spank Seth Freeman. You don't diss Kazuchika Okada in my chat, little boy. I'll take you. You know the sort of things I'll do to you, so you just be nice.
Well, but there's actually a reason that cats would drink it from the tap. Sorry, I keep answering questions to people out loud.
It's fine. Child's Play movies, I love them for the most part. The first one is a good classic, good horror film. Now the ones afterwards, they're typical horror sequels, but they're fun. But what I really loved was the one that came out. I forget what it was called. It was Curse of Chucky. They although they redid the Charles Lee character and made him a little like delusional, which he wasn't. He was just kind of an evil guy. They kind of really turned him into like he was delusional. But the movie itself was really, really good. It may even be close to being as good as the first one. Good night, Patty. Hope you have a great night. Versus the Cat Scary Movie 2. Oh, if you're talking about Scary Movie 2, the actual Scary Movie 2, I can't watch. That's the one scary movie I can't watch. It's just kind of bleh. There's too much gross.
They're not even scary though.
Yeah, they're not, but they're
parodies.
Which ones? Oh yeah, the Scary Movie. No, there's certain jokes and stuff in Scary Movie 2 that just make it's kind of there's some gross stuff that happens to it. I just didn't like it. Scary Movie 1, I like. Scary Movie 3, I absolutely love. I watched that like 100 times. A lot of times, if I'm having a couple drinks, I'll be like, "Oh, I got to watch that movie." So it's one of those. I'm sure people have a movie they like to watch when they're doing some drinking or something. So, and everyone's thinking
YouTube videos when I'm drinking.
I do that too. Like which ones?
Well, I have a couple friends that do different things. some horror narrators and gamers and stuff like that.
Oh well, I know. Evil Black Cat has like a big list of people she likes. Maybe she can share some of those too.
I'm sorry, what?
We're talking. We were talking about things that we watched while we were drinking. So Amber was telling us some channels on YouTube and stuff she liked to watch.
Well, my favorite channel, he goes by Chubby Emu, and
I do not know that one.
He, well, now he's doing medical videos because he's in the medical profession, and so he's doing what he knows. Talking about different situations and how you would fix them or whatever. But before that, he did a lot of just random talking about stuff, what he was doing, gaming. He definitely did a lot of gaming.
That's usually what I end up watching.
Let's plays?
Yeah. I do enjoy some other stuff, like some art, some people who do artwork, and I absolutely love internet comment etiquette.
Oh God, yeah, that channel is hilarious.
My first YouTube narrator ever that I was introduced to by my friend is Sir Aim.
So, oh God, yeah, I actually have talked to him a few times. Very nice guy too.
I talk to him on Twitter sometimes.
Yeah, he's really nice. I knew him because, if I'm not mistaken, he guest narrated for Top 15s once.
Yeah, more than once.
More than once.
Quite
yeah,
that times actually.
That's how I got to know him. It was really interesting because his channel's really not that big, which surprises me because he should have a lot more attention than he got. I really think he was very underrated. But I thought maybe he'd get like a lot of. You don't get nowadays. It seems like when you collaborate, you really don't get as much benefit from it as you might have a couple of years ago. Because, for example, when I
are you talking about Dylan's channel or Sir Aim's channel?
Sir Aim's channel. He didn't really get as much attention after the Top 15s narrations that I thought. I thought he would have exploded. Like 100,000, stuff like that. He really didn't get that big.
To be honest, though, I'm glad he didn't because I find the less subscribers people have. I mean, this may not always be the case. And I know there's going to be some people that are like, "Oh, I have this many subscribers, and I'm nice," but the fame gets to a lot of people's heads, and they start acting like dicks. So
that is true.
It could happen. I'm not saying it does, but it could. That's why sometimes the little smaller ones are the better ones.
Yeah, that reminds me of something that happened lately that I've done my best to not talk about. I only had 23 people listening to me, and I'm thinking you guys all like me because you've been here for a while. I don't try to get involved, but I know last week that whole
Creepy
Leaks thing was going on.
How did I know you were going to say that?
Let me see. About a year and a half ago, I did a story. I don't do much fiction on my channel, but I did want to swamp. Wait, what's his name again? Slime Beast.
Oh, Slime Beast.
Who did the whole Creepy Leaks thing?
Right.
I did a story of his, and I deleted it after the Creepy Leaks thing came out, because I always had a problem with him to begin with. I just really liked the story. I'm sorry if you guys like him, but I have zero respect for him because he has zero respect for narrators. He thinks that our art form is not an art form. He thinks that we do lazy work, and I work my butt off to do these videos. I search for these stories, and when I find them, I help the people who are telling me the stories. We work on them together. That's why if you look in my things, that it says the stories have to be approved by both me and the writers in order to appear on any other channels, because we both work on it together. Now, keep in mind, the stories are their stories. I do not change anything in the stories. I just help them with their writing, their English and stuff, because some people just aren't really good writers, but they still want to tell their story. So I help them. And when I work on these videos, these videos can take me like 24 hours of constant work to do. They're hard work in Slime Beast, and I don't really fucking care what that prick thinks. Thinks that we're terrible, thinks that we're lazy. He thinks that that our work is nothing, and I work hard.
Channel.
Huh?
You're doing a YouTube channel now. People do YouTube for various reasons. Some want to get popular and want to, do the best work they can. But some people just want to go off and narrate things. And I don't see anything wrong with it. Like, right. You do what you do on your channel. Whether you put a lot of work on it, I mean, that's good for you. But, I mean, like I said, there are some people that just like to, do Let's Plays or,
right.
Narrate stuff they find on Reddit stuff.
Here's what I would say about this. Now, back in the day, people listened to radio plays. And the people that were reading the radio plays didn't write them.
Right.
Someone else wrote them. And the other people read them. Then you put on a Shakespeare play. I didn't write a Shakespeare play, but I can read the lines from it.
Dude, audiobooks.
Right. What we're doing is not different than that. But that prick thinks that it is. And I'm sorry for my language. You guys know I don't usually get like that. But he is an idiot. And the thing about it is, anyone can tell him this because I don't give a damn, because I deleted his video. I have nothing to do with him again. But he came out with this 39-page thing about Mr. Nightmare. Not Mr. Nightmare. I'm sorry. I apologize. It was Mr. Creepypasta. And with all these allegations of these things that he supposedly did. Now, the guy's a fucking moron, because what he did with absolutely zero evidence of it is he basically committed a libel. And when he was called on it, he's like, no, you can't take me to court for it, because first off, you have to prove that it's not true, and second, that I knew that it was not true. I told him, you're a freaking idiot. That's not how libel works.
Right.
You're the one who said it. You have to prove that it was true, and it doesn't matter if you didn't know it or not. If Mr. Creepypasta sues him, then Slime Beast has to prove that what he said is true. And if he can't prove that it was true, then Mr. Creepypasta wins.
I don't know. It sounds like Slime Beast's name is pretty accurate.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for getting... It upset me. I said I would stay out of it, but it irritates me because he's a fucking jackass. And I don't know Mr. Creepypasta. I've never spoken to him. I know the Grimtail brothers have, which I think is great. But again, it's a libel unless he can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's not even a reasonable doubt. It would be a civil case, which is preponderance of the evidence. So that's like 51%. So he would have to prove with a preponderance of the evidence that what he's saying is true. If he is unable to do that, then he's committed libel. And whatever, I don't think Mr. Creepypasta has been affected by the Creepy Leaks thing at all.
No, it doesn't seem like he. I mean, I've just seen him tweeting.
Right. All it is Slime Beast trying to get attention.
Mm-hmm.
That is all it is. And
well, I mean, even if stuff is true, I mean, people go about doing stupid shit all the time, like ripping people off and whatever. I mean, look at all the scams that are around and stuff.
Right. And the funny thing is, even good people may do something that people don't like. But yeah, Dan is right. It's civil case is beyond 50%.
Please everyone.
Right. You can't. And people are going to do some things that you might not like.
You know what I love? It absolutely makes me laugh when people start off a YouTube. I don't know how many times I've heard this in the past couple weeks. Probably mostly Creepy Leak things. They start off the video by saying, I really don't want to get into this topic. Well, yes, you do, because you're talking about it. Oh, one of our internets just cut out again.
Did it? Are we okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, sorry guys, whatever that was. Whoops! I was putting the mouse around. I almost hit stop broadcast. Boo! Sorry guys.
Did the rest of my point get across?
I don't think I heard it, but you can say it again if you want to.
I was saying how it makes me laugh how people. I've heard this mostly in the last couple weeks, probably due to the Creepy Leaks thing. People always start off their YouTube videos, I really don't want to talk about this subject, you guys. Well, yeah, you do. You made a conscious decision to talk about it, so don't give me that crap.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. That is a great point too. That is a great point. If you either and I know I said I wouldn't talk about it, but I have to allow myself to express my opinion sometimes. I guess
you might as well.
Yeah. So I feel kind of. It feels kind of good, So I know I don't do it that often.
You gotta get things off your chest.
Yeah, and the Creepy Leaks thing was bugging me. And again, the thing is, I don't know. But the thing is, if your goal is to get attention by fucking around with other people and trying to put other people down and expose them, even if they did things that were bad, if that's the way that you're trying to get exposure, come the fuck on.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't it be up to the people involved? Like, say if there was a girl that was abused or whatever the case was, shouldn't it be between like her, lawyers, and
exactly
other people that need to
exactly.
No one else needs to really be involved.
Yeah, and why? What does it say about a person who does this and does it the way that he did it? It's attention seeking, and that's all it is. And anybody who doesn't like it and wants to be mad at me for saying that, go ahead. That's all it is. And yeah, oh God, Swamp Dweller is going to drag me to the swamp. No, no. I don't like water. Nope. Big Kev, save me from Swamp Dweller. He's gonna take me to the swamp. I need help. Come on, help me. No!
Just stick Drew on him.
Drew, where are you, Drew? No. Oh, thank you, Claire, for the happy birthday wish. I haven't talked about that, but I guess some of you know.
Gonna add in.
Some of you know my 18th birthday is coming up next week.
Yeah.
So
Killer Orange Cat clawed desperately into the loam, but he couldn't resist as Swamp Dweller dragged him into the filthy swamp where he drowned miserably.
Did y'all hear that?
Yes.
Yes, psychological issues.
A little bit.
Me and Cat used to be friends, but he stopped inviting me to his birthday parties and streams. Oh, come on. You're always like I would do that. Swamp has come to my streams and he's nice to me. He's just giving me a hard time because he knows I'm into that.
Instead of being redundant with the word swamp, he should have said murky depths.
There you go.
Give him a thesaurus.
I think I first came across you, Swampy, when you were doing a stream with, I guess it was Hitchhiker, because I used to join his streams back when he did them. God, you were like a much smaller channel then, and then I watched you were streaming. I'm like, this guy is like, he's a streaming machine, and you just exploded, and it's like I get so I'm you can hear the pride in my voice. The people that I consider friends, the people that I like, who are smaller channels, and they work so freaking hard, and they get so popular, and they do that. They do what Swamp Dweller did. They explode. They get popular. Blue Spooky. I'm so proud of him, even though we don't talk as much anymore. He was such a tiny channel, and he worked, and he got worked, and he's like over 150,000 subscribers now, and Swamp Dweller over 40,000. Mortis Media coming up to 80,000. Being Scared is exploding, and I'm so happy. And there's so many people. I get emails from people and comments. It's like, oh, these people that your friends of yours they're so much more popular than you. Why aren't you more popular? It's like, I don't care. I'm proud of them because they do so great. And you could probably hear it in my voice, and I'm being such a dork, and I'm probably making Swamp Driller say I'm never going to talk to and come to these streams again. But I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you guys. I'm extremely proud of you guys. And I'll have to tell Mort and everybody because he's not here visiting us, but it makes me happy. I love seeing you guys be successful.
Yeah, question for you, dork boy.
Well, what?
Who is it that you're talking about that does like live streaming? What does he do? Like he live streams telling horror stories?
Swamp Dweller used to do that.
Which
yes.
one?
I think you're talking about Swamp Dweller. No, he like he just said he only streams about once a month. But when he was starting out and while he was growing, he was doing streams like every day, and he was reading the stories in the streams.
That sounds like fun.
It was great. It was wonderful, and I respect it. I couldn't do it. You hear how I stumbled over everything. But yeah, no, that's the way Swamp Dweller did his channel for a long time, and it was amazing. It was amazing, and it was good. And I used to always come and listen to him. And I say I used to come and listen to him. I listen to all his videos. I love him. I think I always tell people, I always tell my friends and stuff, I always listen to all your videos. I might not always get comments on them because I listen to them on the PlayStation. And you can't comment that. I'll be working on my computer, working on my videos, listening to your guys' videos. And it's wonderful. So it's I'm no KOC, but I'm okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I personally think you're better than me, Swampy, but we do that too. B Busta, I gone back and forth on him a little bit. I like his puns. His puns are pretty good. What are my thoughts on Your Maker and Darkness Prevails? I don't know a lot about Your Maker. Darkness Prevails, I really like. He's a nice guy too. He's got a wonderful personality. We don't talk a lot, but his videos are great. I really do like them. I do listen to him. I listen to Your Maker as well, but honestly, he's not. I don't want to offend any fans of him, but I'm not the biggest fan of him. But I do listen to his. I used to listen a lot to B Busta and Lazy Masquerade, and I don't really do that anymore. I like a lot of the other more recent narrators and stuff. But yeah, I like a lot of smaller channels too. Like I really like Grimtail Brothers. They're my buds. I hope they get more popular. Formidable Escape. Listen to him. I hope he does more work. He was in my last video, so if you guys listen to that, he did really, really good. He reminded me of he reminded me of somebody, but my brain just did a blank. Vote for Killer Orange Cat for president. No, do not do that. Do not do that. I would have like a heart attack. What about Mr. Nightmare, the king of horror, 3.3 million subs? What can we say about Mr. Nightmare? I mean, Mr. Nightmare is Mr. Nightmare. He is the king of horror on YouTube. I mean, it's really hard to deny that. Also, he's a nice guy. I talked to him a couple times when I first started out, but haven't heard from him in a while. I don't really expect to ever hear from him again because he's pretty huge now. But he's pretty awesome. I very, very nice guy. Grim Reader, another one. Liked him. I collaborated with him. I got a video of his back here. Again, very nice guy, very good narrator. Mr. Davis, awesome as well. King Spook. King Spook is the man. Sorry.
You ain't getting away from me, little kitten. Sorry.
King Spook, if you don't know it, there would not be Killer Orange Cat if there wasn't King Spook. So Did you guys listen to my Chicago video where he read that story about the L station? If you haven't, please listen to my Chicago video. King Spook did the first story in it, and he killed it. He absolutely killed it. It's like the story was meant for him.
I should probably listen to those ones. I don't always listen to all of them, because I'm a big chicken. So
yeah, the Chicago ones are good. Go.
Can you give me the link tweet me the link for the actual YouTube stream? Asked about it on Twitter.
Oh, okay. I'll get that for you real quick here while we're talking. It's here. I'll just message it. I'll send the message to you, so that'll come up a lot quicker. Because you're right there, and for the actual stream, here you go. Okay, it should be in your messages on Twitter. I love streaming because we do all this other stuff too, and it comes across on the stream. It's like we're just hanging out and having fun and stuff. I'm the sensei of all these channels. Oh God, no. The funny thing is, some guys call me that, and when they do, I gotta admit, I love it. It's so cool. I've been calling senpai a whole lot lately too. It's pretty cool. As a man who just absolutely adores Japanese culture, of course, it's pretty amazing. You can hear me being all stuttery and stuff about it. So, but it's awesome. Best way to spend a drunk weekend. There's a lot of good ways to spend a drunk weekend. Have I ever read The Catcher in the Rye? What mental illness do you think Holden Caulfield suffers from?
Oh, I love that.
Being a douche nozzle?
That is you gotta admit that may be one of the best questions ever asked in this stream. Yes, I have read Catcher in the Rye. I don't personally think he suffers from a mental illness. He's just God, what's the good thing to say it? I mean, I don't think I can diagnose Holden Caulfield. That's a really, really interesting thought, though. First off, let me just say that it really wasn't my favorite book, to tell you the truth. Did you guys like it? I'm sure have you both read it?
Me? No.
No? Amber, have you read Catcher in the Rye?
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to deal with Twitter. Yeah, I read it in grade 7.
Yeah. I mean, all I could possibly say is that, he probably suffers from just severe depression. And a lot of people don't really understand depression. They think that it's, I'm just sad and depressed. No, depression is a mood disorder. And it usually is characterized by very quick changes in mood, where you can go from extreme happiness to extreme blah really, really quickly. I'm with his brother, with his brother dying, with Holden's brother dying. Did you get the link?
It won't copy. I can't copy it.
Huh. Let me try tweeting it. Okay. Maybe if I put it in the chat, would that work?
No, because I'm not looking at. Oh, do you mean the Hangouts chat?
Let me try. I'll try tweeting it rather than just messaging it to you. But yeah, as I'm doing that, say that yeah, it's with Holden's brother dying, and he kind of really repressed a lot of emotion that he was feeling, and he was suffering from depression, and it all just came out of him. He had. Holden Caulfield needed to have a nervous breakdown. That's what I can say about it. It was necessary for him to get on with his life. But it's other than just depression, I can't really say I wouldn't say he had a personality disorder or anything like that. It was just, he just contained too much emotions. He portrayed something that really probably wasn't healthy for him, and had a breakdown. But I think that I think the breakdown was good for him. What are some of my favorite anime and manga? Oh, I love that. Okay, I'll answer two questions. Some of my favorite anime series is Eden of the East. If you haven't seen it, it's really fun. It's kind of weird, really weird in some places, but I absolutely love it. Naruto, I love Naruto. It's so long, but I love it. Movies, Spirited Away, I love. The Secret World of Arietti is really good. I like a lot of Studio Ghibli stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's so much anime I love. Vampire Hunter D, absolutely adore it. Akira. I mean, Akira may be one of the most perfect movies ever made. But yeah, so much there. I mean, if you guys wanted to answer the question too, you can. So I won't talk over you guys. Anime and manga that you like. No, nobody.
I'm sorry, I got
Sorry,
distracted
what?
by something.
I was
We're all
saying,
getting distracted.
I wasn't gonna dominate the conversation. The question was favorite anime and mangas.
I have to think a second.
Okay. Like I said, I listed quite a few of mine, but yeah, whatever you guys thinking of, you might like.
Well, obviously Chobits.
Chobits is awesome.
And I like both the anime and the manga. I watched the anime first, and then I read the manga, and little kitty cat walking on the keyboard.
When me and Kevin, we used to watch Full Metal Alchemist, which got really really heavy at times. And when we'd watch Full Metal Alchemist, when we were done, we'd watch Chobits to cheer up.
Yep.
And it worked.
The funny thing is, as I'm thinking about it, I think pretty much most of the ones I like, I watch and read both. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I like to do that too.
Orange Host Club. I'm loving School Babysitters. That's on Crunchyroll right now. It's adorable. Also, My High School Romance or something like that. It's a slice of life one that is not at all like you would actually expect it to be, but it's given a name like that. It's just kind of interesting. It's about an actually unattractive looking guy who has just a normal relationship. It's just really sweet. And Renee is great too.
You have any you're an anime or manga fan, Amber?
Yeah, I sort of hold on.
You're fine.
Oh, now what? Now I'm getting bombarded with messages.
Oh, sorry.
The English dub versions of a lot of them are awful, and unless I find a subtitle file like a text file online, it's hard for me to follow them. But I do like my friend and I were listening to some Japanese stuff, Death Note and Battle Royale.
Oh yeah.
And he was describing a lot of it to me and stuff. So
Battle Royale, that is.
I love that movie.
Such a good movie.
The second one, no, but the first one, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't think Evil Black Cat's seen it. It might be a little too violent for her. But brilliant movie. Death Note. God, here's the interesting thing about Death Note. I'd never watched it. And my first exposure to Death Note was watching the movie on Netflix. And I know it's got a really negative review, but I liked it. And but it was like I started thinking about it. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's so horrible! It's horrible what they did with L." I don't know if you saw that or not, but L was kind of an asshole, and then everyone was like, "He's the best character and stuff." And Light was not Light Yagami because they made him. That was in Seattle. He was Light Turner, and he was really. They made Light the moral character, actually, in a way, because he was doing what he was doing, but he didn't want to kill some people it was the Mia character. I guess was supposed to be Misa. She was sort of like the evil one, and Light was sort of like, I'm doing this, but I can't kill innocent people. And L was kind of a fucking dick. I mean, he was completely unlikable. So it was like, you got to watch the anime. L is a great character. You don't want to judge it based off. But see, I liked the Netflix movie. And then, of course, I actually read the entire manga in one night.
Wow.
Yeah, and then loved it, and then watched the anime, and I was just like, wow. Now, don't get me wrong. After L, oh, sorry, I probably shouldn't say because it would be a spoiler. But after the major thing that we know that happens in there, it turns and it gets bad. After that event, you know, after that, let's just say after that victory from Light, it gets bad, and they should have stopped it right there. But I love it. It was great. I was glad, but I still like the Netflix movie, which is funny. Are you going to buy? Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I just dozed off to your voice. It was KOC. It was glorious. Glorious. No, thank you, Kev.
I've done that randomized user a few times, and I'm like, don't take that as an insult. It's actually he just had a really nice voice.
Mm-hmm. But the first time people used to say it to me, I was like, "Oh, come on!" I'm like, "Am I that boring?" And I finally got it. I finally understood. It took a while, but I did.
Just so that you know, my friend, we joke around a lot, so it's not like he's being, mean to me or anything. Just so that, you know that next time you read Twitter.
Oh, okay. No, it's just fine. I mean, I do that a lot. It was like, I just see that now.
Yeah, but I know sometimes if you don't know somebody, it's really hard to gauge, like, the intent.
No, I got it. No problem. I did just see this now. KOC, have you ever been to a haunted location? If so, can you please tell a little about it or them? Ooh, yeah. Now I'm gonna be happy here because yes, I have, and actually I have a video about it. If you would like to watch it, I about 2 years, almost exactly 2 years ago, for my my 15th birthday, I went. I was taken to Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky, by a very, very good friend of mine, the absolutely lovely Rebecca Adams. And it was one of the best birthday presents I'd ever gotten in my life. It was wonderful. I used my camera on my phone to make the video. There's the link for it. It was kind of bad videoing, I guess, video recording, because I used my phone camera. It's all over the place, but we made a video about it. I did have an experience that one experience where some invisible force kind of hit me and knocked me into another room. I haven't decided yet whether that was something paranormal or if it was something psychological, because there was such things going on that night where I could have convinced myself that I wanted something to happen, because I really did, and it could have been my mind. And your mind does work that way. So please, I'm not telling people who've seen ghosts that you have not seen ghosts. I'm saying my own personal experience. I could have created it myself.
Things are squeaking, and I don't know if it's my phone or a cat.
It was a cat. One of the kittens bit the other one.
People are talking in the room about Chevelle, and I have to interject. Sorry about that. They would have been formed around 1995.
They're a great band.
Yeah, I worked with Joe Loeffler, who was the bass player for Chevelle. We worked at Wendy's before they got famous. So
how's that possible? You're only 18.
Oh, I was 5 then. I was 5 then. You know, see, if you didn't say that, no one would have thought about it, and then nobody would be wondering how old I am.
Except
But
for the people that listened to your stream the last time you did a stream.
yeah, it's not a big deal, guys. And one day I'll probably tell anybody. I just don't think it's something that I really. But yeah, you might be able to figure it out. I worked with Joe Loeffler at Wendy's together, and this was before Chevelle got popular. They used to sell these little homemade CDs, and actually, I had to look at. It's probably my storage area because I do have it. This was before they got signed and everything. And Joe and me, we used to play basketball together. So, and I always used to make fun of him and stuff. And I used to call their band Hanson because they're 3 brothers who made the music. They were so dorky, and then all of a sudden they just got serious about music, and they just got so successful, and they fired Joe. And after they fired Joe, I refused to listen to him because Joe was my buddy. I love the guy. He was wonderful.
So do you still talk to Joe?
Occasionally.
Cool.
I haven't seen him since I don't know, God, 2006. This is the funny thing. We both went to the same psychiatrist. That was what was kind of funny. Joe's an awesome guy, but it's really kind of hard to talk to him sometimes because all he ever talks about is being a Christian. And
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it can get to you. But like he has OCD like me, so we kind of like me too. He hid it for years trying to solve it on his own, and eventually he had a breakdown too. Not as severe as mine, but yeah, he is a good guy. But then again, it's like, and it's nothing against Christianity. I mean, I can't say anything against Christianity because technically I am a Christian, so I'm sort of a Christian / Hindu. Know,
I think it's just the fact that if you don't have a wide range of conversation topics, you can get kind of
exactly.
People are gonna lose interest.
Hey, Nicole. Sorry, I got to say hi to Nicole real quick, but you're right. You can't just talk about one thing over and over again, and that's it.
But yeah, Rainbow Bubbles, try lunch meat. That always gets Drew out from when she hides under the porch.
Oh, a cat's got loose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, it's in stage kids, it's hard to put up the extremes in ideology, and that is a good point. You consider me a Christian, but I am not a solid Christian. I have other beliefs that have melded with it. So, a lot of people would not consider me a Christian. And that is true. I have been told by many people I'm not, even because of my other beliefs that kind of meld with it. But I had to believe what I found out on my own.
Mm-hmm.
We all have to look at the world. We all have to look at what's out there and make up our decisions on that. That's how we grow. It's how we become our own person. So I am a Christian to the fact that I love Jesus and what he says. I listen to what he says. I don't concentrate on the crucifixion or the resurrection. I listen to the words. And it's the same thing for I listen to things that Buddha or Confucius or Lao Tzu have said. I listen to things that the Hindu prophets and people have said. There's so much wisdom from other people,
mm-hmm.
and so I incorporate it. So I think we need to save Kevin. I think he thinks he's being stalked here, but so yeah, it's I could talk about religion all day and
Who's
bore
Kevin
the
and
hell.
why is he being stalked?
Kevin is a really, really good friend of mine on a pro wrestling site that I moderate. And he's just one of the most lovable people in the entire world. And he is if I don't know how many people in the room or in the chat or in the stream are aware of a really stupid thing that I said a couple months ago, where I said that if I ever reach 100,000 subscribers, I would wear a candy jockstrap and dance to "I Touch Myself" by the Divinals. Well, Kevin, Big Kev 76 2003, bought the damn jockstrap, candy jockstrap, and sent it to me.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, so and then I try to make people forget about the whole thing. And what does Nordic Vampire do? He reminds people like every day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
They want those subscribers because they want to see it.
I only got 27,000, so I think within 73,000 people will forget. I mean, come on, it's taken me nearly 3 years to get this far, and although I'm going. Did I wear it?
I don't know. Markiplier just finished
Oh,
signing
God.
all those calendars of himself being naked.
Oh God, I tried it on. So I tried it on, and let's just say one thing: I work out quite often, and I am making sure that I work out a lot more in case this ever happens. So, because one thing that Kevin will never forget. Yeah, one thing, and I think most people will tell you this is that if I say I'm going to do it, and I give you my word, I will do it. However, I'm not going to post it on YouTube. If it happens, I'll post it on Twitter. So Nicole's laughing so hard. I have an over-the-shoulder thong you can wear. Oh my God, do you really? Oh, John Papa wins the chat room. Pictures where it didn't happen, KOC. Oh God. We'll talk later, Kevin. We'll talk later. Did Seth leave us? Seth is so fun. He left us. He doesn't love me.
I was going to say, I think that if he were still here, he'd be commenting in the chat, definitely, with this conversation.
That's true. That was that banana headache. Oh, God. Stop making me laugh, guys. I hate my laugh. Oh, what are my thoughts on Creepy Fox? Creepy Fox has been a big inspiration to me lately. Whenever I'm trying to decide what plantain hammock, oh God, you're horrible. But Creepy Fox, whenever I'm trying to decide what kind of stories I want to look for, I listen to a lot of his videos and I'll be like, oh, he did this topic. This is a good topic. Maybe I'll do a similar topic, and then I go look for stories.
That's a narrator I don't think I've ever heard of before, so I'm gonna have to check him out definitely.
Yeah, definitely listen to Creepy Fox. He's got a great voice. He does a lot of stories, and a lot of them are shorter than mine, but he'll do a video of like 10, 15 stories. Can I do astronaut mystery scary stories? I guess, but I don't know if I can. As I do true stories, or allegedly true stories, I don't know if it's going to be easy to find astronauts. I could try, but I'm not really sure I can. But if I can, I'll do it because that would be something that no one's done before, as far as I'm aware. Because I mean, come on, how easy is it to get in touch with an astronaut? Who do you think should be the one to take the Universal Championship from Brock Lesnar? Okay. There's two people. It should, without a shadow of doubt, be one of these two people. Braun Strowman or Seth Rollins. That should be, or I think I'm getting the idea it's probably going to be Bobby Lashley. But it should be either Braun Strowman, and it should be Braun Strowman. He's the most popular guy in Raw right now, or Seth Rollins. So sorry, I'm answering questions as we're talking, but we go back to what we were talking about. But I like to interrupt. But yeah, Creepy Fox, definitely listen to him if you haven't. He's really, really good. See, Big Kev agrees with me. It should be Braun Strowman. I try to only subsequently talk about wrestling because I know it's not everybody's topic, but it's our topic is horror. Tell me something scary, guys.
Huh? That's what I enjoy it.
I used to watch wrestling when it was on the radio when we had a TV station that was at the end of the radio dial. So
you just listen to it?
Well, I mean, I can't see, so that's all I really
on the radio.
do.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm stupid. I apologize.
No, don't worry.
I know that. I know that too. I
Oh no.
I guess maybe it says something good at me that I don't dwell on it.
Come here, honey.
Some people do, you know.
Well, and see, I got lots of compliments when I was I'm still in martial arts, but when I do martial arts, they're like, "Oh, we forget you can't see sometimes until we have to remember for guiding you or whatever."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Yeah, well, that's cool."
But I would love to see that.
Sorry, everybody. The cat with the broken leg decided to try to get on the computer.
Oh, yeah. No, I'd love to see. I do martial arts too. So, what can I ask? What I'm at a brain thing again. Sorry. What sort of practice it is?
Well, it's a mix. There's a couple different types of karate, and there's the higher belt. The lower belts are just karate. Basic self-defense and kata, and then the higher up you get, it's mixed in with grappling, and you can do weapons, and just all sorts of stuff, like everything you can imagine with martial arts.
See, mine is very specific. It's a Shotokan. I took it. Here's the thing. I took it in college, and then I just loved going in there. I loved going there. I love wearing the gi. It's like the most comfortable thing in the world.
Yes, they are.
Mm-hmm. I don't have one right now. So when I go to the gym, I always do. I go to the gym 5 times a week. I always do practice. I do some stretching in the gym and practice some of my moves. One of the reasons I go at night all the time, because when I practice some of the Shotokan moves in the gym, people are saying, "Oh, you know karate," or "Hey, want to show me? Teach me something." It's like, yeah, guys, come on. When I'm practicing, when I'm doing it, I kind of just want to be by myself, you know. And I don't even care if someone's in the room, but I kind of like bring myself into a state of mind where I do the same thing when I do cardio. I do 55 minutes of cardio about 5 times a week. And when I do it, I do it very vigorously. And people will be like, I don't even kidding. People like to me, that's badass. And it's like, thank you. I appreciate it. But, you know, I'm trying to get in a mental state, you know, and I do it too when I do the karate moves. And I appreciate people saying nice things to me, but it kind of messes with my concentration, I guess, a little bit.
I usually do martial arts 2 to 3 times a week because I don't want to get burnt out from it, and it's a lot of work.
Yeah. Oh, I do keep my body sexy for summer. I'm trying to do a little bit of that. Yeah. Julio Kansu's leaving, so thank you for joining. I hope you have a great night. 30 minutes of cardio kills me, bro. Yeah. I think the about getting burned out. And it does definitely happen. But I push myself probably too hard with exercise. But I do that with so much anyways. So it's kind of it's just kind of it's kind of a bad habit for me, as Evil Black Cat will tell you. Sometimes I get exceptionally burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
I just push myself, and a lot of times when I'm working on a video, I'll push myself and I'll just do it, and I'll neglect everybody. Like people will be in the room talking to me, and I won't hear it, and I just gotta get this done. Make this the best I can. I push myself a little bit too hard. So you should have seen me when I was in college. Oh wow. It was I would sometimes just stress myself beyond belief because I gotta get an A, gotta get an A, gotta get an A, and I got obsessed with that. And I remember writing a paper one time about Erik Erikson, the psychologist, and I actually asked the professor, "Is it good enough to get an A?" He's like, "Well, there's things the things you can add to it. That's fine, but is it good enough to get an A? Yeah, it's an A paper. Okay, yeah, that's why I wanted to know." And after that, I was like, "What did you just do?" You know, it shouldn't be about getting an A. It should be about learning. So that's why I say sometimes I push myself to stupid, to what I would consider maybe the wrong goal. You know, like for example, getting a video out. If I say I want to get a video out tomorrow, I shouldn't be pushing myself to get a video out tomorrow. I should be pushing myself to make the video as good as possible so everybody will enjoy it.
Exactly.
Yeah. But sorry, I went on and on and on there. People were saying stuff in the room, and they're talking about Chuck E. Cheese killing people. Isn't that a creepypasta? Or is it? I don't really know. I remember something. I remember something with Mr. Nightmare, but I don't really remember exactly what happened. It's been a while. Keep the sexy body. You know, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I was gonna go work out tonight. I probably will not end up doing that. I feel kind of like I kind of knew it was gonna happen because I woke up a little bit earlier than I wanted to, and I prefer working out at night. And it was a very wet, rainy day today, and I feel kind of cracky. You know, my joints are kind of like so.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the type of person though that if I skip a day, I make it up. So like I usually don't work out on Mondays because I watch wrestling that day. I just relax. It's my day off from everything. So I'll just go work out. If I don't work out tonight, I'll work out on Monday. So tomorrow night's pretty good. Anyways, Sunday night I get to go there around 12:30. Nobody's there. I have the entire gym to myself.
That's nice.
Yep. And nobody comes in there. I first off I turn the music off and I've done like if you watch I did 1 or 2 Bloody Mary videos, and one of them was in the gym, one was in the bathroom. If you look on my Facebook, there's one I did where I actually went into the gymnasium room where they do aerobics and stuff, where there's no equipment. It's just the room. And there's mirrors around the entire room on the walls. And I turned the lights off, and I did Bloody Mary in there too. So I jogged early today, and I'm on my 4th vodka and cranberry. Dre Day, everybody. Let's all tip our caps. And that's vodka. Well, here's my thing: is like the jogging. Great. I can't actually jog. I have a bad knee, so I have to use ellipticals. Because the low impact on the knees. If I jog, my knee will give out and I won't be able to walk. In fact, but vigorous exercise, I absolutely love it. And I hate cranberries, but I love vodka. Okay, I like vodka.
Vodka's good.
Yeah, but
I'm just endorsing every type of alcohol tonight.
You are sort of doing that, aren't you? But that's okay. My absolute. Well, since we're on the subject, my absolute favorite thing is chocolate martini.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, if you can get, I mean, if you get one, first of all, it's expensive.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any martini's expensive.
You
fancy drinks.
Yep. If you want a good chocolate martini, you're looking probably between about $15. And if you get it, and it's made good, it'll taste just like chocolate milk. And oh Lord,
it can be dangerous though, because before you know it, you'll.
Oh God, yes. Well, okay. So I won't be graphic, but I will tell you a story about a certain narrator who was in Philadelphia at a martini bar and had about, I don't know, 3 or 4 chocolate martinis, and sort of like, flirted with the bartender, and then my friend was drinking Sex on the Beach, and I tried it. I'm like, oh my God, this is so delicious. I had like 4 or 5 of them, and I remember going up to a different bartender, and I'm like, can I have a Sex on the Beach? And he's like, I think you've had enough sex for tonight. And I was like, I was cool about it. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. I got cut off, and can I have a bottle of water? He's like, yeah. I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, you're the only person I've ever known who I've cut off, who was happy, who was nice about it. You didn't argue. All you did is ask for a bottle of water. Oh, if you're leaving, Dan, bye, Dan. Nice to have you here. So, but the thing is that the other bartender, the one that I sort of flirting with, we started dancing. We went to another bar where we shared a Sex on the Beach, and next thing I remember, I was waking up in a hotel room with the bartender, and I was kind of blacked out and woke up in the hotel with the bartender.
Well, that sounds kind of awkward.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like I didn't really wake up because obviously I was doing things, but I wasn't aware of them.
See, I know what you mean, because there was one time that I had a really horrible moment. It was something I really shouldn't have been doing. Woke up behind the wheel.
Oh my God.
No, I wasn't asleep, but I have absolutely no memory of getting there.
Holy Drew.
Yeah. I stopped going out drinking after that. I was very mad at my friends too for letting me get behind the wheel, and they were like, "Oh, you seem fine to us." Like, wow, you guys aren't my friends anymore.
Well, yeah. You gotta look out for each other. By the way, those cats are making the most adorable sounds ever.
I think she's growling, isn't she?
Jet is growling at Buffy because Buffy's on the bed. But the funny thing is Buffy's
a dog
asleep.
Or a cat?
That's the cat.
Yeah, that's my brother's cat who's recovering here with a broken leg.
And the kittens are just playing.
Yeah.
Right next to the keep with the
mic.
Yeah, I give up my keys. I don't know how I got my keys. Yeah. True confessions with a killer orange cat. Well, let's just say this. I went to the hotel room, and with the bartender, the door opened and my friends were all coming in. So I was like, "What's going on? Well, you were up here for 45 minutes. 45 minutes, really? I kind of just felt like we just got started. Well, let's go back to your place instead." So we went back to there, and I'm losing viewers. They don't want to hear my story. We went back to the bartender's place for like 4 or 5 hours, and
wow.
Yeah, I'm not bragging or anything, but it was a nice night. I was drinking, so whatever. I'm good. I'm a good boy.
Well, you gotta have fun once in a while,
That's
can't
true.
Be uptight and wanting to achieve your best all the time. You gotta let loose and be a little bit silly, and
Agreed. Yeah, and then that was a while ago. Like I said, I'm engaged. I'm a good boy. So no, I'm a good boy.
No more crazy sex parties with random people.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I mean, Maybe have a very liberal fiance who's into that sort of thing.
Are you growling at your own babies? Knock it off.
Nothing wrong with that if she's, open to,
Yeah. See, I just love Amber. You're just like I just love everything you say. It's wonderful. You got such a great outlook. I love having you here. Bartender got the smackdown. Yeah. Yes, life, live it. Just don't drink and drive. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's right now it's not a problem for me because I don't drive. So I don't have a car. So and I actually love walking. When I go back to Chicago, I probably won't. I don't really know. I haven't decided if I'm going to live in the city or the
So are you in
the
Philly
burbs.
now then? Because you were talking about how you were at Philadelphia. You were in the Philadelphia bar.
Oh, well, that was a long time ago. Yeah, it was. I was visiting a friend. Unfortunately, a former friend where we had, and this is one of the reasons I don't talk about politics. We were such good friends. We had different political views, but we never talked about it. And
Right.
then Lord, I don't want to say this because I don't want to give away I don't want to talk about politics, but basically there was a really I praised a politician that he didn't like, and he unfriended me on Facebook because of it.
Wow.
And it's like he destroyed an 8-year friendship.
Mm.
8-year friendship. For a stupid because I liked a politician he didn't like. So
that is a really stupid reason.
Yeah, we were good friends. I mean,
and good friends should be able to talk about opposing views without like hating on each other.
Exactly. Lex, did I hear right? You're engaged. Yes, I am. I revealed that tonight. I've actually been engaged for nearly a year. I just didn't really want to talk about it, but I am. So it's I hope it's not disappointing to anybody, but yes, I am engaged.
I'll get over it.
Yeah. But it's but yeah, I was a bad little boy, but the politics thing that does get to me. That does get to me. Other than thank you very Lex, I appreciate it. I appreciate it very, very much. My aunt called me racist because I support Trump. It's when somebody, again, I'm not going to talk about my politics, but I'll say that when someone supports somebody politically, learn why. Because you don't know. There may be things you agree with the politician and things you don't agree with. Learn why. Don't just judge a person based upon the support. Learn why they support.
And
if you
don't just agree to disagree if you don't see eye to eye on it. Don't call each other names.
Exactly. And see that's why we're getting this way is that there's so much jumping to conclusions. There's so much there's so much prejudging each other based upon things like that, and there's so much refusal to come to a middle ground. See, that's what we need. We're getting people pushing all the way to the left, pushing all the way to the right, and not linking. They're not saying that they're different people. We can't have everything we want because we're different. So we need to find as close to middle ground as we can.
Exactly.
But we don't do that, and it's so sad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just think about. I mean, nobody is willing to compromise.
Exactly.
And it's sad, and everybody. I mean, I'm not picking on anybody. The Democrats, the Republicans, the Independents, they're not willing to compromise, and they need to do that. And that's why the Senate has the filibuster rule, where you have to have 60 people. I'll get off the politics in a second, Kev. Just finish this. It's just because they don't want to just be that easy to pass things. They want to be able to try to work together, but just don't. And I'll stop talking about the politics because like Kevin that and I'm not trying to. There's so much stuff out there about the news and I just don't want to get everyone down. You know, we can talk about happy stuff and right now the political state. And then I'm not just saying based upon anybody, but there's so much conflict. I don't like our conflict. I want us to like each other. You know. We don't have to like Slime Beast, but I want us to like each other.
How come I knew that was coming?
It's kind of funny how I didn't even mean to think of it, but I just reminded me because I was getting kind of pissy about that earlier. So, but the
I'm watching Kitten Wrestling.
Kitten Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Conflict is money. Swampy is right about that. Conflict is money, but it's kind of sad that it is, you know. But then again, I'm a professional wrestling fan. It's all based on conflict. Money I need for brownies. I'll buy you some brownies, Swampy. That's if it's I actually make brownies all the time, and people don't think anything about that. They're only actual brownies. They're not special brownies.
Yeah, but what if Swampy was talking about special brownies?
I kind of thinking that maybe he was.
I kind of thinking he might be too.
Yeah, I don't know how to make those, and anybody who thinks that I'm just trying to be one of those guys being that like denying that they do stuff like that. No, I don't like. I do not like pot. So
I can't do it. I've tried it, and it affects me really negatively. Like I get super paranoid. I get super scared. I get
me too.
Time just slows the hell down, and you know.
I lose the ability to think and rationalize.
Exactly, and I need to be able to be in control of myself. I need to be able to, rationalize things and
exactly. And I know some and I don't judge any people who love it. I mean, almost everybody I know. My brother, he is a total. It's like I don't think he can live without it.
Mm-mm.
Everything. I mean, and he'll be over. He'll be like, can I borrow $20? It's like, okay. But yeah, and I don't care. But yeah, it's for me. It's just, and I've done it occasionally. Like the first time I did it. It was awesome. I was in. People were teasing me, you're baked, and I was such in a good mood. But every time afterwards, it takes away my ability to think, and I'll sit there. I sit there, and I'll be trying to make thoughts, and I just can't do it.
It's weird you mention that because the first time I ever did it, it didn't really affect me. It affected me in a good way. I was all happy, and I got tired quick. But I mean, I was hanging out with a cool group of friends in college. Whatever, everything was fine. Every time after that, it just seemed to get a little bit worse and a little bit worse. I only did it about 4 times with 4 different groups of people. But the last one was the last straw. And people say it has to do with who you trust, which maybe to a certain degree, but I think it's more to do with the person, their body, and their ability to.
Also, what kind you're trying.
Yeah.
Very first kind I had was extremely strong, and it was from a bong. So my boyfriend at the time should have known better.
I'm leaving you two in charge real quick while I go get a bottle of water.
Okay.
You can keep talking about weed.
It's trouble. Yeah. So. Yeah, I tried the vaporizer. I tried the bong. I tried the pipe. I tried eating it. Brownies.
I think I had it in pudding once. It doesn't really work for me if you eat it.
Wow. Really? It works worse if you eat it. Like you get a longer high and you get more like a body high rather than.
That's what I'm told.
Oh, it knocks you on your ass. Like I could not move for like 2 days. Well, not quite that bad, but pretty damn close.
You can drink my booze and I'll smoke your pot. Okay, that's funny.
That works.
No, I've actually I've smoked pot and I've had mushrooms, and I would actually rather do mushrooms than smoke pot.
That I won't go any further than weed, only because I've heard like total horror stories about the harder drugs, and
which is why I won't do it. It's like I was at a Grateful Dead concert, so of course I had to have something. So,
Right.
and this was when I was like 20. So my boyfriend convinced me to try mushrooms. So I actually had a fantastic time. It was really good.
Wow.
And the couple of times I did it since then, I liked as well. But I don't do any of it now. But the funny thing is, if I had to choose between the two, I'd actually do the mushrooms again because for whatever reason, it was a lot less freaky.
So is it like quicker? Like, do you come down from it, or are you more in control?
I think psilocybin itself has benefits for anxiety. So that's why it is that it brings you, instead of making you feel like your heart's beating out of your chest, it takes you down from that. Yeah, like you said. And it's just, it makes everything feel nice.
Yeah, my friend Nick, we were gonna maybe get together, but we never got together. So I don't even know what happened to them. They got absorbed in their own lives.
Mm-hmm.
My friends they're a couple, and sometimes when couples get together, and they have single friends, they kind of abandon their single friends and just go with other couples, or don't even go at all. They just hang out with each other.
Right.
So yeah.
Oh, be quiet, Drew.
I'm just reading the comment about the cookies. My mic keeps getting staticky. I don't know if it's just...
I don't hear it.
Oh, okay. Then it's just me.
I decided on the diet root beer instead.
That works.
Yeah.
I have actually another cooler. I should get it out and drink it.
Oh.
Because why the fuck not?
Yeah. I say go ahead. Grateful Dead and shrooms, good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's like Evil Black Cat's life, right?
That's what I was telling
That's
him.
what we were talking about.
Oh,
well, there's
back
two
when you
things from it.
telling him about you and first Tim, not Florida Tim.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, actually, there's three things I can remember that were the first day, because it was actually there were probably even more different shows than that. But anyway, the first time I did it, I remember sitting on, because it was at Alpine Valley, which is in Wisconsin. It's outside, and I'm sitting there looking around and everything, and I'm like really nervous. But my boyfriend's brother was talking to me and everything, and he was getting cool about it. So he calmed me down, and I'm sitting here watching these bubbles float by, and I'm like, I'm not even feeling anything off this. I bet I'm going to be fine. And then the bubble popped, and I'm like, oh my God. So I don't really know how to explain it other than that. But yeah, I definitely was working. And then another time, I remember it was at the same place and looking up at the moon, and it was black, you had the moon and it had clouds over it. And it looked exactly like a black and white tie-dye. And it was just really cool.
Wow.
The other thing I remember is at the end of a show, walking back to the car, and some girls behind us were singing, and I was eating grapes, and the grapes were just exploding in my mouth like fireworks. It was just really neat. So yeah, I had some good times then.
That's pretty wonky.
That actually sounds really creepy.
Does it?
I don't think I would like that at all.
Well, it's very possible that you wouldn't. I mean, I will never try anything else in those lines, and I probably won't even go back to doing that anytime soon. But yeah, because the stuff, I wouldn't want to try anything that would like really make me hallucinate or anything, because that would freak out.
Well, and plus you can go into major like you can overdo it and then you'll be fucked up for life. Like,
Exactly.
Or it'll take a lot of stuff to bring you down. Like,
I remember being in high school, and I've been in several different high schools because we moved a lot. I first went to high school in Ohio, and then I was in Lake Forest, Illinois, and then finally Grace Lake, Illinois. And I remember every single time, every single school, 3 different schools, somebody told me that urban legend about, oh, well, there was this guy, he's a friend of a friend who had the sheets of acid under his shirt and was playing basketball, and it absorbed into his body, and now he thinks he's an orange, and he doesn't let people come towards him because he thinks they're going to squeeze him and kill him, make him into orange juice. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that urban legend. It's
No.
not true. It's completely fake.
That's why they call them urban legends, because they're not true.
Right. Well, I call it urban legend. Most people, a lot of people I know would say, "Hey, I really know this guy." You're really blowing the story about your age, KOC. No one knows no one knows anything. I'm 18 years old and gorgeous. So
I like
bite
those
me.
urban legend movies. Speaking of urban legends,
Honestly, I did too. I just think. I mean, they were bad, obviously, but
yeah, that's
but they were good. Yeah.
Exactly.
I will tell you, however, that you can eat Pop Rocks and drink soda with no problems.
Mm-hmm.
I've done it at school.
In fact, it actually, for me, it seemed like it took all the fizz out of the Pop Rocks. It was like they went flat in my mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, I love urban legends, though. They're so fun.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen them for a while.
Oh yeah, they also I guess maybe that's kind of how I got started in doing this, because some of the some of the first creepypasta kind of started out as urban legends, like the if I'm not mistaken, Jeff the Killer was like a thing that people were sending like emails to each other telling the story as if they were trying to treat it like a Bloody Mary thing. Or I also remember the email about there was an email about there was an email about this you had to do something, or this girl was going to crawl out of under your bed and kill you or something, and then they showed a picture of the girl in the email, and it's like, it was like, it actually kind of gave me the creeps. I don't remember the entire thing, but I did back in those days when there was all those little email urban legends. That was pretty fun. I thought
freaking Humans Can Lick Too. That's the one I'll never forget.
Yeah, they did the Humans Can Lick Too as a urban legend. And as an email urban legend. I remember that. There's a good documentary on Netflix called Urban Legends. If you're talking about that TV show, I love that show. That was really unfortunately they don't have all the seasons on there. There's like 3 or 4 seasons of it. They only have like 1 season, but it's really fun. They'll tell several different urban legends, and like they'll tell some of them are true, some of them are of course urban legends, and some of the stories are true, and they'll tell you at the end which ones are true and which ones are false.
Beyond Belief.
Well, Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction is great, but the one I'm talking about is called Urban Legends. It's kind of like very similar, almost like a ripoff of Beyond Belief. But Beyond Belief, I love that show.
Oh, me too. Jonathan Frakes is good. I didn't really like the second one, but
the first guy, James Brolin was the host. Yeah, but when they replaced it with Jonathan Frakes, Jonathan Frakes is just, I absolutely adore it, and his bad puns and stuff, and he just tells it. But he loved the show. I mean, you talk to him about it, he just absolutely adored doing it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I just God, I used to be so obsessed with that show, and I mean, don't get me wrong, it's hard to know whether any of the stories were actually true or not true, because it's a lot of the stories that were just told to them, and they took everyone's word for it, but still it was fun.
Oh, for sure.
Aeromat, KOC, you have a lot of scary story videos on YouTube. How long have you been making them, and which is your opinion was some of the scariest? Okay.
I'll be back again.
Okay. Um, okay, I can talk about that. That I've been doing this. My first video was uploaded in August 2015. So I've been doing this for almost 3 years. Now, as far as what are the scariest, wow, that's kind of hard. There are some of the stories which I do find absolutely terrifying. They're ones that I was really, it was one story I think most people might know of. One of my earliest videos where these kids are out in the country and they come across this like little tunnel under this bridge, and this guy comes out of the tunnel. He's like a homeless guy, and he sees the kids. He's like, "Hey kids, you want to play with my dogs?" And the oldest kid's kind of like, we need to go somewhere else, and we don't. You want no, you want to play with my dogs, and they finally feel like they're pressured to. Well, what can your dogs do? Well, my dogs only know one trick. They know how to play dead, and he shows them inside the tunnel, and there's like tons of dead dogs stacked up in the tunnel. And that one I thought was particularly disturbing. I trying to think of other ones. I talked about once about one of the stories that someone had sent me that had absolutely terrified me. And shoot, I'm having a problem remembering it right now. But yeah, that one is really scary. I get scared of ones that. Okay, one of the neatest things that ever happened to me was when it happened to me in October of last year. I was listening to Top 15s. But I love Top 15s. I'm listening to it, and all of a sudden I hear Redditor, Killer Orange Cat, had a story that happened to him on one Halloween. And I'm like, what the hell? I mean, because they didn't contact me or anything. So I'm just listening and enjoying it. And I'm like, they're talking about me. Yeah, I love Chills. He's mentioned me a couple times on this channel, and each time it's been like I've had like a fanboy moment. I have no problem saying that. Top 15s is awesome. Chills is just great. But yeah, I was just like, when I heard my name, I'm just like, what the hell? And then he tells this story, which did not happen to me. I narrated the story and stuff, but it was very clear the story did not happen to me. It was about somebody who had migraines and would lay down on Halloween in their bed, and they always had sleep paralysis. And they thought they had sleep paralysis, and they saw like this goblin sort of walk into the room while he was, his eyes were open, and he thought, oh, it's just sleep paralysis, And eventually he fell back asleep. And when he got up, his house was robbed, and they saw on the video camera that it wasn't sleep paralysis, that a person dressed as a goblin actually robbed them on Halloween. And that was I found that one to be kind of scary. And thank you, Diane Hummel. I just love you. Your comments are so great, and I can't wait to be back in the great city of Chicago. But yeah, I love her comments. She's always so beautiful and make me very, very happy. So, but I wanted to make sure to stop and say that. Now, the other story that Chills mentioned was a story that happened to me. There were a few stories that happened to me. I've had some freaky things happen in my life, but it happened when I was a manager of a bookstore, and it was mentioned in December on their Christmas channel. And again, I'm sitting there, and no one contacted me, and I'm
Chills
just
has a Christmas channel.
No, well, Christmas. There was a Christmas video I meant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just Top 15s, and again, I was just sitting there listening, and all of a sudden, Redditor and fellow YouTuber Killer Orange Cat had a scary Christmas experience. I'm like, I got mentioned again. Again, I had the fanboy moment.
Very
But-
nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like I don't get like that very often, but I love top 15, so it's like being mentioned on that was pretty awesome. That's probably the biggest mention of Killer Orange Cat that's ever existed. So that was pretty cool. I'm still trying to think of hook me up when I come home. Hook me up with what? Smiles? That would be fine actually, because I love Smiles. But I'm trying to think of the scariest stories. I mean, is there any? I mean, I could ask you while you're here, Amber. Is there any horror stories you've heard on channels? Any one particular that really was terrifying to you?
There was one that really made me squirm and cringe. It was a creepypasta. I think a couple people did it, but Sir Aim was the one I listened to. I think it was called Licks from a Bear. And basically, it was about the whole, he wanted to be smarter, so because the whole thing about the brain crushing up against, not being able to expand. So he ends up, basically cutting open his skull to expose his brain.
Ew.
Why did I come back right during the brain talk?
And he it was written in I don't know the actual author's name, I forget, but and it's not a name I see when browsing, so I don't think the author's written many creepypastas, but it just, that whole concept just made me cringe, because it was written in an account, the dates and what the person did that day until they died, or it was kind of you'll have it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
But either way, it made me cringe.
And there was I'm still trying to think of mine, because there is one I remember. I don't know why I'm having that block right now. Sometimes you do that. You know what you're trying to think of, but you can't pull it out.
Oh, I do that all the time.
And I know there's a story that someone had sent me, and it's on one of my videos. It terrified me, but I just freaking can't think of it. And someone in a previous stream asked me about it, but it's not coming to me at the moment. But I will tell you guys another one, unless the Evil Black Cat has one she wants to share.
Nope.
No, okay. There was a story. It's in one of my very early videos that was that Wrestling the Dead Wrestler one. That was if I'm not mistaken, that was on my only ever dark web video. But the video, one of my early videos, I did an abandoned building video, and there was these kids. I don't know if they were out on Halloween. I haven't listened to heard the story in a while, but the basic thing is these kids there was this big haunted, supposedly haunted abandoned school building where there was a supposed, it was a hospital. It was an abandoned hospital, and people had this urban legend in the story where this mental patient still lived there, and they called him Chuckles. And that itself is just scary, Chuckles. But it was just, kids, fucking around with each other. They tell stories like that to scare each other.
Right.
And there was this one guy in the thing, and he's like, oh, God, come on, you guys are just a bunch of wusses. There's no such thing as Chuckles. It's just a friggin' abandoned building. So they dared him to go in there. And he's like, fine, whatever. So he goes in the building and never comes out. and they call the kids, they stand there and they wait and they wait and they wait, and they wait for hours, and then they start worrying. They're worrying not really as much about him as they're worrying about themselves, because they have to go to the police now because the guy was in this place and he didn't come out. What are they going to do? So they eventually, because their parents are going to kill him, but they have to because they're worried now. So they call the police, and the police go into the building, and they search the entire building. They can't find him. They do a search of the area. They can't find him. To my knowledge, they've never ever found this kid.
Wow.
That was scary to me. And I remember when I read it, people were like, so many comments like, "Oh my God, the ending of that story." And it's like, I liked it a lot, and it's like I feel bad for liking it because again, it's like I'm telling you people's tragic moments in life, and we're kind of using it as entertainment. I think one of the stories I got recently, someone said that it really got me thinking about it. But they're it's what we do. It's we sit around and tell each other ghost stories, and like my fiance would even say that you never start a scary story off by saying, "Well, this story's fake."
Right.
Well, no, don't do that.
Exactly.
Because you want people to use their imaginations.
Exactly. And that's why I don't question people when they send me stories. I'm sure some of them are not true. I mean, just be realistic. But
yeah.
But then I'm not going to call people on it because hey, we're trying to it's entertainment, and if it scares you guys, be scared. I love being scared.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's why I do this. I did this thing where I stopped doing it for a while because I don't think it was psychologically healthy, but I cleaned out a closet in my house and set up like a computer and stuff in there. So when it could be dark, is I can make it be dark. So I could listen. I would go in there. I listen to creepypasta channels or the King Spook or Mr. Nightmare. This was before I started doing my own videos, and I loved it because I could just go in there and it would be dark even during the daytime. But I was doing it at night once, and I was sitting there and I started hearing this noise, and it was somebody talking in my bedroom. And it was a man talking in my bedroom. And that shouldn't happen because at the time it was only me and an evil black cat who lived in this house. And I just sat there and I was scared to death.
Wow.
I sat there in that closet until the sun came up. That's how scared I was. And you know what it was? I had two computers, and one of them I left on my bed. And for some strange reason, one of the cats jumped onto it and it started playing a video.
Oh.
And
Wow.
that's what happened. But I was scared.
Yeah.
And
I have those moments. I hear sounds. Well, and it might have to do with me having no vision either, but that probably intensifies it. But whenever I hear a sound, especially if I am sleep deprived or have a lot of caffeine, I get super jumpy. Like, it's ridiculous.
I mean that makes I mean, I guess I really can't relate. I want to try to in a way, but then I don't too. Was it Ichigo? No, it was Drew. But sorry, I had to answer that question about the cat that jumped on. But no, so I mean, when you don't know, you can't find out what it was, or you don't want to find out because oh God, that was scary. It's like
and I had so I lived before I had to move back to my parents. Well, I didn't have to, I guess, but it was the easiest option at the moment. I'm looking for my own place again. But so when I had a roommate, and we were getting mice, and that was causing me major stress because it's nasty. It's just gross and unsanitary. So I was always scared to open the cupboard or whatever. Because I
Hmm?
didn't want, like, I was all paranoid.
Hmm. I understand that. You know, when we were kids and we used to go to our grandma's house, and like I was talking earlier about when I had my seizure in the attic. When we
Right.
were kids, we were scared to death of that attic.
Oh hell yeah!
It was there were beds on one end, we'd sleep there, but there was like all this stuff like racks of clothes and boxes on the other end.
Oh, yeah. I have a crawl space in the basement that I'm scared of. I won't go in there, and Mom always
Ooh.
makes fun of me. So to this day, I still won't go. I don't like to. I mean, I will go in if I really want something out of there, but I don't like to. It's just because it's too cluttered and it's small, and I'm kind of claustrophobic, so that freaks me out quite a bit.
I understand.
Remember she had that? There was that turtle
Turtle.
in the
Yes.
attic.
Yes.
The
There was a turtle in
taxidermy
your
turtle.
attic?
It was like a stuffed turtle, a taxidermy turtle.
And this creepy ass doll.
The doll was terrifying. What got me though was the racks of clothes, because in the dark it looked like there was someone standing in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, everybody in the world will swear up and down that attic was haunted. I mean, you know, it was you know, it was dark.
You know better.
And it was out in the country in a hollow. She lived in a hollow, or as they called it, a holler. But but yeah, it was dark and it was scary because, you know, the dark can scare you because, you know, it plays tricks with your head.
Right.
But yeah, and I'm sorry. I hope I hope that didn't sound like an insensitive thing to say. So
What?
Talking about the dark
Oh,
being
trust
scary.
me. You when you get to know me more, or as you get to know me, if you do or whatever, me and my family joke all the time, and I make jokes, and everyone, like in martial arts and stuff, I encourage people because I watch shows like Family Guy and stuff, and
Yeah,
I figure if you can't laugh at yourself,
Mm-hmm.
because you're living life the way you're living life for whatever reason, so you have to kind of make light of the situation.
The funniest
no
thing.
pun intended.
The funny thing was when you first started talking, for some reason it popped in my head. It says she's gonna say something about Family Guy. I don't know why. Maybe because you said you got to laugh at yourself before you said that, and maybe that's why it popped in my head. But yeah, and oh god, I love that show. I was so happy that it got brought back after it was off the air.
A couple times, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, it was brought back twice. But the second time, you know, it was off for a while. But then they were showing the reruns on Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, and it got so popular that Fox brought it back, and that was pretty good moment. I was like, 'cause I would always like the show. I was upset when it was canceled.
Seth MacFarlane is a genius. Have you seen The Orville?
Oh, hell
I love The Orville.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I actually think I still have 4 more episodes to get through, but
well, when I saw the first episode, we watched it when it premiered because again, I love Seth MacFarlane, and I watched it and I was disappointed with the first episode, but I said, you know, it's a new show, it's got to find its feet. So I watched it on and on, and it just got so good, and everyone's like, it's so derivative. Oh, shut up, you know.
Do you watch American Dad?
I don't. There's a lot more gross out humor on American Dad, and I'm not really a big fan of that. It's probably because of my severe OCD, you know.
Could be.
Yeah, it's I watched certain parts of it, like the episode with the vacation goo, where that was brilliant. In fact, when Francine jumps off the boat and she goes off the ship into the water, she says, "I'm in the goo."
I'm totally gonna make a meme of that. Yeah. When Riker gets pulled into the goo, you know, in the episode where Yar gets killed.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
That's great. But But see, I dared Evil Black Cat to do that on a roller coaster. Which roller coaster was it? The Eagle, or it was a tall one.
It was probably the Eagle.
And at the top of it, in the top of the first drop, I told her, when you go down, I dare to go. Or actually, she asked me to dare her, and she goes, "I'm in the goo." And nobody probably got it at the time, but that's okay. If anybody did, it was great. But
yeah, it's better than some of the other stuff you've had me yell on going down on roller coasters.
That's true. But yeah, I'm so much looking forward to the second season of the Orville. I was scared that it would get canceled.
It doesn't start till December.
December?
Uh-huh. They're doing it season again because of football.
Oh, yeah.
Fox.
Yeah, but the because we also lost Ash versus the Evil Dead now, which was disappointing. I mean, I don't get me wrong. At least they ended the show. They ended the show with an ending. Working right, but Ash versus the Evil Dead, that was probably my favorite show over the past few years. I mean, because the Evil Dead movies, I love them. Bruce Campbell is a god. You know, I love Bruce Campbell, and so yeah, we lost Ash versus the Evil Dead, so I'm sad about that. But at least it went out on a good note. So
I grabbed his the audiobook version of his autobiography. I haven't listened to it yet though, but he reads it. That's why I decided to listen to it.
Oh, I learned anything with Bruce Campbell. Jack of all trades. Jack of all. If you guys haven't watched it, if you like Bruce Campbell, Jack of all trades. It only played for one season, but great show. It's just a Bruce Campbell vehicle. Just basically, it's him playing a sort of a superhero sort of character who makes a bunch of bad Bruce Campbell jokes. So, I didn't like that one show he did on USA though. I don't remember what it was, but he wasn't himself.
Briscoe County Jr.
No, Briscoe County Jr. was fine. No, she was in a long show.
Yeah,
the show was on for it was a show on USA. It was on for like 7 or 8 years actually. It was the longest. It was the longest like role that he had continuously. I'll look at it right now, though. But it's let me check real quick. It was on USA, and I'm gonna look it up while I'm talking. And I hate doing this. I sound like a dork while I'm doing it. Burn Notice.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
No, he was in that.
Yeah, he was a regular character on Burn Notice. 111 episodes. Army of Darkness. Yes, I love Army of Darkness. But, I mean, my favorite will always be Evil Dead 2. I don't know. That movie, when I saw that as a kid, that scared the holy living crap out of me.
It's interesting how little talking there is in that movie.
Evil Dead 2?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you really think about it. But the cackling, the real quick, sudden, intense scenes. When Henrietta comes out of the floor of the wood cellar and he's whatever happened to Phantom Librarian? I get that question so often actually. And he quit because he was getting too popular and he was on Social Security disability. And the money that he was making off the YouTube videos was getting to be too much where it would affect us. He believed incorrectly that it would affect his Social Security disability. The reason that it wouldn't is because it's non-employee compensation. And so that money, if you're on Social Security disability, doesn't affect it. But if he got popular, he could always just, I think it was more than that. I think he may have used that a little bit as an excuse. I think because he was disabled, that it was affecting the stress of the channel, I think, was affecting his disability too. And it's sad because he was really good. But the official thing that he said was it was because the money was affecting his disability, which is a little weird when you think about it because he could have demonetized his videos.
I've got to think about this now. My favorite scary movie. Huh.
Yeah. I don't even know that.
I really have to.
That is a really tough one.
Let's see.
Again, it's easy for me. Evil Dead 2.
I mean, I love Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah, that counts.
I love Zombieland, but I wouldn't say that's my favorite.
Does it really
I
count
like
though?
the old school slasher movies like Freddy and Jason and those
Scream.
kinds. Yes, and Saw.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch Saw. I couldn't. I don't think I could watch that.
Yeah, it's there's sorts of things, and most of the stuff in Saw again. There wasn't a lot in the first one. There really wasn't that much gore. It was actually implied a lot. And
It's not even the gore. It's the psychological aspect of it, which is funny because I tell you guys that all the time.
Yeah, but I wasn't saying that about you.
But I thought I thought horror movies, a lot of them are supposed to screw with your psychological thinking and stuff.
Well, good ones do, yeah.
It's certain things. It's certain things that bother me, and I don't really know how to describe it, but I know what I'll like and not like. But I actually prefer cheesy horror or something with some comedy in it. I've just always liked horror comedy.
As like I was just saying in the room there when they asked me if we saw Zombievers. Zombievers was hilarious.
I don't believe I've seen that.
Me and Dog Boy watched it. It was really fun.
I have seen Creature from the Black Lagoon.
That's classic.
Though I am always amused at how many movies back then were about inhuman men falling in love with human women.
Oh yeah. Well, come on, King Kong.
But yeah, I really like the Scream movies, especially the last one. And my favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movie is actually New Nightmare.
Oh, really?
Though it's always scared the living shit out of me.
Huh.
But I like it. I guess you could say I really respect it. I don't know. I just thought it was a great movie.
Yeah, Mom liked that one too. And I mean, I did too, but it's weird because in a way it really wasn't a Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Right.
I mean, because technically the bad guy wasn't Freddy. He was just pretending to be Freddy.
Right.
But still, no, it was a good movie. And the meta plot was pretty good.
And that's probably what I liked about it. And the fact that, because those movies, I've been seeing them since I was a kid, and I always had dreams about Freddy, which is always really funny because they were never like nightmares. It'd be like I'd be walking through the house and I'd walk by a room and I'd see him.
Right.
But, it was actually, I have had nightmares about him since I've been an adult. It's kind of weird. But anyway, my point was that the idea, but I could always be like, well, it's just a movie. But then that movie brings it about to being he comes out of the freaking movie. So for me at the time, it was terrifying, but I liked it.
It's funny because they were talking. Freddy is still a horror icon, absolutely, he always will be. But that was the biggest issue with their reboot movie. You can't have Freddy Krueger with anybody but Robert Englund. I'm sorry.
That one was too serious. I didn't like that.
Well, even if it, I mean, yeah, it was too serious. But even if they wanted to make it serious and scary, if they would have put Robert Englund in the role, it would have and took out the child molester stuff. They really shouldn't have done that.
That also disturbed me too much.
Yeah, I understand they do it because they want to make him scary, but we don't need that. He's a child killer is scary enough.
Agreed.
Yeah, you don't need to be molesting.
Right, because I mean, again, horror movies are supposed to be entertaining.
Exactly, but molesting is too close to real life. So.
Right.
Which is what totally ruined it for me.
They live, yeah. It's like I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. But yeah,
Tucker and Dale versus Evil is pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, that was really funny. I that was hilarious. There was a lot of gore in that though.
Well, yeah,
but like when the guy runs and he accidentally jumps into the wood chipper.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, no. The whole thing with the bees, the bees attack the guy with the chainsaw, and he's running around because he can't see, and he's waving his chainsaw around, and everyone thinks the guy thinks he's chasing him with a chainsaw like Leatherface. He's not. He's just being attacked by bees. That if you guys haven't seen Tucker and Dale versus Evil and you like horror comedy, watch it. It's hilarious. I laughed so hard at certain parts of it. We had to pause the movie.
But one day, what we should do for a stream, like you know how Dogboy wants to set it up to be able to stream tabletop games.
Right.
We should do it with the Freddy Krueger game.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we should do that for a stream for your channel too. That would be great.
Yeah, I have a there was an old board game that came out in the 80s, and I was able to get one off eBay. It's a Freddy Krueger game, and you kind of build. It's a school, right? You kind of build like school with walls and everything. You get the Freddy Krueger figures. I haven't played it in a long time, but it's a pretty fun game. It might be fun to do a stream of something like that.
I remember the scariest part was always going into the boiler room, which is why on the Discord I have the narrator's part as the boiler room. But anyway.
That's neat. Yeah, well, yeah, and yeah, well, I mean, I don't really know how to do any of that stuff. I mean, you guys will have to do that, but I don't know. Anybody in the room, is that something you'd be interested in if we streamed us playing a Freddy Krueger board game or something like that? If you think it might be interesting, I have no problem doing it. That'd be fun.
I think our banter would be thoroughly interesting.
Yes, always commentating on Let's Plays is the best.
Mm-hmm.
Because people get angry, like especially if they're playing like shooter games, like with a lot of action. It's
right.
Great hearing the reactions from the people playing them.
Yep, because you should hear us sometimes. Yeah, when the three of us do stuff, like I said, our banter is really good. I mean, it's kind of even better than what we can do in here, because in here are sometimes a lot. I feel like I feel like I'm in a stream. If I'm just playing a game, I won't be thinking about that. So.
Exactly.
Right.
But wait, do I believe have I tried the Ouija board, and do I believe it's real? I have tried the Ouija board, and I do not believe that it's real.
I think
I
that
don't believe it is. I've never tried it, but
if I were a ghost, if I were a ghost, I would not want to sit there and answer stupid questions through a Ouija board.
Yeah, I'm a psychologist, so I'm a cognitive psychologist. If you don't know what that means I study the parts of the brain, how the brain works, and stuff. We have extreme. Cat doesn't believe anything. Yeah, he does, but not Ouija boards. The ideomotor response. You can move the planchette on the Ouija board without realizing you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a psychological fact. So personally, I have tried Ouija boards, and they've never even moved. So but Mr. Swampy here thinks I don't believe anything, and that's not particularly true. I'm a skeptic. What I try to tell people is I believe when people have individual experiences, I don't discount them. So if you tell me that you had a ghost story, I'm a skeptic, and a skeptic is not supposed to be someone who just says, "Oh, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying." And a lot of skeptics are like that. A real skeptic believes something if he has evidence to support it, but he doesn't discount anything. Like if you ever watch something with James Randi, he has said many times that he'd like to find a real psychic or something like that, but he has to follow the actual evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And if someone's going to be a psychic, they have to prove it, and no one's really been able to definitively do that. But I'm not a cynical skeptic where I'm like, you guys are fake, all ghost stories are fake. They could be real, and I tell ghost stories occasionally. But when somebody makes a YouTube video of a ghost, or and they're messing with us, which most people are, they're making up these videos with little cheap, really bad special effects and trying to tell us, "Oh, this is a ghost, this is a ghost." I find it insulting. And that's why I get like that, because it's somebody trying to trick you and implying that you're stupid enough to fall for it. So uh, I do get a reputation because of that attitude, that I watch all these videos and I comment on them, and I think the Warrens were lousy, awful people who scammed people and took advantage of their beliefs and emotions to make money, um, and stuff like that. And people get mad at me, and it's like, guys, the evidence is there. I'm not some jerk that just hates the Warrens because they believed in ghosts. I hate them because they're frauds. And they don't even believe in ghosts. I mean, there's people that have talked to them and say, "Oh God, no, this is all bullshit." But we both just make it up as we go. The people that have been fans of them, that they've admitted this to, that, oh, we just make it up as we go along because you just do that and we'll make money off the books. They were horrible, awful people who treated other people like crap by exposing and just being mean to their beliefs, and it was just kind of nasty to me. Not trying to be offensive, but I find it interesting that you're a skeptic and you narrate horror stories. Again, no disrespect, I just find it interesting. Well, let me explain that. I again, if someone tells me a story, you and me could be sitting in a cafe and you could tell me a story about something that happened to you at school. How do I know it's true? You could tell me a story that happened with you and your grandma when you went out to the fair one day. How do I know it's true? You can tell me anything, whether it's a horror story, a comedy story, something that happened to you in college. How do I know it's true? I mean, you could say that for anything, that any story that anybody tells you, you don't know it's true. So
exactly, unless you've been there.
Right. So if someone sends me a horror story, or I help them pull the story out, because some people can't write and I help them write, even though it's their story, I take them for their word on it for that reason. So, but see, my skepticism mostly comes from other things, for people, not as much from people who tell stories, but people who make videos or do things like that, or scam people to make money. Those are things that bother me.
Right.
But yeah. And I guess I could put allegedly on my stories, but I just don't really want to do that, because I almost feel like when I do that, I feel like I'm telling the person in a way, I don't really believe you, but I'll tell your story. And that's kind of why I don't do that.
I'm going through and reading comments in Chill's voice.
You're reading, oh God. That could be fun. Are you sure you're not a philosopher? I'm just a guy who likes scary stories and thinks too much. I don't think I've ever come up with anything really profound enough, it's but yeah, I mean, I'm really glad that I was able to tell you guys that. So it's a lot of times I don't think I come across to people the way that I want to, and people think that I'm down on everything. I watch psychic fail videos and I find it really enjoyable. I read tarot cards. I think that sometimes surprises people, but
tarot cards, that just reminded me of another person that was claimed to be a fraud, Miss Cleo.
Well, a lot of things about Miss Cleo though is that she was kind of misled by the company that hired her too. She was actually I'm not saying she's completely clean, but I remember when that happened, so there were people involved in it that kind of misled her as to what was going to be happening, and kind of scammed her out of money too. It was interesting because she seemed, I think she actually may have believed that she was a psychic, but she didn't do any of the psychic readings for her channel. She was just, but I think she actually believed it, but I'm not really sure, but I could be wrong.
I don't sound like Chills, I promise. Don't read this in his voice, I'm telling you.
That was so good.
Oh, you're mean. You're mean.
Well, they said it, so I had to read it in
Yeah,
his
but-
voice.
Yeah,
Mm.
but we love him, so it's all good.
Yep,
What?
I
M-
said we love him, so it's all good.
that's
Okay.
true.
Chills.
My only problem with people who ask for proof is that the situational things that cannot be proved unless you have recorded proof, which can and will be discounted. You know, it's something scary that happens to you doesn't happen because you know it's going to happen. For example, my our cats do such wonderful things sometimes that I would love to show you guys on video, but in order for me to do it, I'd have to have a video playing constantly, and I can't do that. Scary things that happen to people happen spontaneously, so it
Yeah.
always makes me laugh when somebody always has a camera on it.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at that!
exactly.
Look at the scary thing happened. I just happened to have a camera on at this time. You know, I've had scary things happen to me. I've seen ghosts that, even though I may not believe that they were really ghosts, I believe they may have been psychological, but I wasn't having my camera all the time, and I wasn't thinking, "Ooh, got to record that." I was thinking, "Oh shit, that's scary." I'm gonna crawl into my bed and cower for a few hours.
Yeah, pretty
You know,
much.
when I heard that voice on that computer inside my room, I thought somebody was in my room. I didn't take out my phone and be like, "Ooh, this is scary. I'm going to record it." You know, a story is more credible,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because, like Sage says, yeah, it's less believable when it's filmed.
Exactly.
KOC, have you seen the new trend? They're using this thing called a spirit box. It seems so fake. Oh yes, any of those things, spirit boxes. Actually, when I was at Waverly Hills, I there was a guy using a spirit box trying to contact the spirits of kids. This is a funny story to me. I was sitting there, and he wanted people to lay on the floor around the spirit box and try to like use their energy to contact the kids. And I'm sitting here and I'm trying not to laugh. And I'll tell you why I'm not trying not to laugh. I was trying to be nice to him, because he seriously believed this. So I wasn't trying to be negative energy against what he was doing. But I'll tell you why I was laughing in a minute. And he was trying to get the kids to sing Ring Around the Rosies. And so he kept on doing it over and over again. And people don't know why, and finally when he couldn't do anything, after a while I said, guys, I'm a skeptic, so I may be interfering with your energy, so I'm going to get up and leave, and maybe you guys can do something. So I went up, and my friend Brad Smith, who was there, one of the people that was with us, and also he's more of a skeptic than me. I mean, I'm open to the possibility that ghosts may exist. He's not. They don't. I mean, if Brad even saw a ghost, I think he might not think it exists. But yeah, I'm still streaming. We're having a good time. But although you two don't have to feel any obligation to stay longer than you want to, but yeah, we're having a good time. So, but here's what's going. He couldn't get the children to sing "Ring Around the Rosies" on the box. Well, here's the funny thing. Waverly Hills closed in the 50s, I believe.
Mhm.
Now, you may not know this, but Ring Around the Rosies was actually not really known much in the United States until the 60s. So the kids that died at Waverly Hills, who would have died actually in Waverly Hills in the 1930s,
Mhm.
would not know this rhyme, likely. Because it
Which
was
is
not.
interesting.
Yeah, I did. And that's why I was laughing. Because it's like I was laughing because it's just, I didn't want to be mean, and I don't know if I was being mean if I told him that, but
Mhm.
that is a fact.
Well, he should have done his research.
Yeah, I know exactly. So he should have done that. As I remember correct, and it might have actually I might be wrong. I think it became known here in the 50s, but the kids that he was contacting died like in the 30s. So it's like they would not. There's so unlikely they would have known it.
Right.
But but you're right, and I'm sitting there, and Brad's like, "Why are you laughing?" And I explained it to him. And see, Mad Honeybee's right. They probably would have known the Lizzie Borden one. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks.
Mhm.
They probably would have known that. but he was using. But Master, I may be wrong. It may be the 50s, but still, the kids that died of tuberculosis that he was trying to contact would have still been like in the 30s, long before that rhyme came over here. It was really only really known in Europe at the time. But yeah, it was so funny. It was I again, I kind of felt like an ass, but it's but yeah, I felt like an ass because I was laughing, but that's why I got up, because I wanted to. If people are right about negative energy affecting things like that, I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt that my negative energy towards what was going on wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
So people who think that I'm sort of a mean skeptic, please don't think that. I love hearing ghost stories. I absolutely adore when people tell me their ghost stories, and I'll give their ghost stories the exact same credibility, belief that I will give any story that's not a ghost story, because I don't know if any of them are true. I go off your guys' word, and that's good enough for me. So, love you guys. So let's all sing. Come on, people now, smile on your brothers. Everybody get to. I'm being silly. But yeah. I think somebody asked earlier if I believe in a Wendigo. I can't say I believe in the Wendigo because I've never experienced it. So I can't say I believe in it, but I find it very interesting. But so cat. What? Oh, I was that was a comment I may have wanted to look at. Yeah, Kevin, I'll check out. I will check out the forum thing. Sorry about that. George Navarro. So, Kat, how was your Mortis Media vid? Did you like it, and would you team up with him in the future? That's kind of a hard question to answer. I've done 14 videos with Mortis Media, so and I can guarantee you, without a shadow of a doubt, that Mortis and I will do many videos in the future. I would go as far as saying that he and I are really, really good friends. I call him by his real name, which I don't know if you guys know that or not, and I won't say it because I don't know if he wants anyone to know. But when we talk, we don't use our channel names or anything. We use our real names, and I know a lot about his family life and stuff. And when his daughter was born, I knew. He told me right away. Mortis Media is a good friend, and an amazing person. If you want to watch someone's channel just because they're a great person, watch Mortis Media's channel. He may. Guy, I don't want to say this because I don't want to offend anybody else, but he may be the best guy, on YouTube. He really is awesome and so freaking talented. I don't know if you two are Mortis Media fans. No, Christina has heard. I know.
I don't. I know I've heard the name before, but I can't say that I've ever listened to anything.
Well, mostly he does tell a lot of supernatural stories. So
I mean, I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, he again and if you listen to his channel, you might hear me a whole lot because again we've done a whole lot. So I absolutely love when you and Mortis collab. When we collaborate, so many people they say that you guys do so well together. Make another video. We get so many wonderful comments about how well we work together. I think he's better than I am. He really is. I'm so happy that when he was reaching 70,000 subscribers, he's like I do a video with you. It's like, really? It's like, why me? It's like, hey, because because again, I helped him out when he was just starting out. But I was sort of paying it forward. King Spook did it for me, and I want to do it for anybody I can. I think you guys noticed that I collaborate with a lot of small channels. And I do it because, again, I'm paying it forward. King Spook, although it wasn't a collaboration, but I showed up on his channel on his like page back when I was like, I didn't even have 100 subscribers. I had like 80 subscribers, and one of them was King Spook. That was so awesome, and he's still subscribed to me. He's my biggest subscribe. Well, actually, I think he's my biggest subscriber. Blue Spooky's kind of big now too.
True.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's bigger, King Spook or Blue Spooky. And there were bigger guys who listened to me, but they're not subscribed to me. I guess they just come to the channel and stuff and say. But yeah, I get emails from big subscribers, not subscribers, big channels who talk to me all the time. And I love this video, but I'm not going to comment on it because I comment on it and people are just going to be it's like, yeah, that's fine. But it's really nice. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. It's nice. It's nice to be part of the community and stuff. So I think that if anybody who gets into our horror community, that's one of the reasons. And again, earlier I was getting really, really irate about what's his name, about Slime Beast. And one of the reasons I was getting so angry is that the horror community on YouTube is awesome. They're tight knit. There's not a lot of drama. People say there is, but
clearly there is.
Huh?
There is
a lot of drama.
Yes.
In comparison, I'm saying in comparison to a lot of the other communities. If I see a lot of stuff going, yeah, there is drama. Don't get me wrong. But in comparison to like the drama that goes on in a lot of the Let's Play communities and a lot of the blog communities,
yeah, you have a good point there.
Yeah. Everyone's going to have drama. You can't get away from it. But some of the stuff that goes on, I mean, we don't usually get like Logan Paul sort of drama.
That's another reason why I like Sir Aim and Chills. They were actually Chills was my second YouTube introduction to horror. Is because I haven't seen any tweets from them about the drama. They stick to themselves. They do their own thing.
They do their work, yeah. I mean, again, like I said, I avoid it for the most part too. I mean, a lot of people. I've been pulled into it a few times. I don't think I've really gotten into any of it until the Creepy Leaks thing. I think this is the first time, and I tried. Evil Black Cat even said, just don't talk about it. And, everyone was like, telling me, just don't say anything. It's like, I want to say something because the information that Slime Beast is giving out about his legal status and doing this is wrong. And I wanted to, but see, the thing is, as Mr. Creepypasta, I don't think he's even acknowledged it, has he?
He might have mentioned it like in passing on Twitter or whatever, but he didn't really go into a full like
rant
about it.
Yeah, he's not concerned. I don't think he's concerned about it. I don't think he could be because personally, I think it's bullshit. I think but here's the thing. That's the whole point. Slime Beast hates us. He hates the horror community very much. So you have a guy with this huge grudge. You have a guy with an unsuccessful channel. A very unsuccessful channel that thinks he's better than everybody. He does. He honestly thinks that he's better because I write all my own stories and everything's original. It's like a lot of other people do that too. So shut the fuck up. But he's got a grudge against the horror community, and all of a sudden he comes up with this thing, which is so original. I'm gonna call it Creepy Leaks. Wonder where I got that idea from. to get attention. And so a guy who hates the horror community comes out and disses the first guy to do this, and comes up with all this stuff with absolutely zero evidence. Says he can't sue me for libel because he thinks he understands libel laws, but I'm sorry. He hates us. And it would be like I mean, how do I put it? It would be like a good example, like the Catholic Church suing Anton LaVey, or saying bad stuff about someone that you're against, someone that you hate, says all this stuff about you with absolutely zero evidence. Ooh, we're gonna believe him. and he's a fucking idiot. And like I said, I deleted my video of his, and as far as I can go, he can take a fucking flying leap off a bridge. And I don't care. Again, I'm sorry. I'm getting too excited about it. I apologize. You tell it, KOC. Thank you. I have a lot of friends in here. And again, Swamp Dweller. Swamp Dweller works his freaking butt off. Mortis Media works his fucking butt off. So we have some stupid prick trying to tell us that we don't work hard because we're narrating stories. Yeah. Again.
Yeah, but what about not just the narrating, but what about the editing and stuff? That takes a lot of work. Editing.
Oh yeah.
In general, takes a lot of work.
Evil Black Cat, how long do you see me sitting on this computer, editing, going through, changing stuff, just sitting here and people trying to talk to me, and I can't really listen to what you or Dog Boy are saying because, I'm just sitting here working, and I edit and I edit and I edit and I get grumpy sometimes when I do it. But it's work. And it's like, and just because most of the people don't write, he thinks that he can look down upon them. No.
Nope.
You stupid, worthless son of a bitch. And okay, and again, I'm going to talk about it here. I probably will not talk about it on Twitter or Facebook, but it's because I can express myself vocally better. Because if I write it out on Twitter or something, it's just going to make Grumpy Cat. I'm sorry, Danny. I hope I'm not like bringing you guys down. I'm just defending what I think is. I'm defending what I think is a wonderful community full of hardworking people making good entertainment that not just thousands, that millions of people love. And Slime Beast thinks he's so smart. He does. Well, look at bitch. I'm a PhD in cognitive psychology. I know what makes people smart, you stupid son of a bitch. I've read and studied more legal things than he probably could even conceive of exist. And I never say something. Here's one thing about me. I believe in education above everything else. And I never say something unless I know what I'm talking about. And Evil Black Cat will tell you that is the truth. I will, if someone asks me a question and I don't know it, I will do the research and then answer the question. I won't just talk.
That's a smart thing to do.
So few people do it.
I know.
And Slime Beast is one of them. And so it's like, and see, the thing is I can say all this because I'm not saying, I'm just saying I think he's a bad person. I'm not slandering him because it's my opinion. See, I know that he thinks he committed libel. He really did. Because he doesn't have any proof of what he said. That's libel. But see, slander is saying something that's not true. Which I have not done. I've only said my opinion. Now, if I were to come out and said Slime Beast made all that stuff up, which I didn't say, that could be slander if he didn't. But all I'm saying is that he's an asshole telling stories, and that's my opinion. I've seen so many court shows, real court shows. I'm not talking just like Judge Judy, court TV stuff. And then I hear things on there, and I go and research it and find that, yeah, I can call you a fucking asshole, and that's not slander.
Right.
It would have to be, I said, he stole money from his grandmother, but he didn't steal money from his grandmother. That's slander. So I will know everything before I do it. He's an idiot. So that's my opinion. And I feel really good now. I would come on. This stuff has gone on for a few weeks now. And then, I've let it build up inside me a bit. So, but anyhow, yeah, Slime Beast allegedly eats cat poo. Well, I'm just quoting Anastasia there, just for the record. I was just reading that because if I said that and he doesn't, then that could be slander. But So
I don't know. You'd have to be a pretty big pansy to take someone to court over someone saying you eat cat poo.
yeah. Well, not only that, you to actually win a slander and libel are two things. You have to say something or write something that you know is false,
Mhm.
and it has to affect them in a bad way. If it doesn't affect him in a bad way,
Yeah, but
then he can't sue you.
anyone can claim stress and get a doctor's note. Anyone can like fake the fact that they've had so many sleepless nights and so many anxiety attacks over being called a
Exactly.
name,
It doesn't work. You'd have to say you'd have to maybe say you own a business, and I slandered you, and your business lost money. There you have a case. But say I
Right.
slandered you and your girlfriend left you because of it, you don't have a case.
Yeah, no.
So it's oh, we're just talking about things that I like that most people. We got 29 viewers. We've been going
but
on
law
for
is
4 hours.
fascinating. I found law and medical stuff are my two favorite topics.
I don't know a lot, and you may find this surprising being a cognitive psychologist, but I know a lot about the brain and the central nervous system, but medical stuff, not really much. But the law, love it. It's so fascinating.
My sensei went for law, and so he knows a lot about that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, what was it? Huh. Oh, it was Kevin. One of the most important people in my entire life. He never finished law school, but he went to the big law school in Virginia. I forget the name of it. He went to Princeton. Graduated from Princeton with his undergrad, and he went to law school in Virginia. It's a big law school. I don't remember what it was, but he only did 2 years, and then he dropped out. But he and I used to talk on the phone like all the time, and we would talk about. He would tell me about law and stuff. And I always found it very fascinating. It's like you really should go back and finish that last year. It's like I don't really want to be a lawyer. I'm like you
You don't
graduate from
have to
law
be a
school,
lawyer.
right? You graduate from law school. You don't have to be a lawyer, but there's so much you could do.
Exactly.
Could be a teacher,
Yeah.
or you could just write about
Police
it.
officer.
Yeah, exactly. It's like law school doesn't mean you have to go and be a litigator.
Right.
I would be I don't think I'd be a good litigator, as you probably notice when I have an opinion about something, and
no.
I decide to talk about it. I talk about it.
You'd be a very biased litigator.
God, we've been going for a long time here.
Mhm.
How you guys holding up?
I'm playing Machiavellian.
I'm good. I'm just hanging out and chilling.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'll probably might go for another half hour, and then maybe I'll be a bit too tired. But I'm having a good time talking to you guys, so I'm gonna go a little bit longer. So if I end up going beyond that, that's fine. But I'll say maybe that might be what I do. But we'll see. If I just give a warning in case I get tired by that point, which is possible. Although, see, why do I need a drink? No. We don't really. I don't think we even really have anything in
Wouldn't
drink in the
that
house.
put you to sleep though?
Me,
If you're tired already, wouldn't alcohol put you to sleep?
I don't know. I would probably I would probably. I'm sorry. I'm seeing a wire and it's bugging me. I would probably after a while, but it depends. Again, I have a high tolerance for alcohol, so it had to take a lot of drinks to get me to fall asleep.
Mm.
Sage Kath is dozing off, and got to go to sleep. But well, thank you for sticking with us for this long stream. I appreciate you being here, and hope you sleep well. Good night. Lindsay Baines, I literally just grabbed the drink, blueberry reds.
Ooh,
What's that?
I don't know, but whatever it is, it sounds good.
It's sitting in open because I'm debating. Are you debating with us or somebody else? I know I
Debating whether or not they're gonna have it.
there you go. Oh, um, It's funny. It's funny too. I'm kind of happy that nobody in the rooms when I was going on my rant, my two rants, nobody defended no one defended Slime Beast.
See, here's the thing, right? I don't know him enough to defend him, and I don't know him enough to say he's full of shit. So I'm neutral on this one. It's like whatever. He does what he does. He says what he says. It's his opinion. So.
Well, actually, it's not that those things are his opinion. The Creepy Leaks isn't an opinion though.
Oh.
That's he's claiming actual factual what he considers to be factual things.
I know, but I meant the fact that he was kind of talking shit about the horror narrator.
Oh, okay, yeah, and yeah, he's entitled to that opinion, but it does taint what he did. It taints what you did. It would be like someone who hated American Indians coming out with this big thing talking about American Indians did all these bad things.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get it.
It's like if you hate them, why do you care? Like, who gives a shit what they do if you hate them so much?
Yeah, ignore them. Don't try to bring them down or anything. And the funny thing is, so many times when you try to do it, it's going to backfire on you. Because some people are like, and this is backfiring on him. It's hilarious. People are like, well, even like screw you, and why would you even bring it up?
The first video I heard wasn't Slime Beast. It was Hoodle. Yeah, I can talk. Hoodle Hoodlum talking about it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but Slime Beast was the one who wrote it all. But yeah, now he's made like several videos and he monetizes them. Mm-hmm. Like, that's very.
You do realize though, if you monetize videos, you're like hardly gonna get anything if you get anything.
Well, I don't know. I some people make a decent amount actually.
Really?
Oh yeah, I make a decent. I don't make a living off it, but I make a decent amount off my videos.
So does it depend on like how many views you get, or how do they determine like what you're?
Oh well, you get it two ways. Now, if for an ad that runs, the skippable ads,
right?
If any skippable ad that plays, whether you skip it or not, you get something from it. I think if it's not skipped and they watch the entire ad, it's a higher amount, but you get something from from all the skippable ads. Then you get the ads, the ones that just appear. What do you call it? I don't remember they're called. The ones that just appear on the screen, the little rectangle. Yeah. And those you don't get. I believe you only get something off those if people click on them. But what they do is, and there's a certain amount that's paid for every ad that's watched or every ad that's clicked on, and then they split that half. YouTube gets half, and the narrator gets half. But no, there are people that make a lot of money, and I would just say that let's see, for $1 million, and don't get me wrong, because I don't make a lot of money, but for about 1 million views, I would make about $10,000 for 1 million views.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's I'm not saying everyone does that, but maybe I'm lucky. Bowmaster is going to bed, so you made some great comments in the room, and I've been reading them. So I just want to say I hope you sleep well. But yeah, to go back to that, yeah, you can make decent money. Now, I don't know who exactly a lot of the big channels. Maybe people don't click on the ads, but I would guess that some of these really big channels are really hauling it in. I would think that Internet Comment Etiquette only comes out with 1 or 2 videos a month, and he gets like 500,000 views per video. So he's probably making several $1,000s a month just off the one video. And not only that, but then because you get people that gets real sponsors and stuff like that. I've had 1,000 requests to join a multi-channel network. I ain't doing it.
No, I've heard nothing but horrible stuff about those.
Yeah, and then they you have to kind of sign over your
Well, and that's the
Mhm.
thing. It's like
You want-
signing to a music label. You're kind of
right. Oh, the one thing that's funny too is I got this email once from somebody who asked me about, well, you really need to protect your videos. So what we do is we'll if you subscribe to our service, we'll use a computer that, so if anybody else uploads any of your copyrighted content, we'll let you know right away and we'll have it taken down. I'm like, well, oh, okay, that's interesting. I don't know. I don't think I'm really interested, but if I were interested, well, what would it cost? He's like, oh, it's a 60-40 split of your revenue. It's like, what?
wow.
You're gonna get 40% of my revenue for a service that I probably won't even need? I laughed at him. I laughed at him. I laughed in his face. And he's like, why is that funny? Do you not know why that's funny? It's ridiculous. I do all the work. You do practically nothing but attach a program to my videos, and you want to make 40% of my profit? I'll go screw yourself. You do 40% of the work, and you get 40% of the money. Only people besides me, the only people that do work other than when I do collaborations and I do stuff on them, my sister will sometimes make thumbnails for me, and she'll help me with some of the editing sometimes. And Dog Boy helps me out every now and then too. So it's but other than that, everything is me. So I'm taking the money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I one thing too is several people have asked me to start a Patreon, but I'm ain't doing that yet. I don't think. I think I kind of feel like doing that right now would be sort of egotistical in a way. I mean, I'm still a minor channel, so so it's
He has a
I
Patreon. He doesn't have that many more people than you.
who does
Huh?
who does
I said randomized user. He doesn't have that many more subscribers than you, and he has a Patreon.
I need to say something real quick.
Okay.
That's on me. I'm not saying that other people, smaller channels or channels my size that have Patreons, I'm not putting that on them. I'm not saying anything. It may seem like I said something bad about them. I didn't mean to say that. It's me. I am really critical of myself, and I think that I personally need to get to a certain level and a certain satisfaction with my content before I decide I'll do a Patreon.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Anybody else, any other channel that does it, that up to them at their point when they feel, hey, I want to do this. Yeah, but I just don't think I'm good enough yet, and that's why I don't do it.
Cyanide and Happiness is having to do it a lot. They've been advertising it like crazy now because I guess YouTube has been demonetizing them like crazy. Because, they're Cyanide and Happiness.
Yeah, I love them. That's just a great comic.
I'll be back again.
Yeah. I'm just responding to some of that, but I'll read it. Mad Honeybee was talking about. I really first started watching YouTube, and there was a bunch of bad channels that were stealing yours and Hell Freezers and King Spook and Busta. Yeah, there are a few channels that have uploaded my videos and taken my content and stuff, and I am usually told that by fans. They'll say, "Hey, this has happened. I want a KOC shirt. What's new? Talk to Evil Black Cat. That's her department."
Oh, hold on.
But the hey, the Page of Horror is here. Hey, how you doing? Great. I love the Page of Horror. I love when he shows up. Welcome. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad we stayed up late, so you showed up. But go on. I've had subscribers and other people say, "Hey, this guy is uploading your stories," and I go and I report them, and it's taken down. I don't need to pay some guy 40% of my money, because more than likely, with the way the horror community works, someone's going to find it. And I'm well known enough. I'm well known enough that someone's going to be like, "Wait, that's Killer Orange Cat," whether they like me or not. I think I'm well known enough that most people in the horror community know me and will be like, "Hey, that's Killer Orange Cat." So, Black Cat, please, new shirts. Tell her what you want. Tell her what you want. She likes making shirts, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Tell her if you have a design. Maybe tell her what she wants. Maybe she'll make it for you. She makes all the shirts. Let you know the whole. There's two stores. There's two merchandise stores. I always want to tell people the merchandise stores are completely hers. So, I promote them to help her out because she's helping me out by making my channel. Doing stuff for my channel and her cat and stuff, and it's wonderful. And whenever I see someone buying a shirt or anything, any sort of merchandise, shirt or mug, a poster, and they tell me about it, and I'm like, that's awesome. So I've had people send me pictures too, which is pretty awesome. And but yeah, it's totally belongs to her. I promote it for her, but so I'm not one of those people saying buy a shirt because I'm making money off it. No, I won't make money off it. It all goes to her. It's her business. So I promote it because it's related to my channel and it helps her out. So I'm sure you all wanted to know that. So, but she does a lot of work on it and it's great. And I could never do anything like that. It's really funny too because when she first started it out and she sold a couple shirts and stuff, and my older brother knew about it. He's like, "Well, why is she getting the money?"
Right.
I was like, "It's because it's her merchandise store." Yeah, but she's only making money because it's you. It's like, what? I'm like, no, she makes the shirts. She makes the store. I advertise it because it's related to the channel, but she's not making money because of me. It's like I couldn't believe. Oh, I could believe you say that because I love my brother, but he's kind of a doof. But yeah, it's. I hope you guys understand what I mean. I mean, it's not my business; it's her business. I mean, it's like if Mountain Dew,
well,
made a Killer Orange Cat thing, and they probably pay me for the likeness, but I wouldn't make money from the sales of the Mountain Dew.
It helps if I actually paste the link when I send the store link. I mean, yeah, obviously we could split it or something, but we pretty much do anyway because I mean we live in the same house.
Yeah, but I mean, say if we didn't, and you sold stuff, I wouldn't say give me some of it.
Right.
I mean, for number one, it's your cat.
This is true.
And see, that's, a lot of people don't know that it's her cat, and I'm using her cat as the mascot for my channel. I don't pay her for it, so when she makes shirts for my channel, why should she have to pay me for it?
Hello, little fluffy orange boy.
I think that's a good exchange.
I think so.
Yeah, and it's. I think as I get bigger, you'll probably sell more stuff and stuff. But I every time someone buys one, and it makes me so happy. I don't know. It's I mean I have a Killer Orange Cat sweatshirt. I got it for Christmas. I wanted a hoodie.
For some reason, the little boy cat is hanging out with me a lot.
Yeah. What? Ash?
No, the orange kitten. I don't know where Ash is.
Ash is in there with Dog Boy.
That's what I've assumed. No. He does realize he needs to have a litter box available at all times, right?
I think he's using his lap for a litter box right now.
I have nothing to say to that.
Oh God, I love talking to you guys. My 14-year-old is the most part growing up with a crazy, but my 12-year-old is just getting started. And my son, I believe, is autistic, so it's fun. Ooh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I think people help each other out less and less just to help. They seem to expect stuff back nowadays. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. You
I was
said,
just gonna say, yep, I agree.
yeah, and that is sad. I don't like to do that. You know,
No.
it's and again it comes back to me. I doing collaborations with small channels because I want to see them get big. I want to see them experience what I experience, you know?
And
And
it doesn't even go, it goes beyond YouTube. Like, if you want to help somebody, say if they're having a bad day and you say, what's wrong and whatever, you don't
right.
expect anything in return. You don't expect for them to help you just because you help them.
You know, I like we don't have a car and I do a lot. I mean, my brother will sometimes give us rides, but a lot of times I do a lot of walking to the store and back. And I like it. It's good exercise. Um and someone will occasionally someone will pull along the side of the road and need me to give you a ride? And I always turn them down because, you know, the exercise, and I get slightly nervous about that.
Well, if
You
you
know,
don't know them, yeah.
right. And God, how many stories do I have about people who get picked up in
Exactly.
cars, right? But I always thank them and say I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And they drive away and I feel good
Mm-hmm.
because a person just offered to do something awesome for me and it was wonderful.
Yeah.
Evil black cat in KFC with a fedora and a black shirt wearing candied underwear. Aeromac, I love
Wait,
you.
what?
Evil black cat in KFC. There's someone with a fedora on a black shirt wearing candied underwear. He's talking about the candy thong,
That's
candy
amazing.
jockstrap. Yeah, but oh Lord, I almost don't want to get that 100,000 subscribers. I'm getting kind of scared, you know, because you guys aren't forgetting about it. You guys should forget about it. I think it's
What are
great.
you worrying about?
A few days after I made a video about hitchhikers, I actually went into a stranger's car to help them. It didn't occur to me until after how stupid that was. Well, thank God you were safe. That's Nightmarish Tales, everyone. If you haven't checked out Nightmarish Tales, that's a great channel. We're gonna
It is a
do.
good channel.
Oh, see, I'm glad I'm glad we got one that you've heard because that's great. Again, like a lot of the ones I like are that I mentioned. I know are kind of small and stuff, but
I like
Nightmare.
Darkness Prevails too. You mentioned him earlier.
Oh, Darkness Prevails, but yeah, he's much greater. He's a great guy though too. I like it. If you follow him on Twitter, he's got some good tweets. Yeah, Nightmare Tales is good. We're gonna do a collaboration about lighthouse stories. How are we going to find 6 scary lighthouse stories? I don't know, but we will because we're awesome. And our lighthouse story video will be great and it'll get us a lot of attention because I said so. And I'm Killer Orange Cat. And what I say means something. Blah 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 blah. I'm being silly, but yeah, me and Nightmare Tales, we're gonna do that. It's lighthouses, and it's gonna be awesome. Me next Halloween is gonna do something too, but we have
that.
next Halloween, smaller channel. I think 70 subscribers. But he contacted me on Facebook and asked to collaborate. I listened to his videos, of course, and then wait, and so yeah, we haven't decided what our theme is yet, but it'll be fun. Wait a minute. What are you saying there? I was saying earlier that if you never said nude, then you can wear it over clothing. That is a good cop out, but I'm pretty sure I said wearing only that. But even if I didn't, that's what everyone expects. So if it happens and everyone's gonna hold me to it, I will do it. Trust me, Evil Black Cat will never watch it.
Nope.
But yeah, because who wants to see their sibling in like
exactly?
Just, you know.
So I'll have to say to her, don't go on Twitter this day. But I will do it. You might think I'm going to cop out of it. You may think I'm going to lie, but I'm telling you for honest, if I reach 100,000 subscribers, I will do it. Sigh.
I'm giving a tiny little kitten an ear rub. It is just the cutest thing.
Hello to Christopher Crow. I hope you're doing great. Anybody who has crow in their name or likes crows is awesome for me. The crow is my one of my two spirit animals. My first spirit animal, I think you guys could probably guess what that is. It's a fox, and the second's a crow. I love. I don't know if that's your actual name or you just like crows. Either way, it's awesome. Page of Horror. I haven't watched your last two videos because I have exams and I'm studying. Sorry. Well, that's just unforgivable. I'm mad at you now, and we'll never talk again. In fact, I hope you fail your exams because I'm just mad. I'm gonna go cry. I hope you know I'm just being an asshole and just trying to be funny, and I hope I gave you a laugh there.
You know both of my spirit animals, right?
Yes. Piranhas. And if I'm not mistaken, sloths.
Exactly.
Oh, it's your real name. Okay, so I hope that my crow thing wasn't offensive, assuming that you like crows. So I'm just stupid. I'm gonna be quiet, and you can just call me names, and I will not get offended. I'll be quiet now. Okay, I can't be quiet. This is a stream.
It's kind of an audible thing.
Yeah, I deserve to have 1,000,000 subs. You're talking to Nightmare's Tales. I thought you were talking to me, but yeah, you must be Nightmare's Tales, who definitely deserves 1,000,000 subs. Piranhas and sloths sound sexy. Oh God, sorry, I didn't mean. A kitten. Oh my God. It's killing me. She brought a kitten in here. So, oh Lord. It's it's on my shoulder.
I'll take it.
He was a pirate with a kitten on his shoulder. Sorry, I'm being goofy. It's okay, good. I'm sorry. That whole Page of Horror thing, me teasing Page of Horror, just kind of made me really goofy all of a sudden. But I think I'm also being goofy because of the candy jockstrap thing. You guys got me thinking about that. You know, it's like it's gonna be kind of interesting, I guess. But I remember. You should have seen me when I was in high school. I dancing once to really to this in one of our high school dances, actually. So it's not something I haven't done before. It's I know the jockstrap thing I haven't done, but I've danced to the song in a very suggestive way. So you looking forward to that? I'm not looking forward to. I'm scared to death. But I'm just saying I will do it. KOC, I love your live chats. Thanks, Dre. We're just going on and on, which is pretty cool. It's having a fun time. So I said I might stop at 2, but I'm gonna talk for a little bit longer, I think. You don't have to feel obligated, Amber, but you like to. You're welcome to.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm glad you're sticking with us. So we're like, set like we won't set any stream records, and stuff. Don't worry about that. Oh. But I know some people probably have gone on forever. I mean,
sure.
But I do I guess it's kind of good that okay, bye to Nightmare's Tales. I'm looking forward to our lighthouse stories. So let's get some scary ones. Like I know this one about this girl. And there's something that happened at this lighthouse where her mom fell off and she imprinted her evil on a video. And if you watch it, you'll die in 7 days.
I think it was called The Video You Couldn't Turn Off.
Yeah, I think that was the name of it. The story. Maybe I could do that one.
So instead of the song that never ends, it's the video that never ends.
There you go. No, I actually, it's funny thing is one thing I wanted for Christmas a few years ago, and I wanted the actual original novel for Ring. And people, I love when people call, the Ring. People call the original Japanese movie Ringu, and it always makes me laugh because the name of it is not Ringu, it's Ring. You don't pronounce the U. The
Right.
U, yeah, and it's like people know it's not Ringu.
Yeah,
But
that's the main problem with Japanese is that there's more. I guess I don't want to say there's more silent letters. English has a lot of silent letters too.
well, a lot of times in Japanese, because a lot of times in Japanese, when almost every word ends with a vowel sound,
Mm-hmm.
and more often than not, you won't pronounce the last vowel sound,
Yeah.
or you'll pronounce it only slightly.
Mm.
So it's really interesting, but yeah, that's why again it's not Ringu, it's Ring, because there's not just a G sound. There's not just a G sound in Japanese. It's always a G sound coupled with a vowel. There's no just G. That sound doesn't exist when you're writing. It's got to be GU, or that's the sound, but you don't always have to pronounce the U. And sorry, I'm going on and on. Japanese is my thing. So, but the point being is that I wanted the book, the original book, and I found it on Amazon and put it on my wish list. EA. But the but I'm sorry. I'll say something in Japanese in a moment. But I put the book on my wish list, and it was Ring, the original book in Japanese. Well, my mom bought it for me for Christmas, and I got it, and it was in German. And
I remember that.
I looked at the ISBN number, and looked up the ISBN number online, and it was the same book, and it was supposed to be in Japanese, but it was in German. Now, fortunately, my mom got her money back, and interesting, I kept the book. I asked them if they wanted me to send it back, and they said no, but they refunded the money. So I have a German version, a language I can tell you definitely I will never learn. Of a book that I want to read, and I have an English version of it, which I have not read because I don't really like translated books.
No.
And I have the Japanese version. No, I don't. I have the German version, which I will never read because I'll never learn German. And I don't have a Japanese version, which is what I want. But it's pretty expensive, and I don't really need it. But sorry, Sony. Oh, I'll tell you a story about the first time I used Japanese in public. I think Evil Black Cat was there. My sensei, when I was in Japanese 101, was telling us use Japanese expressions in public. And she said that's like your assignment. Well, my favorite restaurant is the Kaiten Sushi restaurant. One of the ones that has the conveyor belts, and the owners are Japanese. Almost everyone who works there is Japanese, and when I was done, and I went up to the counter and paid for the food. After I remember my sensei saying you got to speak Japanese, so I'm like arigato gozaimasu. And they're like, arigato gozaimasu. And I'm like, why are they laughing at me? And I was so embarrassed. I didn't know why these women were laughing at me. So I go to my sensei the next class, and I told her what happened. And she starts laughing. I'm like, what is so funny? She says, okay, you're the customer in a restaurant, and you use the really overly polite version of thank you. You don't do that. I should have said domo or domo arigato, but domo would have been the correct thing to say. So they were laughing at you because you used a form of the word that I shouldn't use because they were cashiers. They were working in a restaurant. They were serving me. I was their customer, and I used a word that kind of placed them above me. is what the way she explained it.
Mhm.
And I'm like, oh, thank you. So the next time we go there, I'm like, well, I'm gonna try this differently. And I asked
Oh yeah.
the waitress if I could try to order it in Japanese, and she's like, yeah. So I'm like, unagi ga hi hache. And I was asking her for 3 pieces of eel. And she's like, well, I'm Korean, so I don't really speak Japanese, but I do know what the unagi is. And I'm like, then why did you say I could order it in Japanese? So I'm embarrassed again because and I don't do that. I don't assume people are a certain race or nationality without knowing it. But I just asked her if I could order it in Japanese, and she said that I could. Okay, great. So let's try it again. The third time, same restaurant, and I order it in Japanese, and the woman gives me the dirtiest look. Like, how dare you speak my language? I don't know if you remember that. That she did not want me ordering in Japanese. She did not like it. And it's like, what is wrong with this restaurant? It's like, okay, I'm never speaking Japanese here again. And it was there was another time though in the Japanese mall where there's this one cashier there who she kind of seemed like she got angry when white people were at the mall, because it's kind of like, this is like our place away from you. You guys got everything in the world. This is ours.
Mhm.
And I know she felt that way because one time I was up at the register, and she was talking in Japanese to the bagger, and she was saying something like about this white guy. When was he? Why doesn't he go somewhere else? Why do he have to be shopping here? And I spoke to her in Japanese and explained to her that I'm a customer and she should be treating me like a customer. And her face just dropped, and it's like, yeah, yeah. Nihongo hanamashasho. Nihongo o hanashimasho. I assure you, I speak Japanese. So, and actually, I assure you, I talk Japanese. I really probably shouldn't have used hanasu. See, I'm like, feel like I'm drunk or something. It's really, I talk, but at the time period, it was the word that I used. Again, I told my sensei about that, and she laughed at me. It's like, why do you always laugh at me? And she's because yeah. Well, she said it's because you're my favorite student.
Oh.
Yeah. I loved her. I can't wait to go back to Chicago.
I love my sensei to death. He is amazing. Like, he's the best.
Doesn't that feel great when you just have sensei or teacher, anything who you just really can love?
Yes, because that doesn't happen that much.
Exactly.
Like my sensei, like him and I talk outside of class, like, because I get there early and he's cleaning up or whatever. And like we talk about like more personal stuff. Like, it's not just class related. So.
That's great. That's great. My sensei, my sensei for Japanese class. I wasn't for my karate. I didn't really connect with him very much. Yeah, it was unfortunate, but yeah, but he was nice, and I took the class. I took it all the time I was in college, and I kept up with it since, on my own. I haven't. I would love to maybe take another class. I love classes. I said the chat stopped now. I mean, you guys are trying to keep it going, which I appreciate. That's great. I love you guys.
See, I like the small classes, which is why I don't go tonight. I'm glad he offers day classes because he offers evenings and weekends too, but there's too many people for my, like, he claims there's not too many people, but I mean, he wouldn't know because he's been doing it. He's used to it.
Yeah, and it depends upon the person, how many people you like having around.
And who I know. Like, I know these people. I don't want, there to be a lot of people there because, I mean, I'll get the attention anyway because I'm the only blind student there, so it has to be more hands-on.
Mm. Yeah.
which is amazing.
I just think that I tell you though, I just think that's really awesome that you do that. It really does. I can't stop thinking about how great that is. I mean, have you been blind all your life, or did you
Yeah.
lose your sight? You have.
No.
Okay.
I was born really premature.
Okay. Yeah. I guess it's something that I know someone did this experiment once, and I refused to do it. It was in psychology class, and what they wanted us to do were, I think you might have heard about this. Some people do it where they put these certain patches over their eyes and try to be blind for a period of time. And I personally found the experiment to be offensive. I think it kind of belittles in a way. They're like trying to say that it helps us understand you, but we can try to understand you by being people.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's like say you with your OCD. I don't know what that's like because
you don't have
I don't have it. All I can do is support you and give you words of encouragement or whatever. If you want to talk about stuff, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Try to understand, but I know, and I'm not going to be able to fully understand. That's just how it is.
Right, and we try to understand each other as people. We don't have to experience what each other's experiences to understand.
Exactly, and to be honest, I don't want to experience what you experience.
No, you definitely don't. I can guarantee that. I can guarantee that beyond the shadow of a doubt. But it's not pleasant, and but
and I hope that nobody would want to experience what I experienced, because just because I'm used to it, because I've grown up with it, I know how to live. I can totally understand how people get into big depressions and suicidal and stuff if they lose a sense later on in life. I can definitely understand that, because I would too. And if I lost another sight or a limb or something, say if I got diabetes or whatever, I would totally be depressed and I wouldn't have the will to live anymore. So, like, for people to sit there and go, "Oh, I wish I could experience," just go away already, people.
Yeah.
Seriously, just go away.
No, I get people who are they'll talk about something about I don't like to pick up things off the floor. Oh my god, I'm so OCD. Night, Skyla. You have a great night. I hate that.
I was gonna say I've heard OCD being thrown around so loosely. Like, you're the first person where I've heard OCD thrown around to like mean something, like to really mean something.
So many people have such bad impressions. Well, they watch shows and movies that portray it wrong. Shows like Monk, which portrays OCD completely wrong. That shows like, I'm trying to think of other ones. There aren't a whole lot of them, but there's so okay. One of my favorite movies is As Good as It Gets, and Jack Nicholson plays a guy with OCD, but it's bad. It's not a good portrayal. And I'm trying to think of some other ones. But there is one movie that really, really, really is good with an OCD character, and that is The Aviator. It's about Howard Hughes, and because OCD, people just think. I actually got into an argument with somebody once who says, "I know what OCD is. It's an illness that makes people act more perfect than other people." I'm like, no, it's not.
No.
And I said, I explained to her, OCD is an anxiety disorder where you're anxious about irrational thoughts called obsessions, and you do these rituals called compulsions that you do not like to do, but they give you momentary relief from the obsessions. But the obsessions can come back almost immediately, and it's frustrating because you do it. You do it. See, I just did it. You do it. You feel good for a couple seconds, and then you feel bad. You can feel bad right again. And she's like, "You don't know what you're talking about." It's like, look, bitch. I've
I
suffered.
have someone on Twitter who did
Yeah.
the exact same thing to, well, my doctor friend I was telling you about on Twitter. He posted a video, and it was about what would happen if, or what happened in a case, not what would happen. Sorry, that was the wrong wording. What happened in that case? It doesn't mean it's going to happen to everyone. It doesn't mean it's going to happen to the same age group or the same whatever. It's just what happened or what could happen to, you know, the elderly. And he was like, "Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't have time for that shit. If you're gonna, that's a personal attack on someone. If you want to argue and debate something, that's fine. Like if you want to say, oh, how do you know this, or why do you think this, or whatever, that's different. But to actually like personally attack someone like that, no."
Oh, I had last weekend where this guy was trying to explain a psychological concept to me, and I'm like, no, no, no. And he was a. I figured after talking to him, I found out that he was a. Oh, that's what it was. It was on a video where this guy was talking about gays shouldn't get married in Japan, and he used a lot of regardless of how you feel about that, everything the guys in the video, he used a lot of logical fallacies. I mean, none of his arguments. You can, if you're against that, fine, but come up with a logical argument. His arguments were all irrational and have been debunked already. So I commented on it, and this guy was like, "Look at Japan is a collectivist society, so stop trying to press your individualist rights on it." And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Do you even know what collectivists and it says collectivism has nothing to do with laws. It's the way people act, you know. And then I'm talking to him, and he's like, no, no, no. It has everything to do with the culture. No, no. Collectivism is when people decide that the group is more important than the individual. And so say Japanese people tend to go work for a business and work for that business for their entire life because they think the business is greater than them. That's collectivism. It's not letting gay people get married. It's not individualism versus collectivism. And I'm like talking to him, I'm like, wait a minute. You're a first year sociology or psychology student, aren't you? Well, I've taken 2 classes in psychology and I think I know what I'm talking about. I'm like, really?
Just because you take a class, you have to be interested in it. You have to be into it. You can't just show up and expect to know everything and not even care about it.
I took a picture of my degree and showed it to him, and he never responded. Yeah. Oh, but I agree. I agree with you, Seth. I really shouldn't have even gotten involved in it. But it was kind of fun when he was like trying to school me on psychology when I'm so far more educated on it than he is. But you know, I've done that to people too. I'm guilty of that. I'm not the one across as a know-it-all. I've said things to people like that too. I've been an ass. I've been an ass. I think we've all been an ass occasionally. I can admit it, and I try not to.
Not me. I'm perfect.
Because I didn't know. Nice try.
Yeah.
Younger and more naive, though. Like, it's easy to do when you're a kid and you think you know it all.
Exactly.
You want to show up everyone, you know.
I agree. I got a couple comments here. I hope I can pronounce you right. Amsikins. Hi, KOC. I'm so sorry people didn't believe you in your mental disorder. My husband has bipolar, and it took 30 years for it to be diagnosed for him to finally start feeling healthy. Ooh. I feel bad for that. Bipolar. But a lot of psychologists say that OCD is the worst of the psychological disorders to have, and
I don't know. Is there such a thing as a worse psychological disorder? Because psychological disorders are all devastating to the person, like to the.
Thank you.
You know.
Thank you. That is exactly the point I was about to make, because I've seen people with bipolar disorder suffer so much worse than I've ever suffered. And I have suffered, but but then there are people with OCD like Howard Hughes who suffered worse than most people I know with bipolar. It's relative,
Exactly.
and people and I hate it's people such much getting into about what's worse and worse. And again,
No,
it's
yeah,
individual.
Exactly.
See another one. Alcohol with me. Wait. Like for me, I have to carry isopropyl alcohol with me and use it when I touch anything. Oh wow. I have 3 bottles of hand sanitizer in my in a bag I carry. I carry a messenger bag. You can make fun of me all you want. It's leather and it's very cute. Um, but yeah, I carry 3 bottles of hand sanitizer with me. I can't touch public bathroom doors. It drives me crazy. A lot of times I'll wait, or what I'll do is I'll find napkins and stuff and open the doors with them.
That
If
is actually a sanitary thing that you
Yeah,
should probably do regardless of.
true. Well, the greatest thing is my the first psychiatrist office that when I was a psychiatrist in the bathroom down the hall, they actually had a dispenser for paper towels meant just to use to open the door. It was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, and I need to get out more. But Mad Honeybee, I have a pain disorder, GBS, and other issues. I'm lost without my glasses, so I think those that cannot see are so brave, but they think I am an idiot. I'm not sure I quite
What?
understand.
I don't understand that one.
Could you clarify that, Mad Honeybee? Because we're not really sure what you mean. About people thinking you're an idiot. Who thinks you're an idiot?
Yeah, we don't think you're an idiot.
Yeah, we definitely know. I've been watching you. You've been sticking with us all this time, and I think it's great. So could you explain that a little bit more just for us? Because you're definitely not an idiot, but who thinks that you are? Why help you respond for that? And I also read this other one. Um, Amethyst. I hope I got that right. I also have to shower before getting dressed. After going out, anytime I sweat, and after each bathroom use, I can't not do it as I have tried and go crazy and ruin my skin because of it. That is OCD without a shadow of a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I do that. I do that too. If I go outside, even if I don't sweat, if I go for a walk, when I come home, I take a shower. And then what I do is I take the shower, and I put pajamas on. I always have pajamas on in the house. I don't wear like jeans and stuff. It's always pajamas. But I'll come in the house. I'll take my shower. What I do is I take my shower, dry off in the shower. I grab. I moisturize all the time, but then I'll dry off one of my feet, put on a sock, put that foot into my house slipper. My feet do not touch the floor in this house ever, or any house. And then while I'm standing there, I dry off the other foot, put the sock on, then put that into the other slipper, and then get dressed.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I if my foot touches the floor accidentally, I will turn the shower back on and take the shower again.
You can't just wash off your foot?
Nope.
Huh.
Nope. I'll take the entire shower again.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's fortunately that almost never happens. It hasn't actually happened in a long time. I think the last time it happened was maybe around Christmas. And I slipped a little bit and my foot touched the bathroom floor and I'm like, damn it. And it sucked because we were out of hot water.
Oh.
And I hate it wasn't cold shower, but it was lukewarm.
Mm-hmm.
And if it got cold, I would have cried like, I almost said a bad thing. I almost said cried like a girl. I'm sorry. It's the thing people say. I don't mean it. There are girls that can kick my ass. If Ronda Rousey came into the house, I'd run away. Although I'm sure she wouldn't beat me up, but
Probably not.
She seems like she's a nice person in a way, but I'm talking about carrying around the alcohol in public restrooms. I looking back, and I hope I didn't offend you, Mad Honey. There you go. I hope I didn't offend you by asking you, but when you look at someone with a disability and say, "Wow, you're so brave," but a person told me they don't know any different, and they were born blind, but when people like me say, "Oh, you were so brave," they think, "Gee, what an idiot." LOL in a good-hearted way.
What?
Well, you know, if people are like that and think of you like that, I mean,
I'm
it's
confused.
you know, it's. I think that some people, um, some people who have disabilities and people who don't, I think a lot of times we have problems knowing how to communicate with each other about it.
Yeah.
Like me and you were talking earlier about you being blind. You notice I hesitated several times because uh we hadn't really, we you brought it up, but we really hadn't discussed it. And
No,
it's
no, I
like,
mean, I do.
why do we have to discuss it? You know?
Well, I mean, I never really talked. You, it just seemed you were too busy. We never really got a chance to talk like one on one off stream or whatever.
Yeah.
But but no, I don't know. I feel I kind of have mixed feelings about the admiration aspect. Like, I understand how people can kind of be in awe because it's different. Like with me, with people that can see, it out of, or it used to. Like when I didn't know too many people or when I was younger. But I don't know, like it it's hard to explain.
It's, I mean, I know what you mean, and it's, um, people get in this thing nowadays with disabilities, or and then they get mad, then they get upset because they called it a disability, and then they think they offended somebody, and they try to say, so they try to talk to, even with OCD, people talk about it. Sometimes they may feel like talking to me about it. Oh, you're disability. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call it that. No, call it, it's fine. It's
It is what
some,
it
they don't
is,
know how to
yeah.
talk to each other, and they think that we may be offended if they talk to us in a certain way.
Well, and here's the thing too, like I said about my sense of humor and stuff is great. I'm open and honest and stuff. Like I want people to ask me, like, oh, how do you use your phone or your computer or whatever? Like, because then it means they care enough. It means they want to learn.
The curiosity is great.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean it. So, but it's in this. I'm sorry. It would be so nice if they really could, think I'm going to ask those questions, whether, but like you said, a lot of times they're just like, they do just want to try to compliment you, rather than find things
Which
out.
I do, and I mean, like I said,
It's
I do
nice.
like a good compliment, but at the same time, it can get really overkill if
Oh yeah.
you know.
And just for the record, I'm saying it to people here. I love it when people compliment me. So don't think I'm saying that I don't. But yeah, it's, I like Amber said, it's nice when people, and you guys do it. You guys, so many people have asked me about my OCD,
Yeah.
and I'm very very open about it. And the reason I'm open about it is because it's such a as I said, it's such misunderstood thing, and so many people suffer from
Well,
it.
and it's good to educate people too.
Exactly, because people suffer from it, and they might not know what's going on because OCD is portrayed so poorly in the media and everything. So they may have it and not even know it because they think it has to do with cleanliness and order, which it doesn't. Your OCD could be, you're scared of, you think ants are going to invade your house, so you put up machine guns to keep them away. And I'm serious. That could be something you do. It's completely irrational. Or you could think your OCD could be, you think that ghosts will haunt you if you sleep on your stomach, so you sleep on your back all the time. That could be a valid OCD thing. It doesn't have to be about cleanliness but in order, but people make it that way in the media. So there are people who suffer from it, and they won't go to a psychiatrist because they don't think I have OCD. They think I'm crazy. When I finally went to a psychiatrist, I thought I had schizophrenia, and I was so scared because I really thought I was freaking crazy. And Um, I'm open about times I have been in psychiatric wards before, um, and a couple times, and I'm open about that because it was all self. Every time it was self committed, I felt that I needed to be somewhere where my medication would be managed. Although it was really funny the first time I went in there and I I don't know why I did this, but I undressed like completely and got into bed, which I don't normally do, but I did that time for some reason. I think the clothes I was wearing were kind of making me feel they were related to a bad thing that happened, like people had touched me, and because I felt they were bad, they actually were bad people, and I wanted to exercise all that negative energy. So I got undressed, and got into the under the bed in the room by myself. I'm laying there for a couple hours, and suddenly I wake up, and there's like five people around me. I'm naked under the sheet, and I'm like, and they're sitting there asking me questions, and I'm like, guys, I feel a little uncomfortable here. And I didn't say that. I'm just like thinking it. It's like, I don't like to be naked and have people asking me questions. And sorry, you don't have to worry about this, you black cat, because I was covered by a sheet. So
I'm aware of that.
it's not scary. It's not as scary story for you as it could be. But see, one of the psychiatrists was looking at my form, and he's like, now, I was reading your form. You answered a lot of questions in this evaluation, and it seems like you're a really big fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And I like, yeah, it's my favorite show. It makes me happy. I watch it, and Buffy's good. She's pure. She always wins. She really is a good guy. It makes me feel good about the world. And he's like, okay, so I'm curious though. Do you believe in vampires? And do you think they're controlling you somehow? Now, I think you guys know I can be kind of snarky.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing that popped in my mind was to respond this way. No, of course I'm not controlled by vampires. I slay them. And I almost said it. And no, Ash, Lily, and Echo, you came in at the perfect time. And I'm glad that we extended this. We're talking for a long time because I'm glad to have seen you. But yeah, I didn't say that. If I did say that, I would have probably been there a lot longer than I was. As it was, I was only there for 17 hours, and I realized it was a mistake. And I left. So, I didn't go back to one for a couple years. I went back a few years later to a different one because I was doing bad with my medication.
So was your thing for the first one, was it just the fact that they seemed to be laughing at you? Because that's what it seems like to me, that's why you left after 17 hours.
Oh no, no. I left because I was in Madison, Wisconsin, and I didn't. I was I somebody who was very important to me was in a coma, and his family banned me from seeing him, and
Oh,
it hurt, and I was scared. I for one time I was just scared that I might do something stupid, and I
I
felt that
gotcha.
I felt that going and spending the day, and that's why I went to the psych where I said my emotions are really controlling me in a bad way right now. I think I need to be here for a while. So I stayed for a day and I calmed down. But see, none of my friends or my family were in Madison. They were all in Chicago area. And I said, I can't stay here without having visitors. I just can't do it. So I checked out and um, I checked out, and bad thing was my friend drove me home, but so my car was still in Madison. We had to go back for it, but yeah, I that's why I left. Mostly, I felt better. I calmed down, and
Well, that's good they let you leave
yeah.
because apparently they want you to stay for like when you go in there, they want you to stay for like 72 hours or whatever.
Oh yeah, oh
I
yeah.
don't know if that's not if you're committing yourself. I don't know if you were forced into it or if it's both. But
if you commit yourself, it's different in different places. If you commit yourself, more often than not, once you commit yourself, you a voluntary. You might see it in movies when a person is voluntarily committed and they think that they can leave anytime they want to. That is not true. If you voluntarily commit yourself, at that point you're committed. So you can't leave until they tell you you can leave. Now, there's certain places like in Illinois where you can file it's like a 24-hour evaluation. I think it's called quitter leave, something like that. But what they do is they have if you file it, then they have 24 hours to evaluate you, and if they cannot prove that you should have to be there, they have to let you go. Now, if they prove that you have to be there, then you have to be there for 2 weeks before you can do this again. And I that time I spent an entire week in there, and again, it was very odd because there were psychology students that I had a higher degree in psychology than them, and they were like kind of like talking to me like I was a child and trying to say these things. It's like, guys, I I have a much higher degree than you and more training. Don't talk to me like this. I understand, and you should know this. It was on my forms. I didn't say, "Hey, I'm just a guy." They told you what's your education level. I explained it. So it's like
Right.
don't talk down to me. That I have a high degree in higher degree, PhD in psychology. So talk to me like I know what I'm talking about. I'm in here for medication because and for other things, but mostly it was a medication. I sometimes get bad about taking medication, so they had to even it out for me. So I take Prozac, and at the time I was taking a drug called Abilify, which is awful. I'll never ever take it again. And it's they had me, and I have no problem telling you guys. They had me on antipsychotics for a while. And the funny thing is when they told me they were going to put me on them, the psychiatrist was like, now I'm not saying you're psychotic because you're not, but I think this will really help clear your mind and help you sleep. It helped me sleep. It didn't clear my mind. Like Ashley says, Abilify sucks. Gave me tics for like 5 years after I stopped it. When I was on Abilify, my leg was always shaking. It gave me restless leg syndrome.
That's why, I always worry about prescription medications because, you'd hope that your physician would know what they were talking about, but you hear you read on you hear on the commercials on TV 20 billion possible side effects for one medication. It's like, why would I take that?
Right. Yeah, a lot of and I'm not saying I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I think you guys all know that. Everything that I say, I only say because I've done the research and I know it's factual. Even when we are given prescriptions, we're part of a large experiment. Hey, some cat screaming.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Oh, he's in the corner over there. You okay? Where? He's over here. He was screaming.
I think he's just looking.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys, but I can't abide by unhappy kitty.
No, of course not. You got to look after your animals. They come first. We come second.
Yeah. Maybe you should use one of these and make him a litter box. But yeah, we don't have any litter. But yeah, sorry. Well, you can rip up some paper or something. But yeah, when we are given medication by psychiatrists, it's an ongoing experiment.
Mm-hmm.
They're still trying to see when they give it to you how it works.
Yeah.
And your psychiatrist take that information, and that information does go back to the pharmaceutical companies who use that information from the psychiatrists to see how the medication can continue to be used in different ways. So yeah, when the psychiatrist gives you meds, you're still part of an experiment.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Because what they're doing is they are trying to figure out the best way for things to work for the people. They're not doing a bad thing. People might think they are, but you know, and I agree with you, but you got to realize that too, is that you're right. And when someone's giving you, a psychiatrist is giving you a drug, they have no idea really how that drug is going to affect you.
Exactly.
It affects people differently. So again, it's an experiment, and you're all part of it. But for example, I took about 10 different medications before they put me on Prozac, and they put me on Prozac. It worked, but it's an experiment. I got a couple questions here. Let me see if I can get them real quick. No kitty crying. KOC. Do you find it fair that we discuss possible paranormal situations with a person that admits he's OCD, skeptic, and on serious medications? Wait. Wait, let me get that again. Sorry, I'm Max. Do you find it fair that we discuss paranormal situations with a person that I'm not sure I'm 100% I know what you mean. Are you saying that yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by fair. As I mentioned before, if you tell me a paranormal story, I'm going to take you at your word, regardless of what I think. Because when you tell me a story, there's no way I can validate a story. If someone shows me a video of a ghost, that has to be validated. But your story can't be, because it's something you experience. So my thing is I will take you at your word.
No, he went in the other room.
Now I can also.
He walked right by you, went in the living room.
Okay.
Oh, I have no idea.
That's funny. But the thing what I was saying is that I have my issues. But I'm not psychotic or anything. You know, I am a skeptic. I have OCD. I'm a cognitive psychologist, so I believe that your mind can create things. Now, when someone tells me a ghost story and they saw a ghost, they could very well have seen a ghost. It could have been a spirit. It could have been a hallucination. There's lots of things that could be, but most of the ghost stories, people, they kind of ponder on what it could have been, you know. But just because someone tells a ghost story, if it's a hallucination, doesn't make it any less of a story than it would be if it was a spirit. I hope that makes sense. And so, if my stories, when I had that breakdown, if all that happened was hallucinations and caused by severe anxiety, it still happened, regardless. And I think that's when people tell me their stories is the way I got to look at it. I look at it, the fact is, okay, your story happened. None of us know why it happened. Even if it was a ghost and it really a spirit, we don't really know how that happened. So I hope that makes sense.
It's kind of like Terry Pratchett says about magic. It doesn't stop being magic just because you know how it happens.
Right.
Just because you know how it works.
Exactly. That is a very good point. And yeah, I agree with you there. So if the meds cause you more issues than they help, then they're pointless. You know, and sometimes you do just have to handle it yourself because there might be nothing that can help you. Paxil. Oh, I hated that. I ballooned up to 210 pounds. I'm 5'7". I could not stop eating. But yeah, Paxil was horrible. It caused more problems. Like I said, Prozac was the one that worked. It helped. I have the only side effect I really have is it. I don't have an appetite when I'm on it, so I lost weight. Great, wonderful. That was great. I loved it. You do not disbelieve people or dismiss their stories. I never do that. Again, people will see me going on YouTube and watching videos and telling people they faked it, they did this, that, and I will do that forever. But when you tell me your story, no, I will not disbelieve you. I will not dismiss it. I will take you at your word. Now, some of you guys are lions. Some of you guys are not. I'm not gonna make that determination. I'll tell the stories, and the people that listen to it, they can make that determination. I think you're all great. I love it when people send me stories. Send me as many as you can. I'll make big compilations of it, and we'll have fun.
I will get me.
See, that's good. Or another analogy: wrestling is not real, but a lot of times the injuries aren't. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
When I was younger, and really young, and watching wrestling. Now I think we all knew it was fake. Well, it's not really even fake. It's hard, that's wrong to say. It's
improvised.
It is a. I call it a dance. It's a dance because it's two people working together to create something that's entertaining, but they have to move together in a very, very good and interesting way. And yeah, it's scripted, but know that matches work certain ways, and a lot of the matches actually aren't scripted. The matches are a lot of the matches, like Ric Flair never didn't wrestle scripted matches. He hated that. He would call the matches while he was in the ring, and that's why most of the wrestlers in the business consider him the best of all time, because he would say, "Hey, just do what I say in the ring. Don't worry. We don't have to practice it beforehand. Just do what I say, and it'll work." And it worked. Ric Flair was the greatest ever, in my opinion. But yeah, if they get injured, and yeah, they're not trying to hurt each other. That's a better way to say it. They're not trying to hurt each other. They're trying to make it look like they're hurting each other while not hurting each other. So it's like a dance. They work together to create something to entertain people without trying not. But they get hurt. There's every wrestling match ever. The people in the ring are in pain. It's just not the same pain that they pretend that they're in. But it was fun. It was fun when I was a kid to think it was real.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
of course. Yeah.
You know, it's like watching a movie. When you watch the Avengers movie, you come out of the movie and you talk about it. You talk about it as if it was real.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about the characters in any movie. You talk about it, but some people do that about wrestling. And they get made fun of. It's like, hey, it's just like watching a movie. You talk about it because it's fun. I mean, comic book nerds, which I am, will talk about who deserves to pick up Thor's hammer, and and they'll discuss it forever. Or like we just do with horror stories and stuff. Just do it with wrestling. Why do people have to be so critical? Oh, it's fake. It's fake. It's fake.
Exactly.
It's like, well, yeah, it's fake. And you know what's fake too? Roseanne, the show Roseanne is fake. I mean,
soap operas are fake.
Soap operas are fake, but you like them and you talk about them.
Oh, so definitely. As if it's real life.
Yeah. Exactly. So stop freaking saying, oh, wrestling's fake. Let us talk about it like you freaking talk about everything else. In your face.
Exactly.
I'm gonna drop my mic real quick. Sorry. Aromat, comic book nerd. I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad you got that. I was feeling kind of dark, but I felt like I made a good point. Yeah, but I love that you agree. But yeah, I ain't gonna drop my mic because it cost me a lot of money.
Right.
Aromat, comic book nerd. I love you. Sports entertainment. Oh no. Okay, I agree. WWE is sports entertainment. Ring of Honor, New Japan Pro Wrestling, that's pro wrestling. Vince McMahon can call it wrestling all he wants to, but it's a better product. But anyhow, I'll stop that now. We'll talk about things that everyone likes. So let's talk about dog treats. It was the first thing I saw. It was the first thing I saw when I turned my head around. I criticize WWE a lot, but I've been watching it my entire life, and I ain't stopping anytime soon. Even if it's boring, I watch it because it's just been something. It's like people who watch Days of Our Lives for their entire life. Even there are times when it gets boring.
Or The Young and the Restless.
Right, but yeah, you'll watch it forever. There are times that it gets boring. You'll deal with it, and eventually it'll get better.
My thing that happens is I watch it, and then I go away from it because I get bored. Then I come back, and so much has happened. I'm like, wait, where did this all come from? It's been boring for like 6 months, and in 2 days of me not watching it, people are like dying and killing each other. And
yeah, if you walk away, something great happens.
Yeah, exactly.
I walked away from pro wrestling, and the Attitude Era happened. I missed the entire thing, and that was what most people consider the most entertaining time of wrestling. I missed the entire thing, and I went back and watched it, of course, and it was awesome. But yeah, it would have been more fun to watch it. What happened? I missed most of the Steve Austin stuff, or General Hospital. Aren't most soap operas canceled now, though?
I don't actually. There was a phase of soap operas being canceled, but I don't know if they brought them back or what. Like, I know As the World Turns is canceled, but I don't know about any of the other. Passions was canceled, or is canceled. I should like is over. I mean, not canceled. I guess they wrapped it up, so technically it's over.
I think some of the big ones are still there, though.
Yeah, I think.
I know
it was over.
I know that. It's just nothing. Okay, Days of Our Lives looks like it's still on.
Yes, it is.
I thought it must be.
The YNR is still on.
I remember being younger, and there'd be like 3 or 4 hours of soaps and every channel right in a row.
Yep.
And I have to admit, there was times where I got into Days of Our Lives. There was one summer when we were off school during the summer, and we lived in this house, and it was really cool because it had really big drapes, and we always kept them closed. So even during the day, the house was always dark. The house in South Point, remember that one?
What? Oh, South Point? Yeah.
Yeah, you had all those big drapes. So, we'd watch the soaps during the day, and the house would be dark, though. And it was cool because, like, our entire summer, we spent the entire summer inside the house. It was always dark. Do you remember that? Yeah. And but we watched Days of Our Lives a lot, and it was actually, it was entertaining at the time. But it's so funny how you can get drawn into those things.
Yeah, like you're not even trying. Like I was starting to get drawn into As the World Turns, like as it ended.
And say goodbye real quick to Ash Lily Necko, who's been with me for a long time. Is going to bed now, and hope sleeps really well. And thanks for showing up. Wonderful, 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 wonderful person who has been. I don't know how long it's been a long time, and I always get great comments. So, and I love the avatar, don't you? The avatar, Ashley Necko's avatar is so cute. Here, let me pat you on
first. Oh yeah.
I love you.
You too.
So, oh gosh, this is so fun. So, how you guys doing?
Great.
I'm getting sleepy.
You're getting sleepy?
Yeah, you're getting sleepy, and it's the latest time zone here.
It is, yeah.
I'm not getting sleepy.
I was just railing her diabetes. She found her stepmom, and she came home from school. I used to watch only WCW, but then I would flip back and forth between WCW and WWE. The Monday Night War. That was pretty. The Monday Night War was pretty awesome. It was God, something like that today would be so fun. But yeah, it won't happen. Unless New Japan really establishes himself in the United States, nobody can take on WWE and win. They're too big, and it's like too big, too much money. And they got Ichigo. That orange tabby, that little bastard. He gives Vince McMahon a lot of money. He launders money. I didn't know if you guys knew that. He looks like
he give some of it to me.
And he's just being because he's selfish, right? He's giving me a dirty look right now. He's lying in the dog cage too, and it's like if I look, I don't have the camera on because someone would be like, "Get him out of the cage." It's like, no, he likes it in there. He digs in there himself.
Yeah, it's not like it's closed.
No, we're not gonna do that. Go away. He said that we should make a T-shirt that says "I ate Ichigo."
No.
Yeah. But yeah, if they did something like this, did something like that, it would just be evil. You have psychological problems.
Yes, he does.
He's talking about eating his uncle's arm. Well, yeah, but you didn't actually eat it, but you're talking about eating it.
No, I'm talking about having a shirt.
Yeah, so that you ate it. Take that Ichigo pillow and go away.
Don't give him my Ichigo pillows.
Oh.
Somebody needs to buy me some stuffing so I can finish the last prototype.
Oh yeah. She's been making Ichigo pillows. Well, she's been still working on them and stuff. And she was supposed to make me a Killer Orange Cat video game one time.
I've got the stuff. I mean,
I'd help you do it if you need like some grunt work done or something.
I need a story. I need to know what we're doing with it.
Oh, okay. Who wants to write a story for a video game?
Started writing it, but didn't seem like anybody liked it.
I guess I'll write it. It's so hard and stressful being so talented. It really is.
I glare at you, but I'm sleepy.
Oh, come on. You guys saying I'm not talented?
No, but I'm going to give you the Ichigo I'm sleepy look.
Aren't I talented?
Talented.
Yeah, and Calvin, and I'm quite sexy too.
Yeah.
So.
He's got a sexy ass.
I've got no opinion on that.
Yeah. Hey.
I have an opinion.
Oh Lord. KFC, Ichigo launders money. Mueller doesn't care. He used to representing politicians like Hillary. Oh God. I'm sorry. I don't want to. Again, I avoid talking about politics here, but that's funny. Okay. Wait. I hope people. Okay. Well, somebody leaving again. Yeah, I know. It's all winding down. I probably won't go too much longer, but I keep saying that. But what? See, and people are talking to me from everywhere, and Daniel's going, or people are going. But I'm glad you guys have all been here. It's been fun chatting.
It has been, and this has, I think, been a more successful stream.
Yeah, it's gone up. I think there's been a little bit less. I think the last chat got a little more vulgar than I wanted.
Well, that's because Hitchhiker was here.
Yeah, but I love him. It's like it's so funny. It's like
I haven't talked to him that much, but he seems all right.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and I mean honestly, I don't really. It's weird because I think I know him sometimes, and it seems like I don't really know. But
you know what? That happens with a lot of people. I'm finding, from online and offline. Just the more people you meet, the more, people are, two-faced, or maybe I don't want to maybe use the word two-faced because that implies they're mean and nasty.
Multifaceted.
Right. Yeah.
What?
Multifaceted.
Yeah.
It's but again, a lot of the people we have here are just great, and you get them. And I remember the first time when I was streaming, I was actually in Hitchhiker streams, and I was there, and he wanted me to come, and because at the time all the people there, I was the biggest narrator that he had that could go in there at the time, and since then, I mean, that's when I first met Swampy, and I think he didn't even have 10,000 subscribers yet. And he just, like I said, he just put in the work and just excelled. And it was great. But I remember at the time, I thought all these guys, the way they were talking, they I wasn't talking much. I was listening because it wasn't my stream, but I was trying to visit and say stuff, and it was very, 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 very sexual, which is completely and utterly fine, But I was listening to them, and they kept on saying, "Well, Killer Orange Cat isn't going to come back. Killer Orange Cat's going to be offended." It's like, guys, come on. Are you trying to say that I've never had sex or I don't know what sex is? Come on. It's like I'm just listening because I don't really know you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I know them now, and
Well, and here's the thing, like meeting you for the first time when we had our last stream, my first impression of you was you were kind of more drier humor. Like you didn't really how do I explain it? You weren't as open-minded and like you didn't like to talk about a lot of stuff, or you found a lot of it nasty and disgusting or whatever. But getting to know you more, it's a whole, I guess it's the whole opening up thing and getting to know someone better.
Mhm.
They look one way maybe, but then you find a totally different side of them, which isn't a bad thing at all.
Well, I think you're right on too, and I think the thing was I was so nervous even doing the streams. It's for example, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you guys probably know about me that I haven't told you, and it's very interesting because I hint at things quite a bit, and the reason why is because I want to see how people can figure me out. And so I'll be hesitant about certain things, and I'll listen. And it's funny because there's several things about my personality that people might know but haven't said anything about, and I'm not going to offer it up. People, I want people to ask me questions. That's why I like these streams. And if I notice the question, I'll answer it. But see, I kind of hint at things, and but then again, I give people clues, and then I do outrageous things that may give people the wrong idea. I mean, I just love trolling Phantom of Darkness, who I wish was here tonight. I'm gonna have to spank him or something. He liked that. He probably liked that though. Yeah. But he trolls the room so good. But for the longest time I was telling people about, when he reaches 10,000 subscribers, he'll release his nudes. And I'm not the person who came up with that. One of his subscribers, Amina, came up with that. I just promoted it because I thought it was funny, and he was my buddy, and I'm giving him a hard time. And when he reached 10,000 subscribers, I stopped doing it. And then people started asking, and then it's so funny because I stopped doing it, and then he had mentioned it like a couple days ago. And someone had asked me a question. He's like, "Well, I better talk about my news because if I don't, Killer Orange Cat's going to do it." It's like, it's like, no, that's not it. It's you reach 10,000 subscribers, so the joke is over. So it's the same thing with the what am I talking with the skepticism thing. You probably noticed it, how like you said, I seemed kind of not as open-minded as I probably really am, because I wanted people to kind of probe and try to figure me out on their own. I think that's really the great thing about knowing a person.
I think the great thing about having intelligence too is like the more intelligent people seem to know how to analyze people without being over annoying about it.
Right. And I guess it's one of the reasons I became a psychologist. People interest me, and you can learn so much more about people through their actions and what they're saying when they're not offering you
Saying it, yeah.
information. Right. And it's neat. It's wonderful. And I think again, see, that's why I'm so happy you said what you said, because you got it exactly. You got the whole thing exactly, and it was wonderful. About the skepticism, about and me maybe not being open to certain things, which I think you found out I really am.
Yeah.
But you found that out yourself
Right.
and
By
that's
just hanging
wonderful. I'm so like giddy now. So
Oh, I
uh,
made you giddy.
yeah, you made me giddy. It's so wonderful. But yeah, it's um all the information continuously gets put out there. I there's other things, and it's neat. I like people. I like all you people. I like the people. Just some of you have stuck with me in this thing for nearly 6 hours, and I think you guys are freaking awesome. Corpse has been under the weather. I think you posted a bit ago. You know, guys, I've only talked to him a little bit, but I might, I could send him a message, see if he's okay. He might answer me. I kind of that's one of the,
I think people appreciate the well wishes if they're not
Yeah.
feeling well or whatever.
I that kitten is like going on a rampage in my sister's shoes.
Is it Ashy
There'll
Slashy?
be
It's ashy
there'll
slashy,
there'll
yeah.
be some presents that are rather
Yeah.
unpleasant to put your feet into.
Yeah, he is like attacking the hell out of one of your shoes. I mean, I doubt he can do anything to it, but he's like
Yeah, why not?
he's pouncing and running away. Um, but I like you people. You're great. But yeah, I could ask him, but yeah, he's probably just sick. I mean, um, he's again, I like him. He's interesting, but I don't really know him. Which I kind of would like to know some other people and stuff. But he did say he wasn't well on Twitter a while ago. Yeah. Well, hopefully it's nothing serious and nothing that's going to last very long. It's been a while since he posted the video, right? People in the room probably know. So that kitten is meowing like crazy.
Aw.
Drew's like, wait a minute, that's my job. I'm the one. Drew is like really curious, but anyhow, it's
It was probably his first night away from his mom too.
yeah, first night away from his mom. I guess that can be kind of traumatic.
He wants attention. Well, yeah, think of it as a kid.
Well, Drew's interested. Drew will try to be his mom.
Aw.
She does that. She does that.
She does like to groom Ichigo.
She really loves grooming other kittens and stuff, and
Aw.
So much so that she'll smack him around until he lets her do it.
that's true. She'll grab him and hold him down and be like, "Let me groom you." Or she's trying to get him. I think she seems like she's kind of like concerned and stuff.
Aw.
I wish I had a camera could film this for you guys. It's really adorable. But and I think I'm guessing you guys like cats because you're in here listening to me. So meow meow meow. But I'm trying to think of yeah, she's following him and stuff. So she's I'm getting deja vu.
Mm.
Ooh, that was weird. Now, see, that's deja vu. I find fascinating. People think it's it's something that. Oh, okay. Amsikins. I hope I pronounced that correctly. If you're going to bed, good night. Thank you for you've been here for a long time in the stream. Thank you for listening to us. We appreciate you just listening to us, hanging out, and having fun. But
We have our own talk radio show.
Yeah, there you go.
And Daniel, you're pretty smart. I'll give you that. We were supposed to have all these severe thunderstorms today, and we got like a couple bolts of lightning, and I hate this place. We don't get good thunderstorms ever.
It rained really bad here. I don't want to get good thunderstorms. Then my dog would get all upset and start freaking out.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my problem. I love thunderstorms. My dog is terrified of them.
Yeah.
I would be happy to take all your thunderstorms away.
We'd let you have them.
Yeah, I just want to say the reason I complimented Daniel is it's you give people a lot of information and don't say anything more. Let them try to like figure it out. You give people a lot of information and it seems like they either ignore it or they just don't want to comment on it. And I'm a goof. I'm a total freaking goof. If you guys follow me on Twitter, and I'm guessing you do, because that's where I advertise the stream at. I'm just a dork. I antagonize people like Phantom of Darkness, which you got to do. If you like Pod, you got to tease him. And he takes it well. Nordic Vampire, you got to tease him. He got 800 subscribers. Evil Black Cat made a promise that she'd sing "Pants on the Ground" if he got to 1,000.
You made the promise. You said that I would help, and I agreed.
Yeah. If when Nordic Vampire gets to 1,000, we're gonna make a video singing "Pants on the Ground." So.
When I make fun of someone, I really like them. That's the whole thing of like not making fun of them, but like joking around with them, like
right.
picking on them.
Well, I do that with yeah, exactly. That's what I do with Phantom of Darkness. I love him. He not just as a narrator, but as a friend, because he's really is cool. We talk a lot, and he's like a younger version of me. He's such a freaking goof, and it's he if you watch his outros sometimes, he's just like so. It seems like he's on drugs or something. I did sort of rope BBC into it. Yeah, the Pants on the Ground. I did rope her into that, but she agreed, so she stuck to it now. Pants on the ground, looking like a fool with your pants on the ground. I know this. I know it's like we're doing this 8 years too late, but I don't care. I love Pants on the Ground. How old am I? I'm turning 18 this Wednesday. And I'm loving it because I'm be old enough to buy a pack of cigarettes and not going to smoke them. I'm just going to give them to some cutie down the street. I'm going to go, hey, I'm going to roll them up in my sleeve, I'm going to walk down the street and I'm be like, hey, man, I bought cigarettes today. I'm 18. What are you going to do about it? And then they're going to arrest me for being stupid. Or someone's going to kick my ass. And I would deserve it. I would deserve it, because often I think seriously, I could use a good ass kicking. It's been a while, so it would probably do me.
You can.
It would probably do me good, especially because of the way I'm acting right now. But oh come on, Mad Honeybee, don't you believe me? I mean, come on. I'm 18. I'm a twink, so. I gotta enjoy these twink years while I can. Looking all cute and young before I'm not cute and young anymore. And you guys have seen pictures of me. I'm adorable. And guys, I'm just totally being a pain in the ass right now. I'm so vain. I think I'm talking about me. Drew keeps walking. This is so fun. I got 2 black cats in here with me. What is there anything better in the world than having 2 black cats? I think we're making Mad Honeybee laugh a lot. Daniel's laughing too. Good. I hope you guys are laughing at me and not with me. And most people want the opposite. No, I don't want you to laugh at me. Laugh with me. Laugh at me. Did you puke? Is your birthday 1/3? Oh, not talking to me, but yeah. I will. It's 1/3. So what? Oh, January 3rd. Ew. Lord. Buffy's in here. Hey, Buff. How you doing, Buff? Buff. It's Buff is our collie. She's a vampire slayer. Drusilla is our vampire cat, but she never gets slayed. She's been here for a long time. Right, Drew? Drew. She's so cute. Drew. I'm trying to get her to. Drew usually she answers to her name, and usually she'll meow when I call her name. But she's looking at me, but she was not meowing. Oh, did she? Drew, Drew, come here, Drew. Yeah, she's like, I'm not your meow monkey. You can't sit down to 16. Some of you guys leave it, but you guys are some of you guys are iron men and iron women. You guys are like the what's his name? Oh, crud.
Hmm.
The baseball player who played in more straight games, Cal Ripken. You guys are the Cal Ripkens of
YouTube.
Oh, you're off the stream. Oh, Evil Black Cat's computer crashed.
Aww.
So we'll make her come back. She's probably I'll probably have to. Oh, I think we're getting disconnected. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. On the screen they got little circle things. Well, maybe it's because Evil Black Cat got disconnected.
Maybe.
But so when's your birthday, Amber?
September 15th, 85. So I'm 32.
Oh, okay.
I have no shame in my age. I'm probably the only person in the world that gets offended when people think I'm younger than I am.
Just let me 1 second here. See, I want to see that message real quick. KLC, love you, bro. I try to get here when I can. I'll continue to try, but I work for a living. I can't make any promises when and where. Hope to catch you next time. Good night. Good night. You get good night too. And no, you're not required, but I appreciate it. Daniel is the Energizer Bunny and extremely observant. And Aaron's still here. My son is September. Yeah. I'll say again the age thing. I'm not really. I know you weren't like saying it. I don't think you were saying it about me, but I'm not really ashamed of it. Just again, I like to. You know how I like to not tell everybody everything. Kind of let them figure it out on their own. Interestingly enough, Phantom of Darkness tweeted me a message, private message, and guessed my age, and he guessed it on the first try.
Oh,
Which
wow.
that's pretty amazing. But like I said, I leave the clues out there.
Well, I think it's more a female thing too. Like females are way more like they get way more freaked out about their age.
It's all your age is how many times the Earth has gone around the sun while you've been alive.
Exactly.
It's the Earth. It's not
and
you.
You're exactly. You're only as old as you think you are, or you feel. Or you act, or you
exactly. I mean, I think people know quite obviously that I'm one of the older narrators. I'm not one of the young Twinkies ones. The ones we got so many who are like 18, between 18 and 25.
Exactly.
And a lot of them are awesome. And I think we all know I'm not a member of that group. So, but I have no problem people knowing I'm older than that. Somebody will figure it out like Phantom of Darkness did. And when you do, it's cool. There's clues. I've told you I spent I watched the Monday Night Wars. I've said things that could let people know. So
exactly.
I think it's fun.
It is fun.
And like I said, Daniel is why I'm what is the word? I'm praising him because he said something that in 3 years nobody have said. He's figured out something that people may have figured out, but they said, but I mean, like my age, Phantom of Darkness figured it out. I think it's cool, but you got to have a little mystery.
Yeah, this is true, and I mean, people. People like mystery because they make their own opinions of you and think of you.
Right. It's why you have things like tabloids and stuff about celebrities who are secretive. You're interested because you don't know.
I gotta say though, one of the most because it must be so difficult to keep your
Okay,
Good night to everybody.
I will. Well, you can come here and say goodnight. Hold a second. The evil black cat's going to sleep, so she's going to say goodnight on my thing here.
Good night,
Alright.
everybody.
Night.
So yeah, her computer crashed and she was getting kind of tired, anyways.
Now I've got to figure out how to
But
get Jet sleeping at the end of my bed.
you know, the cat with a broken leg is sleeping on her bed, so she's
Oh.
got to figure out a way to move. But
You gotta
But-
be careful.
yeah, she's good. She's a good cat. I feel bad for her. Actually, I didn't want to talk about it too much, but I'm really, really angry about it because my nephew broke his leg, and because he's a dickhead, and I know he's not listening to my stream. I know that he sometimes listens to my video. He won't listen to this entire stream or any of it probably. But if he does, I hope he knows he's a dickhead. Anybody
I
who
hope he feels bad.
he doesn't feel bad.
What an asshole.
And I've pretty much disowned him.
I would.
Yeah. Well, not only that, I mean, he asked us, and I'm talking about family drama. But go ahead. You go ahead.
Somebody who abuses animals for fun is a sick, twisted pervert. It's like kids. It's like if you abuse kids for fun.
Well, he did it out of anger. He got
That's
angry
still-
at it.
that-
Yeah, but
that's still just as bad. He should
but yeah.
probably be on some kind of medication.
well, God, I mean, if I was my brother, I would have kicked him. His brother still let him stay in his apartment. If he would have done that to any of my cats, he would have done it to any of my cats, nephew or not. I would have beat the fucking crap out of him.
Exactly. Here, how does that feel? You know.
Yeah. He said, "Oh, you want to break? You want to break a cat's leg? Let me show you. This is the most basic and central move of Shotokan karate. I have put 3 men in the hospital in my life with it,
Oh,
and
wow.
they were one guy. I was walking in Ironton, Ohio." And I'm not a violent person. I'll avoid violence as much as possible. Like everyone will tell you, even in angry situations, I tend to walk away, which is good. And I've always advised people do that when you're angry. I will try to avoid hitting if I can. Well, I was in Ironton, Ohio, and I told you I carry a messenger bag. And a lot of guys who carry messenger bags get crap from people. Oh, you're carrying a purse. You're carrying a purse. It's easy, and I like to carry things with me, like my big cell phone, my Nintendo 3DS. There's things I like having with me, so it's easy to carry them in a messenger bag. While walking in Ironton, Ohio, with it, and these guys are taunting me about it. Hey, you're a fag and stuff. It's like, hey. I don't want to get into this and stuff. And I just, they were 3 guys blocking me on the sidewalk. And I'm like, they're just calling me all these homophobic names. And I'm like, guys, just let me go. I don't have any problem with you. They would not let me pass them. And the one guy kind of like got up and he kind of pushed me on the shoulder. And I said, guys, I'm required to tell you, I'm a 2nd-degree black belt. I tell everybody this before they try to do anything to me. You don't want to do this. This is a warning. You touch me again, and I will put you on your ass. He pushed me again. I broke 3 of his ribs, hitting him and knocking him on his ass. I did not feel good about it. I went home and I cried after it. I don't like hurting people. Now, when I did it, the other 2 guys were like, holy shit, he was telling the truth. And, I heard about it because, of course, there was a police involved in it, but, it was self-defense. It was able to prove it was self-defense. He went to the hospital, 3 broken ribs. He couldn't do shit about it because, he was taunting me and he pushing me and he started it, so it was self-defense.
Exactly.
But I felt bad about it and I went home and I'm not ashamed to tell you guys this. I cried because I hurt a human being, even though he was a piece of crap for what he was doing.
That's probably the thing that I would have the most problem with if I had to use self-defense. I would, but I would feel like shit about it afterwards.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because all the other 2 incidents were similar. I was walking down the street and in an area, and there was this they were teenagers, and they were picking on this kid again. It was a kid that I guess was very obviously gay, and they were taunting him. And I'm like, oh crap! And there were like two of them, two big guys picking on this poor little kid. He couldn't have been any more than 15 years old, and very feminine. It doesn't mean he's gay, but he seemed like it, And when they're like that, homophobic people are going to give you shit.
Right.
I'm like, oh crap! And they're I said, I walked over. I got to step in. So I walked over. I said, guys, leave him alone. Who the fuck are you? Well, first of all, I'm much older than you. I'm an adult, and I could actually citizens arrest you for what you're doing. You're obviously over 18 years old. You're committing child abuse by taunting and by doing what you're doing to this guy. And if you do it again, I'm going to put you on your ass. Oh yeah, what are you, some sort of fag sympathizer? I said, I don't like that word. Please don't say it again. And the one guy pushed the other guy, the poor little kid on the ground. So I kicked him in the freaking balls, knocked him on his ass, did a it's sort of a swinging back fist thing. I didn't want to hurt them with the chest punch. Hit him in the side of his head. He fell on his butt, and I said, "Call the kid a fag again." And they got up and they left. And it's like, again, I started crying, and the kid, the 15-year-old kid, like got up and he like hugged me. He's like, "Why are you crying?" It's like, I said, "I'm happy that I helped you, because I didn't like what was happening to you, but I don't like punching people. I hate it. It's awful. I've done it in like gymnasiums when I'm sparring with people, and that's fine because we're agreeing to do it. But hurting somebody, even somebody who deserves it, I don't like it. I'll do it, but I don't like it." And so you've never used it?
I've never had to use it. No, I've been lucky.
Yeah, you're very lucky. So the best, I always say that the best, that was one of the things my sensei said. He said, I believe it's kind of funny because you ever see the movie The Last Dragon?
No.
It's a really good, silly movie about an African American kung fu master he's not a master. He wants to find a master, and he gets taunted a lot. It's a really good movie. They call him Bruce Leroy. It's really great. But it's a great movie. Very funny. The guy who Tamak, who plays the main character, Bruce Leroy, excellent martial artist, but he teaches kids martial arts. And what he makes them say in the beginning of it, to please make me never have to use my craft.
Right.
And my sensei did that. It says, when we use it, we always said in the first class, please forbid that we ever have to use our craft, that we ever have to hurt anybody. And yeah, and like George Navarre said, I hate bullies. They got what they deserved. You're a good man to stand up for someone that needed help. Thank you. I agree. They deserved it. Hey, yeah, he's kind of distressed, I think. Where I think he's under your chair. I mean, look at Ichigo's looking at it. Turn the light on. You can turn the light. Yeah. Sorry, the little kitten's like mewing his heart out.
I can hear the poor guy.
Yeah. He's been doing it for a while, but I don't know kittens. When you got him, I told him you had to take care of him, and he's your responsibility, and you have to take him for walks, and you have to know kidding. But
of course I
know. He's
under here.
I don't know where he is. I kept hearing he's quiet now. Maybe Ichigo ate him.
He made you.
Hey, Ichigo's huge. It's possible. Maybe
I
he's
hope not.
No. You guys are great. Show enough. George Navarro knows it. Show enough.
He's invisible.
Am I the prettiest? Show enough. Am I the baddest? Show enough. Wait, know what it means? Am I the baddest mofo low down around this town? Show enough. I can't hear you. Show enough. The Shogun of Harlem. Yeah, if you ever want to watch a great funny martial arts movie, The Last Dragon. Oh my God, it's Phantom of Darkness. Phantom of Darkness is here. I'm happy now. No, I am still streaming because me and Amber are having a great discussion.
Yes, we are.
And it's been fun. I guarantee I probably won't go until after 4 because I might want to go to bed. But I'm so happy that Phantom of Darkness is here. So he fell asleep.
Well,
I did this for you. I did this for you.
I was gonna say, if he listens to the video, he'll hear a lot of his name mentioned because you talked about him a lot today.
Yeah, well, he makes the chat so fun. Don't get me wrong, the chat is very fun already, but you guys are great. But come on, Phantom, let's say something funny. Let's put pressure on him. You should have told me. I should have told you. You're right. You are right, actually. He's all I last week I felt bad that I didn't do one. I just love it when he's here. I didn't know if you were going to stream or not. Poop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I almost called you that word again. Then once you get mad at me, but it's like impulse. But yeah, I'm happy you're here, and I'll tell you next time. I was a little excited like yesterday because yesterday was the Preakness, and you guys know I'm a horse racing guy, so I was kind of like, woo, it's the Preakness, and afterwards, and Justify, who won the Kentucky Derby, also won the Preakness. So with the Belmont Stakes come up in 3 weeks, there's a chance that Justify can win the Triple Crown, and American Pharoah won it 3 years ago. I'm a big horse racing guy, so I've seen a Triple Crown. It's only happened 12 times in 135 years. So to me it's pretty cool, and I love horses. Horses are just beautiful animals, and Justify, the horse that won, is just gorgeous. I mean, if you guys like horses, check him out. He's huge, but he's pretty amazing. Speak of the devils up, they pop. My auntie loves the horse races. My mom hates them. She thinks they're cruel, but it's horses run. It's not like they're doing something to horses that horses aren't made to do. And then when they're done, they stud them. So basically, they have a life of sex. So don't feel bad for them. It's like when American Pharoah won the Triple Crown. Evil Black Cat got on to Facebook and says, "Bring on the mares." Because when they studied him, they made the owner of American Pharoah stop horsing around. The owner of American Pharoah made $50 million in stud fees because American Pharoah won the Triple Crown.
I hear the kitty again.
Yeah, where is he? You have him. Oh, he's in the room. Oh, it sounds like he's everywhere. Do daily streams? I ain't doing daily streams because I'll talk forever.
Hey, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. Well, if I have time, if I have time, maybe I'll do a couple hours tomorrow just so I can get Phantom in there more. The kitten sounds hungry. Yeah. Dog Boy's taking care of him. If he was not weaned, he may be upset and wanting to nurse. Yeah. I think. I don't know enough about the cats. Evil Black Cat's the cat person. I think she is aware of that and helping take care of it, right? Yeah, she says yeah. I don't know. I'm Killer Orange Cat, so people think I know cats, but I don't. I just think they're cute and like to hug them and like to pet them when they're on my lap. Did you see how happy the winner was yesterday? The horse, not the humans. Well, the humans were happy as heck, but Justify looked like he was strutting. He's like, I'm bad. I'm going to win the Triple Crown, and I'm going to be I'm going to make all I'm going to have every mare that I want. And
They
it,
understand that
if-
they ran faster than everybody else.
what's that?
They understand in some sort of horse way that they outran other horses.
Right. You know, horses actually have a lot. Their brains are very developed, actually. Not to our level, of course, but they like Evil Black Cat said, when the horses are racing, horses race. It's part of something that they do. It's not something we make them do. Horses run, and like she said, that the horses know, like on some certain level, he knows that he outraced the other horses. Now he doesn't know what that means, of course. He doesn't understand what the Triple Crown is, or what the races is, but he understands. Hey, I was racing these horses. I got to the end first. But like Mad Honeybee says, his tail was up. He was happy. You could tell he was a happy horse. And that's why I tell my mom, it's like, you got to understand horses. It's what they do, you know. And I know places like PETA will be like, "Oh, you're abusing them." It's like, "Oh, shut the fuck up." You know, it's understand animals, and when you understand horses, you know it's something they do. And I run so far away. You can't run away, Phantom. I'm keeping you here. You're my official. You're my official Phantom. Daniel, I want my winner's sash and my crown.
Need your fandom.
Did you-
Phantom?
He's my official Phantom.
Your official fandom Phantom?
My fandom Phantom. That's hard to say. Very smart. My dad said never trust an animal that is smarter than you. LOL. My great grandpa, he had a very smart trick pony. Yeah, I mean, animals don't have the same cognitive processes as humans, but don't think they're not smart with the processes that they have. And I think that's important. See, yeah, great. See, I just love talking to you. You're very, very smart. I like that. Talking, it's great because I mean I get a lot of intelligent conversation. I live with some very philosophical people, huh?
I unfortunately, I mean, my sensei is probably the smartest person I know in person. I know maybe one person that that could tie him from online in intellectual ability. But there's very few people that I encounter that I can really, I mean, there's a couple people I can chat with for hours and not get bored, and we can have great conversation and just shoot the shit and whatever. But those are very few and far between. So it's really refreshing to find those people. Like you're one of them now, I think. I think you're one of them in my small inner circle.
Oh, I appreciate it, and I actually hope that you take part in more streams and stuff. It's like I said, it doesn't have to be narrators or anything, just people that like to talk. So, I mean, we didn't really even talk that much about you know, scary stories and stuff. We just had a fun chat.
Yeah, and that's cool. Well, that's what I mean. Like sometimes, well, and the one time you did try and, I mean, sometimes organizing a topic is fine, but the one time you did, it got off track pretty quickly.
It did. I tried. I mean, I thought people wanted.
It's kind of hard to make, like, say if you're doing a 2-hour stream, it's kind of hard to stay on the same topic for 2 hours.
Right.
No matter how intellectual you are.
We're definitely not a talk show. I'm not. I mean, I guess if I was Jerry Springer, maybe I could keep it organized. But then all you guys would get into a fight.
Here's the problem, though, with talk shows. They're not even like they're just. They get to the point where halfway through the show, it's repeating itself. You know, the same baby daddy shit's coming up on Maury. The same, you know, cheating stuff, throwing chairs and stuff. So it's like anything. After a while, it gets boring. You got to change it up. You got to have, new different things.
Yeah, I haven't watched one in a really long time. One thing I do lately a whole lot. Actually, I've done this ever since I was in college. Is I watch the court TV shows like Judge Judy, The People's Court, Judge Mathis.
Yes,
I love those shows, and
I do too.
Oh, I love that. See, that's great to know because yeah, it's everyday thing for me, and it's like I used to. It started mostly when I was in college, and because I found out that I can do my homework while the shows are on and hear the shows
Mm.
and enjoy them while I'm doing my homework. And it became a thing for a long time that I had to have the court shows on while I did my homework. And of course, I'm not in school anymore. But yeah, and I watch them. I watch Judge Judy, and I am particularly my favorite is the People's Court. I love Judge Marilyn Milian. I think she's very reasonable and stuff. But Judge Mathis, I like. It gets a little talk show. It gets a little Jerry Springer sometimes.
Well, so does Judge Judy.
Yeah, that's true. But but yeah, she's fun. She's fun because I mean she has her sayings and she says them all the time. Like they don't keep me here because I'm gorgeous. They keep me here because I'm smart. Or she'll be like she says that a whole lot. Or I just love the way she has little things like that. And I love it. I love it when someone tries to challenge her.
Mm.
I
Yes.
love it when someone's like, yeah, someone's like, okay, I can get her. I'm better than Judge Judy, and she's like, oh no, no one's better than me, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone really get the better of her. It's awesome.
She puts me. Well, it's because the majority of people that go on her show are idiots. Like
Right.
they have no social or intellectual abilities.
Mm-hmm. And it is fun seeing her tear them apart, or when they got my clothes. I don't care. But no, I don't care. Move goes on. But no, your case is dismissed. No, but I got this evidence. No, come back. No, yeah, she's gonna come back. Yeah. I know it's drama too. But hey, you gotta get your little bit of drama somewhere. And in Phantom of Darkness, why are you not like saying stuff? You gotta be making jokes. I don't care if you just got up and you're tired. I need you. I need you. I need you. You make everything fun. Oh my God, that didn't sound right, did it? Oh, he's gonna be mad at me now. It's I promise this. I promise. To disrespect Judge Judy ain't gonna happen. Yep. God, I love her. Let's get her on the stream. Actually, I think I'd be kind of a little scared, but um, if the Jerry Springer show, me and Daniel Keaton would be toe to toe. Just kidding, Daniel. I think Phantom abandoned us.
Oh, we got too boring for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna cry.
Me too.
Yeah,
I follow him on Twitter.
there we go. I'll tell him if he doesn't come back and make jokes. I'm gonna start talking about the news again. Oh, he went to make a cup of tea. I can forgive that. I like tea or to have a pee. I wish that I could see
Well, if you
who.
drink tea, you'll have to have a pee. So
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah. Maybe he went. Maybe he went to take those nudes we've been asking for a long time.
maybe. Yeah.
I think that's what he's doing.
Mm.
Yeah, he's like gonna be like, guys, I need to surprise you, but I need to surprise you with this. So here you go. Oh Lord, I don't know why. I give that guy such a hard time. I don't know why he's still my friend. Maybe it's because I give him a hard time.
I think it is. He
Yeah.
loves you,
Yeah,
and you love him.
he's a good friend. He really is. Phantom of Darkness is, and anybody who's not subscribed to him is crazy, because I was watching one of his videos and somebody was like, "You talk too fast," or "You do this, you do that." And it's like, guys. I think his videos are awesome. He talks great. His production is great. He puts the right amount of monotone when he needs it, the right amount of emotion when it needs it. He's got his goofy outros where that's actually why I became a fan of his. His outros are so random and strange. and I don't he makes me laugh, you know. And if and do you watch B-Busta? Did you say that or no? B-Busta, I don't watch him anymore, but
Watch what?
B-Busta.
Never heard of that.
Oh well, yeah, he's a horror. He's a pretty big horror narrator. But he at the end of his um videos and his outros, he always makes like a really bad pun. It's really, really bad, and then he laughs at it, and I love it. You know, I really do. I love goofiness. And I think that horror and comedy are intertwined. And you notice there are certain stories of mine. One of the best stories is I oh, there's Phantom. Um but yeah, as you heard all that, we're not talking about anybody. Yeah, I'm talking no, I'm talking about my cat. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah. But um like I wrote the I read this story, and it was a really funny one of my first stories on Halloween, where this guy is playing they're playing the ghost in the graveyard in an actual graveyard, and he's hiding behind this tombstone, and this like really old wretched lady is a guest out there too. He drifted off to sleep. Hey, you can't go to sleep. You're supposed to keep me entertained. Something normal people don't stream at 3 a.m. It's 3:44 a.m. So there, little boy.
Wow,
But
it's
yeah,
almost 5 here then.
yeah.
Great.
I probably can't go past 4 because I'm getting kind of tired myself. But I'm having fun. It's like it'll be hard to quit, but you
I
know,
know, right?
it'll be hard to quit. But I guess I'll have to eventually so I can sleep.
Well, yeah,
But
you don't being sleep deprived
right.
can be really bad.
But also, fandom, we're not normal. We're not normal, my friend. But to finish what I was saying about that thing, so the guy's hiding behind the tombstone, and this crazy like dirty, disgusting woman is in the graveyard, and KOC loves keeping you up though. Oh, okay. Anyhow, he grabs her, and she sees him, and she's like, "Hello, sexy," and she pulls his pants and his underwear off
What?
while he's trying to get away from her, and he has to run back to his friends completely naked, and he's scared to death because this crazy zombie looking woman is chasing him, and he gets back to his friends, and they're like, when he gets back to his friends, the woman is gone, and they see him, and they see their friend naked, and they get a nickname for him, so they make his nickname LD. Can you guess what that means? His
Little
nickname,
dick.
huh? L means little. I'll let you figure out the rest.
Yeah, I just said little dick.
Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. So that's his nickname because and he put that in the story. And see, here's the thing about that story, and the reason why I believe it. First of all, why would he humiliate himself by telling that story? And why would he run naked back into his friends unless no one ever saw the woman again? But he said the woman pulled his pants and his underwear off. Why would he wouldn't take yeah, little dick. Oh, long Dave. Mad Honeybee wins the internet.
Oh, that's funny.
That is awesome, Long Dave. Well, for the record, he didn't tell me what LD meant. So, you know, but I think
it could have meant Long Dave then.
It could have meant Long Dave, yeah. I think you were right though. I think you were the one that got it, Amber. But yeah, he wouldn't tell that story.
I like Long Dave better than Little Dick.
I kind of like Long Dave too, Long John Silver's. But yeah, likely story. But yeah, they he's a mad streamer. I get off at 7. Keep going, please. But yeah, I'll go as long as I can. But you know, eventually, guys, I do have to sleep. But then again, I don't have a schedule, so
if there's all of a sudden dead air, then you know what happened.
Yeah, but the guy, he wouldn't have made up that story to humiliate himself, you know. So I
Yeah, you
believed
wouldn't
him.
think so.
Yeah, I believed him completely. And when he told me he wrote the story, I helped him rewrite it because his grammar was pretty bad. So we worked on it together. Um, and he was so hilarious. And I was like, Do you want me to call you LD too?" And he's laughing. He's like, you can. I'm not ashamed of it. He's like, it's pretty funny. And here's the funny thing: is the guy actually made a blog about it after that. It's down now, but it was funny, and
Aw.
I would check it out, and oh, it was hilarious. And his friends his friends would go there and just tease him about that. And hey LD, hey LD, like how's it hanging? Oh wait, it's not. But he was a good sport about it. And I have to admit, guys, I teased him a few times too. So I'm a bad person because you shouldn't make fun of a guy for that. But hey, if he thought it was funny, why not?
I know a lot of people who really have small dicks, or little dicks.
And joke about them or no?
Oh, my friends and I do. I tell
Yeah.
them, and we go to town. Wait, that just sounded wrong.
Oh, I love you. You're great. I have to admit, guys. I have to admit, guys, that is something that I have done. I did it to the guy who wrote that story. When he had his blog, I would tease the hell out of him because I guess he liked it. They and then this is so funny. My friend Kevin, one of the closest friends I've ever had, and he goes out with his family, his dad, his uncle, and they're sitting there being like, how guys in high school they always got to say, "Oh, I'm so hung,"
Oh God, yes.
But when they get older, they do the opposite. They make jokes about being small, and I see it happen. It's so hilarious. And him and his uncle and his dad, they were like, "Well, my dick's so small that it can't do this," and the other one's like, "Well, mine's smaller than that." And I'm just sitting there like, "Wow, it's so funny how it changes." I mean, I guess maybe they just realize that's not important.
Well, here's the thing, right? Teenage boys, they want to get action. They just want to get all the attention and all the girls and stuff. So
yeah, Phantom's like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So yeah, they and I guess once maybe the teenagers they're horny. They got to do it. But then they get it, and they get older and they get and more maybe, and then they get used to it and they're fine. They're like, hey, I don't have to be so gregarious about things now.
Right. Exactly.
And I can make fun of myself. I think you're completely right. Phantom of Darkness, yeah, I'm like that. I know you, Pod. You're my buddy, so I know my friend's pretty good. Peelson, I won action tonight. I don't know what that means. The first word, unless you spelled, is it poison? I don't know. I feel sorry for him. You sorry for who? Phantom? I don't feel sorry for Phantom. He's awesome. Well, you're probably talking about somebody else, but
the dick guy probably.
I meant poison. Yeah, if you mean the band Poison, I love them. That's great. The old song, yep, I know it. Kayla God, big fan, Killer Orange Cat. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm glad that anybody could still be a fan of mine after all the stuff I'm talking about. I'm talking, I'm talking about making fun of guys with little pieces. So, people like Phantom. No, wait, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You go from teenage, have a huge blah blah blah. Oh, I have a small one, blah blah blah. Now be an old geezer. I don't even have one anymore. Oh
Yes.
God, yeah. Phantom, never go away. You make the rooms awesome. I should make him a moderator and let him kick people out. No, I wouldn't do that because that would be scary.
He should join the actual hang up.
I've invited him. He claims he doesn't have the technology to join us. I think he's just shy though. which is
Probably.
fine. He could just
Because
say that.
everybody has the technology. It's not just limited to phones.
Right. But he's
But nothing wrong with being shy,
yeah, it's fine. He keeps the chat room going, and we can talk about him and tease him. If we want to hear his voice, he makes awesome videos.
This is true. This is very true.
And the funniest thing is he he is also friends with another friend of mine, and was told his name before I was. Nordic Vampire. It's like he knows. He was using Nordic Vampire's name when we were talking. We're both good friends with him. Now I would just call him Nordic Vampire, and me and Nordic Vampire are very, very close friends. If you could see me right now, I'm crossing my fingers. We're that good of friends. And yeah, we've never met, but we've had long, deep conversations.
Yeah,
and we've
and
been
you know
there.
what? Sorry, I'm gonna
Go
sidetrack
ahead.
you for a second. Another pet peeve of mine is people online, or even people in person, are like, "Oh, you can't be best friends with someone you know online." It's like, you're full of shit, because yes, you can. Because if it's not about if you know them in person or how long you've known them for, it's about the quality of your friendship. If you're there for each other no matter what, if you can call each other, no matter what, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I think that's awesome, because I think you can get to know somebody online better
If they let
than
you,
you
and if
can.
you let them, and yeah.
Wait, Mad Honeybee, I have a really big one. I keep it in a hat box. I take it out when I walk. It's funny. In Phantom, it's okay. It's okay if you're in this bad or you're shy or anything. We love you, and we're just happy that you're here. And hope you don't mind saying that we love you, because I'm not going to try to get nudes from you. We just think you're awesome. But yeah, you're right. And like me and Nordic, he never even told me his real name. I was KOC and he's Nordic, and we talked for hours and hours. I got to know him. The first time that we actually talked for like 7 hours.
Wow.
And I learned so much about him. And I love the guy. I wish that his channel would really grow so much big. I think he deserves it, because he's so unique, and his voice is wonderful. He never even told me his fake name. He told you used his real name, Phantom, when you talked to me, and I'd never heard it until you said it. And
I'm
at first,
trying to think if I'm subscribed to him or not. I think I should. I think I better get subscribed to him if I'm not.
if you're not, I definitely recommend it. I mean, he's Finnish. He's got a very strong accent, but he uses it. He sounds like a vampire. He really sounds like a Bela Lugosi in a way.
And sometimes strong accents can sound really sexy.
Yeah, they can, and I don't want anybody to think one thing or another, but Nordic Vampire's accent is freaking sexy. I mean, not like my voice, which I don't think I have. I don't know if I've been in Tennessee for 5 years. I don't think I picked up an accent.
Apparently, people say I sound American.
Yeah. Oh, you sound familiar to when we talk. You sound like somebody I know, and I've been trying to get it the whole time.
A lot of people say that too. A lot of people are like, "Oh, you sound like such and such. You sound like such and such."
Yeah. Maybe it's just that you do have such a nice voice. Maybe that we just maybe people like your voice, so they want to compare it, maybe.
Well, I mean, I've been told I have a good voice for, radio and stuff like that. But I don't know. Yeah, nobody ever likes their own voice, really.
What's that? Yeah, well, when I started doing just talking about voices and liking voices, if you listen to all of my early videos, they're not edited very well, because I hated listening to my voice. and it took a long time of forcing myself to listen to in fact my very first like 5 videos were recorded on a on my cell phone, and there was no pause feature, so every one of the videos is a complete one take from the beginning to the
Wow.
end. And so I'd be recording it on the cell phone. It would take like 8 hours to finally get it right. And I was just like, I didn't edit it then because I knew I got it right. I just put it up, and I couldn't listen to myself. And it took forever for me to. I mean, do you do anything where you had to listen to your voice because
Yeah. Ugh.
you don't like your voice either?
No. Well, it depends what it's for. I
Yeah.
can blab all day to myself, like if I'm
I
you
do
know,
that.
yeah. But then when I'm or talking to people on Skype or whatever voice chat service I use, but when it comes to like public speaking or when I was in drama class, I absolutely hated my voice.
Oh, I love drama. I was in
I
the drama
hate it.
club.
Well, I have a love-hate relationship with drama because I never got the good roles.
Right.
So I always felt like I was just awful and not good enough, and
I so much in high school. I so much pushed for us to do Macbeth, because I'm a huge Shakespeare fan.
I love Shakespeare too. Oh my God, everybody thinks I'm mental.
No, Shakespeare. Anybody who can't appreciate Shakespeare, now they may not like him because they're forced to read it in school, but you should come upon Shakespeare on your own.
See, and that's the thing. That's why because I was never forced to read it in school, which
Right.
is really kind of weird, but that's probably why I appreciate it more.
I think you're probably right. Yeah. And I wanted to do Macbeth, and they wouldn't do it because they were like, I don't think our actors are good enough, and it's like that's an awful
ouch.
thing. Why that's awful. And see, I wanted to play him. And no, actually, know what it was? They told me eventually that was a lie. They didn't do Macbeth because they were fucking superstitious.
Nope.
And the thing about Macbeth, right?
Yeah.
People, it's supposed to be bad luck. When I was in college, my junior year, I took a drama class just for fun because I needed a credit and some sort of, I don't remember what it was, some sort of extracurricular thing. I needed a credit, so I did drama, and I hadn't acted in years. And on the finals day, I was feeling kind of. I was in a cast too because that was when I broke my arm. I told you guys about that earlier. My arm was all purple. So I was in a cast, but it was fun, and I was in a good mood though. So I come in and I'm like, "Yeah, it's finals day. We're gonna do really great." Oh, guys, I was just thinking of something. Macbeth, and they were like, everyone started freaking out. Don't say that. Don't say what, Macbeth? No, it's like it's similar to the Blackadder play. Call it something else if you're going to talk about it, or don't talk about it at all. Wait. Don't talk about what? Oh, you mean Macbeth? Like, stop doing that. And I stole that from the Blackadder. The Blackadder, if you're familiar with that, did a whole thing where he kept playing Macbeth to scare these actors. So I stole it from them, but it was working. I don't know if the people saw it, but they kept on saying, like, don't say it. They had the Scottish play. Oh, you mean Macbeth? And it's like it's like, oh, so you want me to say the Scottish play? And they're like, yes, instead of Macbeth. I'm not superstitious at all.
No,
Are you?
neither am I.
Yeah, it's so silly. You know why why so many bad things have happened in Macbeth plays? Because Macbeth has been used as what they call an end play, where a lot of places will do Macbeth as sort of a filler when they don't have another play that they can do. They fill and they do Macbeth and bad things. So Macbeth is, if I'm not mistaken, at a time was the most performed play in the world at a time. So of course, bad things are going to happen when you know, when so many places are doing it, and a lot of times it would get bad audiences, but it would be because of the times that they did it. And there's a whole thing. A really good article I read about it. It explaining why people believe that it's bad luck, but I love it. I Macbeth is a role that I would love to do. I I covet doing Hamlet, but I don't think I'm good enough. So good old Rowan, he's a pip. Rowan Atkinson is a god. I love him. Are you a fan or no?
Oh,
Rowan Atkinson, he played Mr. Bean, the Blackadder.
no, I've never seen those.
Okay, yeah, he's an English actor. If you like sort of English humor,
Yeah, well, yeah, we were talking earlier about Monty Python.
oh my, but yeah, you'd like the Blackadder then.
Oh, I gotta check it out.
Yeah, the Blackadder is my favorite. Is my favorite English show ever. I even like it more than Monty Python.
Oh wow, that's saying something.
But yeah, he plays the character. Now the first series, there's 4 series. They take place at different times. One takes place after oh crap, I forgot the Battle of Bosworth Field, and when King Richard III was killed, and they kind of retell the story. In the first story, he's kind of an idiot, but in the second series, the show gets really good. He plays a lord in the court of Queen Elizabeth, and it's just hilarious. What he's smart and everybody else is dumb, and he just kind of deals with it. And then in the third series, he's a butler to the Prince Regent when George III went crazy. And Hugh Laurie, Hugh Laurie plays.
I love Hugh Laurie. I love House.
Hugh Laurie is a major character in the third and the fourth series.
Nice.
Yeah, and so yeah, if you like, you don't have to watch them in any order. There's no order. If you want to, I say if you want to start watching with the third series, you can. They don't go into the next one. They have the same characters, but it's like they're reincarnated into different roles. But if you like Hugh Laurie, watch the third series, Blackadder 3 first, and you get a lot of great Hugh Laurie humor in that. That was actually Blackadder was actually the show that propelled him, and that's where he met Stephen Fry. If you ever watched a bit of Fry and Laurie,
no.
Yeah, one of the shows that Hugh Laurie did, and which is also really good. And he also did Jeeves and Wooster, which is also with Stephen Fry, but they met on Blackadder, so you'll like it. If you love it. See Diana Rowan Atkinson's Blackadder, Mr. Bean, Johnny English, yeah, Johnny English was good too.
We were talking about books a few minutes ago. Classic books like Shakespeare and stuff. One of my other favorite books, and we were talking about Catcher in the Rye, which is another classic. One of my other favorite books is Wuthering Heights.
I've never read it actually.
Really? I love it.
This is interesting because I've always wanted to, and the reason that I want to, I'll tell you, you'll think it's kind of silly. It's Alex Trebek's favorite novel, and I'm a huge Jeopardy guy.
Somebody has a crush on Alex Trebek.
Oh come on, Alex Trebek is awesome.
You know what? I used to like him too back in the day.
Yeah, he's I'm a Jeopardy fiend. When he retires, it's going to be awful.
Surprised he didn't retire yet. I thought he was gonna.
No, he said several times that he was thinking about it, but he signed on for at least 2 more years. And so it's like he says as long as his cognitive abilities are capable, he wants to continue to do it because they tape it all in one day on Monday.
Damn.
Yeah, you tape it all. So they tape all 5 shows for the week on Monday.
Shit.
So yeah, well, but if you think about it, though, it's one day of work, and he gets the rest of the week off.
Right, and he's getting up there in age now, so
yeah, he's in his 70s.
Damn.
Yeah, he looks great, but yeah, but he always talks about.
You don't have a crush on him at all. Nope, not at all.
Al Cumming, the man's smart. Intelligence is just wonderful. Come back, Podrick. I don't know what that means. Oh, is that from the book? I see Heathcliff. I know that's from Wuthering Heights, right?
Heathcliff, yes.
But yet, see, I just think that I think if a man is intelligent and charismatic as Alex Trebek could have that as his favorite book, and he talks about it all the time, it must be good.
It's amazing. Like I don't even know what the pull is. Oh, in the movies, there's so many remakes of the movie, but up after 2003, I think it was, it goes to shit because they changed the characters. They changed the names. They don't even have British characters playing them anymore. They totally just destroyed it after 2003.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna watch any of the Wuthering Heights movies, do it before 2000. Like 2003 is, I think, the last good one.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I know a lot of people tell me that I should for a lot of books and movies I should watch the movies before I read the books.
I don't know. Here's the thing, though, right? You should probably watch the movie because then you're gonna catch a lot more in the book, because it's hard to fit a 20-hour long book into a 2-hour long movie.
Right.
So if you watch the movie first, you're going to be pleasantly surprised. But I do the opposite. And I'm always disappointed. Well, not always. I'm usually disappointed. The Harry Potter movies, most of them were good.
You know, I can tell you something interesting. I hope you find this interesting. I worked at a bookstore when the fourth book came out. Before the fourth book came out, I didn't even know what Harry Potter was.
Oh, wow.
And I was hired I worked at Wendy's. I got sick of working with food. I got hired to the bookstore. Are you double daring me? But I look at that. But I'm going to go back to that. But he was talking about it, and I was like, okay, well, so all these people are buying Harry Potter books, and I didn't quite understand anything about it, and I was no interest in it at all. And then I quit working at Crown Books, and I moved to Borders, and I'm also dating myself there. But I was there until I don't know what it was, like the fifth book came out and stuff, and then Borders. I left and went to work for an actuary company, but that's not really interesting. But when the first movie came out, I watched it and I liked it. I thought, well, I don't need to read the books. I'll just watch the movie. And the second movie, and I liked the second movie. Now, I thought the third movie was crap.
It was. A lot of people think that. And
the movie, in my opinion, was so bad.
You know what? You know why? I think it was because they had a different director, and I think J.K. Rowling actually made them fire the person they had and get a new one, or get.
Well, I know Chris Columbus, who did the first two movies, didn't want to do anymore. The guy that they got, I think what he was doing, he was using the Harry Potter movie to showcase his directing style, so maybe he'd get more jobs. And he was more concerned about his style than the actual story of the movie.
Well, and they left out all the smaller but initial characters.
Right. Well, see, what I did was, but see, here's the thing about that movie. It was because of that movie that I read the books. Because I said those first two movies were really good. I thought, this movie sucks. I need to really find out what this book was about. And what happened was, I was at my mom's house. My mom's a huge Harry Potter person. She probably read the books 20 times. And I was at the house, and the electricity went out, and I was awake. We didn't have internet. I didn't know what to do, but my mom had one of those little gas-like lamp things, with the little kerosene lamp thing. And I thought, well, I lighted it, and I looked around, and I saw Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna read this. I just see what it's about, and I opened it up, and I got hooked. And I mean, the moment it was, I went to the store, bought. My mom's like, "Yeah, you're reading them stuff," and I was just like, "Oh my god!" I just cannot believe, number one, how well written they are, and how just smart J.K. Rowling is. I mean, you know that when she wrote that first book, she knew everything that was going to happen. She knew how the book was going to end, the series was going to end. She knew like she knew about Pettigrew being Scabbers. You know, she knew that right in the beginning when she made him Ron's pet. She knew that what was going to happen. Everything was so well done, and I'm like, I was in love. You know, it's like I know why people like this. People like this because it's brilliant. And sorry,
Uh,
I'm gushing. I know, but they were so good.
well, it took me a while to get into them because okay, so when they first came out, mom and her boyfriend went to see the movies, and I'm like, ew, why are you watching a kids movie? Like, you're weird. But then I don't even know, like years later, what prompted me. I think more and more of my friends my age were getting into it, so I'm like, maybe it's not such a weird concept after all.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think it's a kind of a book phenomenon that we're probably not going to see again for a long time. I mean, could you get some people, some authors can understand and really portray real good versus real evil. For example, J.R.R. Tolkien with the Lord of the Rings, Frodo and Sam. I actually think Sam was better than Frodo, but Sam was heroic and good and pure. Um, Sauron, so freaking evil. They had such good, such evil. I don't know if you read those or if
You
you
know what? That's a
Narnia was
series that
series.
I keep saying. It's one of those things with, like you with Wuthering Heights. It's one of those
Yeah,
series that I keep, saying I should read but don't.
the, it can get really really boring. And I will not even kid you. I mean, some of the stuff that's in them, they can be hard. They can be really hard to get into. But this you kind of get invested with the characters. So even though the story might drag and be kind of, you'd be like, oh, get on with it already. You like the characters, and for me, it was Sam. Sam got me through it because he seemed like he was the hero to me, and Sauron, he was pure good. Sauron was pure evil, and it's like again, the Narnia books. Um,
Right.
the White Witch, I mean, come the frick on. She was pure evil.
Mm-hmm.
And again, C.S. Lewis, who, was friends with Tolkien, was able to portray pure good and pure evil. And you don't get that a lot. And then you get Harry Potter, and you get Harry, who is just purely good. And Voldemort, who is the exact opposite. And when that's what drew me to it. When somebody can capture that, and so few people do it well. Why the witch got to be white? I don't know, but she was freaking evil. Tilda Swinton, who played her in the movie, killed it. I mean, I was like, when I remember watching it, and I was like, damn, that woman is evil. She was nominated for an Oscar but didn't win, but wow, what a bad guy. I like bad guys a lot. I didn't like her. I didn't like Voldemort either. See, that's when someone can make a good bad guy, when they make it so the people that like bad guys
Yes.
don't like
Yes.
him. Yep.
Totally.
Because I like bad guys. I hated Voldemort.
Me too.
I hated the White Witch. I didn't really hate Sauron. Sauron wasn't really in the book that much, so it was kind of hard to hate him. I hated Saruman. I was glad that he got his ass kicked in the end. Wormtail, he was kind of not Wormtongue. He was kind of, yeah, but yeah, I watched Silence of the Lambs. I like Hannibal Lecter. I can't.
Oh, I love that movie.
I can't cheer against Hannibal.
No.
He escaped. He was brilliant. He outsmarted everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want him to kill people because that's mean. But he's great. I don't cheer for Freddy Krueger, but I love him. I like it when he gets beat because he has to get beat for the movie to end.
Yeah.
But I love him. He's awesome. Beast Kiwis, bye. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for the compliment and mostly enjoying us for this long time. And this is just great. I'm having a fun time with all you guys, especially you, Amber, and Mad Honeybee and Daniel Keating, who I appreciate, who figured something out about me. And one of my things that I haven't mentioned and hasn't mentioned it, so it's cool because I'm
curious.
I like people find it. It was very smart, and I appreciate the intelligence. Mad Honeybee hated Wormtongue. I don't think anybody could like Wormtongue, even though the guy who played him is one of my favorite actors, Brad Dourif. I love Brad Dourif. He was. Do you ever see One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
I've heard of it.
It was a wonderful movie. Brad Dourif is the guy who does the voice of Chucky. He was the bad guy in the Chucky movies.
Okay.
Charles Lee Ray, I believe his name was. You're not boring, Shift. And Lionel, villains are my favorite parts of movies. Yeah, for example, Peter Pan. I don't like Peter Pan. I like Captain Hook. I think Peter Pan tormented him, and I think that he antagonized him, and I don't see Hook as the bad guy. I mean, he was being completely, I don't know what the word is, harassed. Peter harassed him, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you might see it differently if you're familiar with the story and stuff. But
I have to think back on it, but thinking back on it, I think you're right.
Yeah, Peter Pan was a dick. I'm sorry. And I always
well, I mean, look how he took advantage of all the kids.
Right, exactly. And if you really look into the things that he did, Peter thought it would be better for them to die.
Actually, my favorite character was Tinkerbell.
Yeah, Tinkerbell was pure and nice and good. There's nothing bad about her. And, even in the Hook movie, I think I don't even like Julia Roberts, but she played it pretty good.
I never saw the movies.
Hook is really kind of bad, but, Dustin Hoffman was in it. He played Captain Hook. He played Captain Hook brilliantly. That was the movie. Otherwise, the movie's kind of crap, but Dustin Hoffman is always good. But he played the character great. But yeah, Peter, if you really read the original stuff, Peter thought it would be better for them to die than to grow up. And it's like you could die rather than no, you dumbass. Let them have their lives. You're right. He took advantage of them. And the new TV one was awesome.
Well, yeah, because he made them think that they were really doing something else.
Right. And all they were doing was joining him in his harassment.
Exactly. And then they die because they get killed.
Yep. Chicago Nana, who is your biggest fan from home? Brad Dourif played several bad guys in movies. Captain Hook suffered from PTSD. It wasn't his fault. That's right. He did, didn't he? He did have PTSD.
Oh, right. Yeah. You know what? This is all coming back to me now from my childhood.
Brad Dourif played a good guy. He's always known for playing bad guys, but he played a good guy in something recent. The new Halloween, the Rob Zombie Halloween movies. He played the sheriff, which was weird because he always plays bad guys, except when he was and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest when he was the cute stuttering guy that wanted to get laid. But Jack Nicholson kind of like come on, get with the girl there in the mental institution. Like no, my mom will get mad at me. But it was a cute character, and then after that, he started playing all these strange, disturbing, grimy characters, like Charles Lee Ray from Child's Play. He was in an episode of a brilliant episode of the X-Files where
Oh,
he
I
played.
loved that show.
Did you see the episode where there was a guy that was on death row who claimed he was psychic? Mulder didn't believe him, but Scully did, and he
Sounds
kept.
familiar.
Yeah, it's one of the best episodes, and Scully kind of believed him, and they leave it really ambiguous whether he was really psychic or not.
Mm.
It's really done very, very well, and you see Scully really vulnerable, and she's such a strong woman, and you see some vulnerability in her, and it's nice, but it's like she's what made the X-Files for me. I love Scully.
Oh, I love both of them. Scully
Yeah.
and Mulder are both.
Mulder is like I like Mulder, but sometimes he's too quick to come to conclusions sometimes.
True, yeah.
But then again,
But
Scully's
that's why they got in such fights.
right.
And then they made up, or they had to save each other's asses or each other's family, or
Right. And Scully, I mean, but then again, Scully sometimes dismissed things too quickly.
yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
So they did work. They worked together. But then again, she eventually started believing stuff because all the stuff was happening, and she's like, I can't really discount all of it.
I'm glad the new X-Files with new people didn't take off, because that would have just been. I hate when they remake really amazing shows with like new people.
They had Robert Patrick, and when Mulder, when Duchovny left, and they tried to get someone to replace Scully, and it's like, just end the show, guys.
Yeah, just call. Well, they did, but then they tried to bring it back. It's like, no.
Well, they brought it back, but actually, it's on right now. I'm not sure they do a second season of it.
I mean, it's like with Helix. If they bring Helix back for another show, because I don't know if they were talking. It's a Netflix series. They have the 30 years later one after the original, and then I thought somebody said they were going to do another like 30 or 50 years or something after that. It's like, give it a rest already. You've exhausted the story. Like,
it's like they are doing that a lot though. Like they brought Roseanne back.
You know what I love though? Both renditions of Doctor Who and both renditions of The Outer Limits.
Oh, I'm a Doctor Who freak. The old ones. I haven't watched all of them, but
I've seen a lot of the old ones.
It's hard to watch all of them, but I've seen every single Doctor, and so I think after seeing every single Doctor,
why is it hard to watch all of them?
Because it's hard you can't find them all.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them. Some of them are lost. Some of them.
I think a lot of them are just like people try to get the audio out of them because.
Yeah, well, I have some of the radio plays.
Yeah.
And if they're the radio plays, and see, I love that. I wish that we still had that, and that's why I like
old time radio.
Well, see, yeah.
Oh my god, there was this Canadian. There was a bunch of Canadian series on CBC, and they were amazing. Like Nightfall and Midnight Cab, and
well, that's great because that's what we do. That's basically, what I do is like old time radio. I mean, because I have pictures and stuff, but hey, it doesn't really matter. It's just my story. So
and that's the thing. That's why I'm so into YouTube, because sometimes I might miss some things from the illustrations because I can't see them. But for the most part, you can get the gist of what's going on. Say if somebody's doing a Let's Play with a really loud gun game or something, and they're commentating on it, you don't really need the visuals.
Right, exactly. Which works with the with what we do, and I love that. It's great, and like sometimes when I need to take a walk, I'll take a walk to get ideas for what kind of stories I need to look for, because what I do, like say if I want to write stories about camping, I'll find like a camping forum, And what I'll do is I'll go to the forum and I say, "Hey guys, I'm a YouTube narrator, and I'm looking for stories for a video. So if any of you guys have scary stories that happened to you, like when you were camping, could you share them with me? I can help you write them if you need help. I'm a good writer. I won't change any of the facts. We'll work together and come up with a good rendition of your story." And that's how I find them. But what I get the ideas by, like, I'll take Creepy Fox and download the thing and I'll listen to it as I take a walk, and that's how I get my ideas.
Mm.
But it's great. We're just telling stories, and I love that because you can sit down. Anybody could sit down in the dark or light if they prefer that, and just listen to the
Yeah, but I
story.
think though, listening to scary stories with a light, I mean, obviously, I don't know the difference. I mean, I have a tiny bit of light perception, but it's nothing to really do anything with at all. Except if somebody's shining a light in my eye, I get mad at them because it's really bright.
Yeah.
It bugs me. But but it doesn't make a difference to me. But I'm assuming that the majority of people, if you really want to have the full effect and scare yourself shitless, should probably listen to it in the dark.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Oh, and the one thing I did want to mention too before, because we were talking about Doctor Who, and I was saying how I've seen every single Doctor. I haven't seen every single episode, but I've seen every single Doctor, so I can say without a shadow of a doubt who my favorite Doctor was.
Who?
It's Peter Capaldi. I think he was his stories, the stories they wrote for his Doctor were not good, really, and the stories were very weak. But he just killed it. I just liked him, and I'm not new to the series, so it's not like he's the first one I watched, so I just like him. I mean,
I was gonna say, yeah, you like the most recent one.
Yeah, it seems weird, but I
actually don't think have I? Well, my friend Robert was a huge Doctor Who fan, and he died last year of a heart attack. We used to talk about Doctor Who constantly, and like it's not. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it would bring up. I don't know if it would bring up major feels, but I just haven't felt the desire to check out anymore. The last one I was Matt Smith.
Yeah,
he was good.
I was a little put off by Peter Capaldi at first, but he just
David Tennant was really good too.
Oh, David Tennant was. When I first started watching it, I was at my aunt's house, and it wasn't running current episodes, it was running older episodes. So a lot of the episodes I saw when I first watched it was the fourth Doctor, who's probably the most well known.
Tom Baker?
Yeah, with the scarf and everything. Well, yeah, the fourth Doctor, I think, until David Tennant came along. I think David Tennant might be the most well known now.
Yeah.
But with old Doctor Who, I think Tom Baker is probably the most known of the old stuff. But yeah, David Tennant. I didn't like Chris Eccleston, I think, who was the doctor before David Tennant. And when they brought it back, and I was kind of like, yeah, he was a doctor right before David Tennant.
Yeah, I don't think he lasted too long.
He didn't like he didn't like filming the show, so he only lasted for one series and he quit. And then David Tennant came along, and David Tennant, again, he killed it. He was perfect in his role. Yeah. And yeah, Tom Baker will always be special. I'll never deny that. The new Doctor Who is a different show.
Yeah,
really, but both of them are great.
Oh yeah.
But see, that's the whole point of the Doctor, though. People are like, "Well, it's different. Doctor would never do that." Well, he's a different person. I mean, he's the same person, but he's different. I mean, that's the point. His personality. I mean, it's him, but his personality is different. Yeah. What he likes is different, but it's still him. Yeah. So he can do different stuff.
His companions are different.
I'm such a nerd. But I can do this.
I seem to get along great with nerds because, like, all the people I was mentioning about, the really smart people in my life, are all complete and utter nerds, like down to the core.
It's great. Uh, yeah, I mean, God, I'd be playing Dungeons and Dragons right now if I could. So, nerd. Daniel says David Tennant's his favorite. So, can you tell us why David Tennant's your favorite? As I'm asking him now. I mean, I liked him because no, the writing was good with him, and he had this mad sort of. I mean, he seemed like he was kind of insane, but
Yes.
but tempered. And I like the fact that he was the doctor of no second chances. You know, he gave that was a big thing in a lot of his stories.
Yeah, I think he went through quite a few companions too, right?
Yeah, and Donna,
Oh
Donna,
God,
my
Donna. I hated Donna. She's
really
a whiny bitch.
Donna.
Wait, is that the one I was thinking of? There was a whiny bitch on there. Now I can't keep.
Donna was the one who begged him to save some people from Pompeii, and that was why he said that he that's why w- when he became Peter Capaldi, he said he chose that form because the Peter Capaldi was in that episode, and Donna convinced the doctor to save somebody when he wasn't supposed to save it because it was a fixed thing in time. But she was crying because she wanted she was yeah it was Donna. She was just crying and said, please, if you could do anything, just save one person, one family, just please do that for me. I was like Daniel said, the scene he was when he cried, yeah, bawled his eyes out. It's yeah. So yeah, Donna, you might think she was whining, but she was really close to him. She wasn't attracted to him like Rose and Martha were both attracted to him.
Right, yeah.
Donna wasn't. She was just a friend. Like it was really funny when they went to Rome, and like they got to
Well,
Rome.
they all ended up having to be just friends because, that was just how it was. But
Right. But yeah, but at least Rose and Martha tried to get with him. They wanted to, but
true.
Donna had no interest other than being friends. But Donna was the one that at the end she got all this intelligence and to save the doctor, but the intelligence would kill her, so he had to erase her memory, so she would never remember him. And she was crying because she's like, you're the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I don't want to forget about our friendship and stuff, but he had to do it to save her, so he erased her memory, and it just killed me watching that, and I can't watch that episode because it oh God it. I'm sorry you guys hated Donna. I don't know why. I really liked her.
There
Clara.
was someone else besides me that didn't like Donna?
Yeah, Amethyst didn't like Donna either, but it's okay. I mean, we have different opinions. I hated Clara. I really didn't like her. Now, Bill. I know you said you didn't really watch the most recent ones, but Bill was the most recent companion. I loved her, and it was great having a lesbian companion.
Wait, Oh, I heard something about that.
And Bill was good. The actress who played her was really good. I liked it, and I do think it was cool. I think it was cool that there was a lesbian companion. And
Well, I think they do need to have more gays and lesbians on shows because nowadays we're approaching the age where it's supposed to be accepted. So
yeah, oh yeah, things are so different. So yeah, it's like I mentioned earlier, and I'm happy with some of the shows, but try to not if there's gay people in the show, make them be gay. Don't
don't well, and I mean stereotypes. Like, I mean, yes, they exist for a reason, but
right.
it's hard to. I mean, the real like acceptable thing. Like, yeah, there's a few gays that are gonna act like really outrageous
Oh
for
yeah.
some reason, but the majority of people just act like normal people.
The yeah. Oh, Oh, what do I think about the girl doctor? I'm excited about it. She when he I mean, you know about that, right? I know you had so you didn't watch it, but you know the doctor's female, right?
I did not know that. No.
Yeah, he just Peter Capaldi left the show, and
Oh wow.
he the storyline was great. He was saying that he didn't want to regenerate again. He was tired of being a different person over and over and over again. And then he met up. It's funny. He met up with his first self, who didn't want to regenerate either. It was a really touching episode. So finally, they both decided they had to regenerate. So he did, and he finally regenerated into a woman, and she was beautiful. And
So is that why they put the lesbian character in there?
No, that was done before.
Oh, okay.
And the lesbian character is probably not going to be back because she became she was a Cyberman for a short period of time. But this girl they called the Puddle Girl, because she had all these powers, saved her and made her.
I need to start watching these again because I'm so far behind.
Yeah, if you watch again, a lot of the Peter Capaldi stories are not good because the writing is bad, but he's good, and it's like I cried when he decided to stop doing it. I was like, no, there's one thing I just need Peter Capaldi. It was part of my life, and I think I'm gonna like the female Doctor, but
I don't know. I guess I'd have to see it to know, because the thought of a female doctor after so long just having male doctors it might ruin it.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. And she's gonna have more than one companion too. She's gonna have like 3 companions.
That might really ruin it.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm a fan. So
I'll give it a chance too.
Off topic. Anyone know any good shonen anime with female leads? Huh. This is when we need Evil Black Cat. Because she's don't get me wrong. People might think that I'm a sort of expert on that sort of thing because of my Japanese thing, but I'm really not. I love anime, but hey, Dog Boy might know. He's a pretty big he knows anime better than me. But well, there's a Reddit here. I'll post the link if you want to look at it, where people are talking about it. Shonen with female leads. I wish that the world was in such a way that I could just watch anime all the time and just learn and just be like an expert. But there's so much of it. I don't think anybody can be an expert. So, but I mean, that's not wrong. That's wrong. People can be an expert. I can't be an expert. I'm a dork. I'm a cute dork, so I get away with it.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
A cute dork who has this candy jockstrap sitting on my desk that is taunting me and saying, "Only 73,000 subs to go. Only 73,000 subs to go." Crunchyroll is great. I love it. I love the fact they call it Crunchyroll. That makes me hungry. See,
goofy name,
isn't it? It makes me hungry. It makes me want sushi. I'm a sushi fiend.
You know what? I have not had good sushi. I mean, I've had good sushi, but it's like from the store, so it's like not real sushi, like not from a restaurant.
Well, if you ever come to Chicago, I will take you to Sushi Station, the Kaiten restaurant, and you'll have the greatest sushi possible. I tell you, I've probably eaten at that restaurant probably about 200 times in my life.
Wow.
It's so I crave it. I have only I've been in I've been in Tennessee for nearly 5 years, and that 5 years I've gone to Chicago twice, and only once did I have the money to go to the sushi station.
Oh.
And it's like I want to go home, and it's I'm gonna miss my like my mom lives down here, my brother, and everything, and I'll miss it. But I gotta go home. It's Tennessee. I'm not a Tennessee guy. I'm a Chicago guy. We're having problems, trying to find a place to live and everything. It's difficult because it's a lot more expensive up there. We all have incomes and stuff, but yeah, it's a little difficult. I want to get there by the fall and just be home because I love a fall in the Chicago suburbs, and I want to go to the Apple Fest. And there's a town that has an Apple Festival every fall.
Oh, we do too.
Yeah. Oh, really? And where are you,
Yes.
anyways?
Well, I'm in Brantford, Ontario, Canada, but
Oh,
we have like little cities like half an hour away and stuff that do the main events.
yeah. You know,
We get a
I always kind of, I always kind of think that I should have been born in Canada.
why?
I've never been to Canada, but there's so much about it that I see and I read about, and that people, my Canadian friends, tell me about, and
There's
it seems like it's
bad
just a beautiful, and
benefits.
I like cold weather. I hate
Oh,
hot
I
weather.
hate cold weather.
Oh gosh, I used to hate it. Okay, can I tell you guys this little story?
Yes.
Okay, um, I once fell in love so badly, but it wasn't mature love. Mature love is better. This was romantic obsessive love with somebody who got hit by a semi truck,
Hmm.
and this was in Madison, Wisconsin, and was in the hospital for in a coma for like 2 months. And during the wintertime, it was during Christmas time. It was an awful time for me. I mean, I was on my way to work when I got the call. I was like, "Oh God!" Like my whole body went numb, and so I went up there and stayed by the bedside, and then I would drive home to the Chicago burbs. So I was driving every day from Chicago to Madison, Wisconsin, which is like two and a half hour drive,
Wow.
both ways. And it was cold. It was freezing. That was one of the coldest winters I ever remember. And my entire time was awful. I mean, I if you guys have never experienced something like that, I hope you never do, because I, it changed my life, not for the best in some ways, but that was I had to take time off work, um and luckily I was able to take a salary continuation because it was a relationship. So but it I got dumped, which destroyed me. But the thing was, for some strange reason, even though everything was awful, and the family treated me like crap. I mean, they hated me. We don't want you to be here, and it's, well, you can't stop me. Well, we can. We're the family. I'm the mother. Da da da. We can't stop you. Oh, we can stop you. No, no. Actually, legally, you can't. And if they were going to try, I had friends in the ACLU, which I called and talked to them.
Why
No,
couldn't they leave? Were you guys married?
no, but
Oh.
it was the specific laws in Wisconsin that unless somebody has, if someone is in a coma and they're an adult,
Hmm.
and nobody has a, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh crap. Um, it's I don't know why I can't think of it. Maybe because I've been up forever. But when a person they have like a legal power of attorney, it's not a power of attorney, but it's like a power of attorney.
So then she woke up and dumped you?
I got dumped. Yeah.
Why?
Well, they lied. They told, oh, he abused you when you were in the coma. I was accused, and it's the biggest fucking lie anyone's ever told about me, of molesting the person that I was in love with while they were in a coma. They told them that, and
Wow.
just because they hated me, and it's like, and the fact that anybody could believe something like that, that I could do
You'd think
something
that,
like
and
that.
I mean, being with her, even up until she was in a coma, when she wasn't aware, you think she would have known what kind of person you were and been like, you know what, you're full of shit, and then seen you afterwards and
Uh,
known.
There was brain damage,
Hmm.
frontal lobe brain damage too,
Oh.
which explains why the stories were believed and stuff. Because uh,
Yeah.
yeah, so you're familiar with the frontal lobe
I
brain
actually
damage.
know somebody locally here who apparently, I say apparently because I only knew her for a couple years. When she was like 18 or so, she was in a bad car accident and her frontal lobe is damaged. Now apparently she like um needs people to tell her what to do and how to do it, and she can't make up her own mind. Like she can't rationalize things.
Right.
Um like it's a whole she's a mess. She is a mess.
Yeah, it's awful to hear. But see, that's just what it's it may seem kind of strange, but that's one of the reasons that I got involved in cognitive psychology. I mean, so
Mm.
and it's also weird because it's one of the reasons that I like cold weather, because, like I said in the chat there, um, I was everything was awful for me. I mean, it was the most awful time of my life, and but for some reason, the cold weather kind of eased the pain. I can't really explain it. And the snow, it was beautiful that year, and I got, for some strange reason, the most awful time of my entire life made me like being in the cold. It was very odd. And like I said, when I wanted to understand brain damage more, which is why I went into cognitive psychology, and found out about frontal lobe brain damage. It's like, oh, that's why the stories were believed, and it's like, I can tell you guys, and I hope you know me well enough to know I could never, ever, ever do that to a human being. um when there was a let's just put it this way: when I was at the hospital and they were in a coma, and they did like uh because they were in a coma, they had to wear a diaper at points in time. And when they
Right.
changed the diaper, I got up and left the room out of
Mm.
respect, because we're in a relationship, but see, we hadn't seen each other like that before. It
Oh,
was
so it was a fairly new relationship, or you were just taking it slow.
we were taking it slow. Yeah, we've been together for a few months at that point. But we were in an exclusive relationship. Um, but yeah, it's like we hadn't seen each other naked, hadn't had sex, anything like that. So when the diaper changes happened, I got up, I left. They told me, you can stay here. It's like, no, I said we, we see each other naked. We have to come upon that on our own. When we're ready to do that, I'm not going to do it by watching the diaper change. So I got up and I left the room, and said, "Tell me when you're done, and I'll come back." See, I could never ever hurt somebody like that, and it crushed me that anybody could believe that. And I hope that you guys have spent a lot of time with me, tonight, which I appreciate. And I hope you know that I could never do that. I love people. I you see the stuff I do, promoting small channels, talking to people. I I love people. I love you guys, and I want to see people be happy and succeed. And so when someone would accuse me of something like that, I can't tell you how much it just crushed me. And it was a long time before I could really have a relationship and trust people, because I scared that people were going to do that to me again. I get close to somebody, and if they crush me like that, I don't know if I could survive it.
I understand what you mean. I mean, I was never in the same situation, but I was in like situations of severe uh oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Insecurity.
Hmm.
Like people would say stuff, and even though you told yourself not to, it got to you. It got in you, and it defined you. Like it, you know,
Hmm.
it makes you really fucked up. That's
It
all.
does.
That's really how I can describe it.
That is the best way to describe it. Uh, the good thing, though, I I had long distance relationship after that, which was really good. It was based off some weird premises. I don't really want to go into it. It was a good relationship. Unfortunately, that it took a toll on me, and I was a heavy drinker for about 2 years. In fact, I drank so much that um, the doctor told me if I didn't stop drinking, I would be dead before I was 40 years old. And I'm like, it's like, well, that's a long time away. Um,
So you were
I
drinking for the wrong reasons then.
I didn't know why I was drinking. I couldn't figure it out, but I couldn't stop. And
Hmm.
then the moment me and we broke, the moment the long distance relationship, the day the long distance relationship ended, I stopped craving alcohol. In fact,
Wow.
I didn't touch another drink for 3 years after that.
Hmm.
I used to drink a bottle of vodka a night. Lionel, so did I. And I could drink the entire thing. Now, I still have my tolerance, and I drink a little bit. I don't drink to get super drunk. I'll get myself a little tipsy and stuff, and maybe once a week. Be good. I'm in control of it now. Um, I remember going to Alcoholics Anonymous for a while, and I was going, I said, "This is the stupidest." I'm sorry. I apologize if anybody is an alcoholic and goes there and gets help. Um, I apologize, but I hate it. 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 I hate it almost as much as I hate Slime Beast.
Oh
Um,
boy.
it's just a strange, bizarre. And I have one of my best friends, a beautiful man who always been good to me, is um been sober for 30 some years. He goes to Alcoholics Anonymous and swears by it. And we don't talk about it because he knows my feelings about it. But see, I went there and they told me how great they are. And they're like, oh, these people are awesome. They'll tell you to your face what you're really like. And and I tell you this, every Alcoholics Anonymous meeting I went to, I was drunk off my ass when I was there, and nobody called me on it. Nobody
Wow.
said anything. They believed I was sober. So it's like, wow, guys, you're idiots.
It's clearly not working for any of them.
Yeah, and they were all drinking too. And it's like, God, guys, come on. Don't come here because you think that it'll do something. If you guys want to stop drinking, find a way to stop drinking.
Exactly.
But yeah, I do not like AA. And in fact, Penn and Teller, who I adore,
Oh,
um,
I like Penn and Teller.
did a show about on bullshit. The show bullshit. They
Yes.
did an episode on 12-step programs, which I think calls it right down the middle. Calls really exposes AA for what it is. And again, I apologize to anybody if you like it, because we different things work for different people. And if something works for you, do it. And yeah, it sounds cultish. See, Lionel gets it. It forces you to believe in a higher power, and you don't need that to stop drinking. That's a religion or a cult. If you believe if you have to give your will to a higher power to make you stop drinking, that's a religion or a cult. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That is the pure definition of it. And they'll say things like, well, you don't have to believe in God. Your higher power can be a rock. I'm like, what? Yeah, your higher power can be a dog. It can be anything. I said that doesn't keep it from being a religion. It just makes it a pantheist religion or animism. Animism is still religious, but it's like, yeah. I'm glad people in the room. Oh, okay. Um, you're an AA person, Diane. If you are, I apologize. I mean, I like I said, it's different things for different people. And if that's you and you have been, I apologize, and I hope everything's fine. I hope you're not mad at me. It's just my feelings about it. I would never tell somebody not to go if it works for them. It's just my feelings. So again, if you do that, I apologize. I love you, and I think you're one of the most wonderful people. So if you do it and go there and it works for you, I'm very, very happy. And please don't be mad at me. And please tell me you're not mad at me. But yeah, that's my feelings about it. But we're all different people. Different things work for different people.
Yeah, I always tell people I never would tell somebody not to do something unless it's really, really dangerous or stupid.
Right.
But I would always say, like, look, I wouldn't do it, but it might work for you, so try it.
Exactly. And see, I do that with, and again, I'm not going to talk about my political beliefs, but I do that with politics. I tell people, I go on Quora a lot, and I really enjoy it. I talk answering questions. Some people, and somebody said, "Am I a bad person because I voted for Donald Trump, but I don't know why. I just did it because I was pissed off." And I said, "No, your vote is your vote. Vote for whoever you want, vote for the person that you like. But don't think you're a bad person because you voted for somebody. And again, it could have been Hillary, it could have been Donald Trump. I don't care who it was. It could have been Bernie Sanders. Whatever they said, I would tell them, you're not a bad person because you voted, and that is so important." And so many, the worst. I'm not saying bad people who don't vote are bad, but I think everybody should. And politics can be so freaking annoying, and heart painful. But you should still vote. I
Well,
mean,
here's the way I look at it. If you don't vote, fine, that's cool, whatever. But then you have no right to complain because you didn't put your vote towards anything.
right? Exactly.
You didn't change. You didn't try to help change something, so don't complain.
Right. I agree. The me is about sharing your experience with others that have been down the same track. Oh, can't believe this is still going. Yeah, I don't know. We're not. We're just rolling. I'll eventually have to get some sleep, but we're just having too nice of a time and talking
Sleep
about
is
everything.
underrated or
Huh?
overrated.
I don't know. I'm kind of a sleep fan actually, but
I
it's
used to be. Well, I mean, sleep. It's hell. You gotta get some sleep once in a while, or you'll go crazy and have all sorts of problems. But
right. Well, the thing is, my thing I don't like, and I have insomnia issues actually. Um, I still haven't seen a none of the above box yet. Oh, um, oh, Tina, thank you. Love your work, by the way. Um, I sleep can sometimes be a chore.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I don't like about it when it's like that.
Well,
And
with me, I don't think it's any disorder or problem I have. It all has to do with my mind because it's so hard sometimes to shut off your thoughts and feelings and your general your mind is just whirling with things, and
right, I agree.
so that's what it is really.
But yeah, it's and it's and I'm a dreamer. I mean, I dream a lot, and everybody dreams a lot. But I'm one of those ones who always sees and remembers my dreams, and it's sometimes they're just dreams can just be so tiring. It's like,
You know what? It's funny you mention that. Sometimes I'll wake up and I'll be dreaming and I'll feel like I I'll feel more tired than I felt when I actually went to bed. It's because your mind's not totally shut off. That's why you
Exactly.
have dreams.
If you notice one thing, if you oversleep,
then you feel like shit. If you undersleep, you feel like shit. If you oversleep, you feel like shit.
If you oversleep and you make yourself oversleep because you want to sleep, when you get all the rest you need, you're only going to start having dream sleep. So you notice that if you sleep too much, you dream more. And
you know what? I haven't actually noticed that, but
yeah, it's kind of interesting. But then I also lucid dream. I've done a lot of work to make myself be able to lucid dream, and it's so I can control my dreams sometimes if I want to. It can sometimes be fun, but it also, you don't really feel rested after you do it because your brain is working. I want to say something real quick because my friend Diana answered me, and I'm glad you're not mad at me. Don't be sorry, it's not for everyone. I think that someone else's recovery is what helped mine because they asked me to forgive them for the way they treated. Yeah, I wanted to try to make a pause about it, and I still love you, Chicago Nana. I love you too, and I was really happy. I was kind of scared you might be mad at me, but yeah, I kind of diss it mostly because I'm a psychologist. It doesn't really fall good psychology, and I had a bad experience, and maybe that has a lot to do with it. I what I did was I found out why. I didn't even find out why I was drinking. I just stopped when the relationship ended, and that must have been why. It was a long distance relationship, and maybe I just wanted us to be together. I wanted us to be able to hold each other and kiss each other, and we couldn't because we were 2,000 miles away, and we talked every night. But that.
Well, and that's the thing. I have nothing against long distance relationships, but there has to be a goal of meeting. There has to be some sort of timeline.
Exactly. We didn't have that.
See, that's where I can see that. I can see why that had a big problem.
But yeah, it's I stopped drinking. I stopped drinking, and I didn't have a relationship for a few years. I met somebody in Nevada. Another long distance relationship, but we got together really, really quick, and just had a wonderful time driving through Utah. I got to see the Great Salt Plains. That was awesome. Had a great house with a view of these beautiful mountains behind it. It was but the relationship didn't work, and now I'm talking about all these failed relationships, so I should mention the successful one. So far, it's the really successful one that I'm currently in, who I'm very, 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 very happy. I found somebody that I really love, somebody I really care about, somebody who has a lot in common with me, but is also very different than me. So we sort of complement each other in ways. And, sometimes we get pretty pissy with each other, but, people are going to do that. But, I wouldn't be engaged with somebody if I wasn't happy. And I've had a lot of hurtful relationships, but hey.
I've been in relationships out of pressure, and those are never they just don't work. You don't have anything in common with them. You can't really work, maybe physically you're not attracted. It doesn't work if you feel like you should be in a relationship because other people want you to be.
Right. No, but ours developed more naturally than that. It was over a period of time, sort of like, oh, maybe we'll get together. Found out that we had too many differences, so decided maybe not. And after a period of time, you said, okay, well, the differences are okay. And for a while, it was kind of rough, actually. There were some things happened that really changed a whole lot of things. And for the most part, we've been extremely happy. I'm extremely happy. And it's great after so many failed relationships, it's great to finally have a really good one where I'm very happy and hopefully will continue to be happy for the rest of my life. But yeah, relationships are work. You can't be happy 24/7. It's sweet you found the one. Yeah, I did. I found the one, and I'm very, very happy. So I appreciate all the nice things too. The one, there's no Matrix stuff going on there. Just to let everybody know, if there was, it would be me. I'd be the one. So I think if we're living in the Matrix, it's the killer orange cat that's going to save you guys. And Lord, I'm a dork.
We were talking about dreams a little while ago, and I heard that is a thing where you can actually control your dream, but it's fucking hard.
Lucid dreaming, yeah.
And also, there's an author that writes about like Dark Hunter stuff, named Sherilyn Kenyon. So like she writes about like dream hunters and stuff.
I read these books when I was more into like metaphysical things, and I was friends with this may sound kind of weird, but I was friends with an actual American Indian medicine man. It was interesting because I'm a Ohio Valley Shawnee. He was Cherokee, and I really was weirded out by that because I didn't know that there were Cherokee medicine men. It may sound weird, but I didn't know that there were. If you know a lot about the Cherokee, they adapted to like white people very, very quickly. In fact, if you see most of the Cherokee at the time, they look like any other white people. They were very light skinned. They adapted really quickly. So knowing Cherokee, a medicine man was just odd to me. But he taught me some neat things. And one of the things he taught me was lucid dreaming. And the way I had to do it is he said, you have to set your clock and force yourself to wake up in the middle of a dream. So then when you get up, I get up and I write the dream down in a notebook, and then I go back to sleep. And I did that for a couple months, and every night my alarm clock would go off in the middle of the night, and I write down the dream. Matt Honeybee is Choctaw, so that's awesome, great. I see people are saying things in the chat, and I will get to that. I just want to finish this because you were talking about lucid dreaming. So you do that, and then after a while of doing that, you start to your dreams become clearer to you because you're remembering them more, and you start. Then you can you have to start knowing when you're in a dream, and usually
that's tricky.
Yeah, you have to find something weird. Dreams are weird.
Yes.
So what? Okay. You guys are going to make fun of me for this, but what I did, what I did in my dreams, is I would sit there and I would start to think, wait a minute, is this a dream? And I'd look around. Is this? I don't know, because sometimes you don't know,
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know if this is a dream. So what I would do is I would take my pants off and strip naked. And I would say, I would never do this if I was awake. So I must be in a dream. And then I would just hang out with people naked.
Yeah, that is so weird. Like,
yeah. It's I've never heard anyone say that they did it like that, but that was always the way I could tell I was in a dream, by stripping naked.
Huh. That's so weird.
Yeah. It's funny because I don't really do that. I don't. There you go. Like, I don't really do that. I don't strip naked too often in real life, but kinky. Yeah, it's like I said. Once I did it, and I would tell myself I would never do this if I was awake. So I'm dreaming, and then I just hang out with people naked.
That's awesome.
The reason it's amusing.
Let me guess, in the dream they wouldn't even notice.
No, they noticed, but they didn't. Some people know, some people didn't. But it's like nothing happened. It's like I'd be in class, and sitting at a desk naked, but everybody else is clothed.
I
And
have those dreams too. It's so weird. It's like
yeah,
naked. It's like you're naked and you're walking down the hallway and
yeah, and you
you
wonder
you think
how
you
the
should be wearing clothes, but you're like, why? I'm not. Why aren't I wearing
yeah,
clothes?
how the hell did I get naked?
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Mm-hmm. And the yeah, it's so wonderful, and it's funny. Some people are so embarrassed by it and they have the dreams, and again, like I said, in real life, I'm really shy about that. I don't even like taking my shirt off when I change in the gym because I sweat really bad. So after I do my cardio, I got to put on another shirt so I can do my weightlifting. And I get embarrassed taking my shirt off, and I have a nice enough body. Kind of, I got muscles and stuff, and I look pretty decent, but I get shy about it, and I want to get over that. But in my dreams, I'm not like that. In my dreams, I'm just like, yeah, I walk around naked. I like it. Yeah. So, I'm such a dork.
We are
But
having the weirdest late night conversation. Actually, I guess it's early
it's
morning.
morning.
Yeah.
Mm. I might have to. I might have to cut us off at 5:30 here. We'll go for
Oh.
another 15 minutes because I'm starting to get tired. But I'm really enjoying. This is probably the best
Wait,
stream.
5:30?
It's 5:15 right now.
Does that mean that it's 6:15 here?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Do you
This
need to
is
go?
the
You need to get some
latest
sleep.
I've
If you need to get some
stayed up.
sleep, we can go ahead and end it
No,
now.
no.
We go to
Yeah.
5:30.
I'll go till whenever you. I can probably stay. I can probably stay up, but like
Yeah.
I don't
We'll
like.
say
I don't.
we'll probably say 5:30 because I have to get some sleep.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I'm probably gonna doze off depending on how much noise there is around here. I'm at a friend's house.
oh well, I mean, don't get you wrong. I could talk forever too. So, and now we'll do this again like really soon because this is fun.
Oh,
It-
definitely. Do you hang out on Hangouts like when you're not streaming?
I haven't, but I probably will a little bit more.
Because I think
So,
we should. I think we should connect up a little more.
mm,
When there's not a stream on, because it seems we have a lot in common. We have a lot to talk about. So
yeah, I agree, and it's fun, and I like, it's. I don't even want to say this in a bad way, but there are a lot of things I think I'd like to talk to you about and learn about.
oh, definitely.
And um, it from a very psychological perspective because I haven't known a lot of people who are
And see,
blind.
here's the thing too with me. I'm into the psychological aspect of things too, because like I'm that's a subject I like. It's the whole. I mean, psychological is medical in a way, so it kind of ties into the whole. Like I was saying earlier about my subjects that I like being law and medical
Yeah,
type. So yeah,
but yeah, no, definitely we'll talk a lot more, and even if it's off stream, yeah, I like talking to you, so this will be fun.
definitely, yeah.
And I really like all you people who have stuck with us for like 7.5 hours.
Yeah, you guys are about as crazy as we are. It's
Yeah.
great. We love crazy people. So keep it up.
My fiance is probably gonna kick my ass. Says why are you streaming all day and
Well, maybe you should bring your fiance in the chat.
well, yeah, well, there was an invitation. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll introduce slowly, but I'm gonna tell people in the chat. I think some of you have been here for a long time. I've told you a lot about me. I told you things about me that I haven't even told you. I've sort of like steered you guys in certain directions. So I think you guys are smart enough to have figured quite a few things out. And I will continue to do this because I think it's neat, and I think I like showing things about myself in that way. Like my age thing. I think if you paid attention, you would be able to get a really good guess about how old I am. There's other things too. So I find it fascinating, and it shows how smart you guys are. So whatever you think you know about me or you figured out about me, take a lucky guess. Ask me tell me what you think. Um, I, I'm playing a little silly game, I know, but hey, games are fun, aren't they?
They can be.
Yeah, it's you notice I don't ask questions about you really about your life and about certain things because I kind of steer the talk in different directions to try to find out things about you.
Yeah.
KOC is between 18 and 450. Is that trillion? Is that trillion? That's trillion, isn't it? 450 trillion years old. Wow, trillion, because the universe is supposed to be only about 14 billion. So, God, I'm pretty. I got a good range there. But yeah, uh, so what I'll do is, Lino is right though. Lino is right. So you're great. Thank you, and I love you. That's wonderful. But see, I like to find out things about you because that's what I've always done in my life. I observe people. I listen to what they say, and I think I figure things, and I want people to do that with me.
See, I'm kind of scared about doing that. Not with
Yeah.
you necessarily, but in general, because I I I sometimes feel that I get too ahead of myself, and then I ask someone about something, or I make a general comment like, "Oh, you seem really depressed," or "You sounded like you were having a hell of a time," whatever.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Oh no, blah blah blah," like they kind of jump down your throat. It's like, how dare you make such accusations, or how dare you delve into my psyche like that?
Mm-hmm. I guess you're right. And the funny thing is I get that a lot where people are like, "Oh, you're a psychologist. Don't read me." It's what we do.
Yeah. I
But
mean, I'm not, but I think it's because people get scared because I'm so like good with, or I've been told I'm good with like um psychological sort of evaluations or whatever, figuring people out.
Amethyst. Okay, KOC. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. Have a wonderful night, morning. Thank you. You have done a marathon with us, and
Literally, quite literally, yeah.
yeah, we're doing so. We did. I can't even talk anymore, guys. But yeah, but have a wonderful time too. Thank you for sticking with us. It's great. Let's see. Some people give you much more information than you want or need, and then get mad. Oh, did we go out? Oh, my screen kind of like went out for a second. I thought maybe we lost you, we lost me. But no, it's like a guide to hero. Seriously, it gets so much trippier. I was falling through the floor, and arms were reaching to get me. That's creepy. Have a good one, all. Okay, beautiful life is leaving. Thank you for being here. Um, God, I just it's such nice people and everything. I've been my thing has said 16 people watching now for like the last 4 hours. It hasn't changed, gone up or down. So, and Pod fell asleep again. He's supposed to support me. I think you're around 36 years old. You told two similar runaway stories where your friend committed suicide. In one story, his name is Matthew, and the other, his name is Todd. I'm sorry for that loss. Um, yeah, they are similar. The Matthew story is mine. The Todd story, I just let you know, the Todd story isn't mine. It is very similar. And when the story was submitted to me, I cried my eyes out. It reminded me so much of Matthew, who's the best friend I had when I was a teenager, and so I got the story about Todd, and I was just like, holy shit, this person went through something almost exactly like what I did, and that's why I told my story, because I told his story, and I sat there and thought about it. I said, that's brave to tell that. Now I don't know if in the Todd story, I don't know if Todd committed suicide. I think he was murdered. Um, we're all like 95% positive that Matthew committed suicide because he left a note. I guess a note could have been faked, but they said it was real, and it happened in such a quick period of time. Um, and sorry, I don't want to depress anybody. I mean, that was a long time ago, and that was a long time ago, and I can't say I'm over it. You never get over it, but I've dealt with it. So, um, there are a couple times where I may drink a little bit too much and still cry about it, though. But everyone's usually sympathetic to me when I do that. Say, go to bed, okay? But that's rare. And sorry to be depressing, but again, I loved him. He was a wonderful, wonderful friend. But I'm happy now. I have wonderful people. Somebody yelling at a kitty. But yeah, I'm 36 years old. That's an interesting guess. I did one of those. Thank you for going for long as you could. Thanks, Kelsey. Yeah, I might not stop exactly at 5:30. I'm still talking a little bit. I'll be I'll be going. I will be going.
You know what we're
soon.
like? You know
But
exactly what we're like? We're like those people that get talking and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna go, and then like,
yeah,
2 hours later, yeah, I think I'm gonna get going, and so on and so forth.
I experienced one of those people a few months ago when I was trying to leave the gym, and he was he kept talking about UFC with me. I don't really watch UFC, but he was talking about all the fights and stuff, and he was nice. And when people do that, people you can't get away with, I tend to always stay until they're ready to leave, because I figure they really just need someone to talk to. And I'll stand there and I'll listen. For him, I stood there for 2 hours, just listening to him talking about UFC because he needed someone to talk to, which is fine. It's okay. I mean,
some people get lonely; they need a friend.
yeah. I mean, I wish he would have talked about WWE and not UFC. I would have been more into that. But he was talking about all these names of UFC wrestlers, and only thing I know is Brock Lesnar and CM Punk, and they're WWE wrestlers who went to UFC. So, and yeah, poor old CM Punk is going to get his ass kicked next month. But I like him; he's a nice guy. Let's see, you'll wait till someone tells you to get the fuck off the stage. Oh, I love Diane. I love that, and Nana. I love Chicago, Nana. You're great. I'm so happy you're not mad at me for the AA thing, and I promise that I won't bad mouth it when you're around. So I try to be decent like that. So you are a good person. If you like quality, stay with KOC. You guys are great. I can just stand here and come on, give Amber some compliments too. She's been great.
Yeah, but I'm not the person that everyone is coming to listen to yap.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure a lot of them are enjoying you. You're my guy. I love you. Thanks, Diane. You awesome. I have to when I get get back to Chicago. One day I'm gonna have to be. Hey, that's Diane, Chicago Nana, and see you and tell everyone how great you are. God, I must be tired. I'm like rambling, aren't I? But I
do that even when I'm not tired.
The funniest thing is I'm completely sober. You would think that if I would go on like this, for hours and hours, I'd be like drunk or something.
I do it when I get stupidly nervous.
I do that too.
And like, I have nothing to get nervous about, but like in my mind, I do. Because like, say if I'm talking to a new person, because talking to new people is people say they don't notice it, so it must be just psychological to me, or for me. But
right.
When talking to a new person, especially someone I really like and respect and I want to get to know, I feel like I make myself look way more like an idiot because I just babble. Like I just constantly yapping.
I wouldn't. I can't talk anymore. God, please don't think anything about that. It's like, I think I kind of have a dry mouth a little bit. You know, it's been a long time since I got a bottle of water. Um, Actually, could you hold the fort for a second? I'll go grab another one. I'll be right back. Say something cute. I'll be right back.
All right, the pressure's on. Oh, the pressure's really on because I don't have to chat up. So y'all are gonna have to wait for Killer to get back because I'm assuming my audio is good though. I'm using my phone and it's beside me, so it should be good. Oh, apparently the people in the household that were gonna go to bed are still awake. Because I hear him talking in the background to someone. Maybe the animals. Could just be the animals. The kitten seems to have quieted down, though, which is good. I hate hearing animals in distress. See, this can be entertaining all on its own, just hearing background noise. I'm glad it's not just dead air. I'm glad there's something to listen to. Even if it is faint. Because I'm running out of conversation.
Should I leave the door open then?
He wants to play, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Takes a long. Oh well, he was having a conversation too. I was gonna say it takes a long time to grab a drink, but. Oh, thank God, there he is.
Sorry about that. People who've crazily listened to me for hours and hours and are my best friends in the entire world. But yeah, bottled water is good. So, did you have a good time holding the fort?
Well, it was a bit more difficult because I didn't have the chat up.
Oh.
I did say last time I was gonna try and have the chat up, but I didn't expect that next time we were streaming I'd be at a friend's house and my computer it's my computer charging cable is kind of broken, so it's if it's holding a charge it's barely like it's the connector I don't know what happened, a piece snapped off or something, so it's really wiggly, so it's kind of stressing me out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I have other computers at home, so it's not a total loss, but I can't really properly multitask on my phone and pay attention to everything.
You're yawning.
You know what? I think I've been doing pretty good with not yawning. Usually I'm constantly yawning just because I'm relaxed. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm tired. It just means I'm nice and relaxed.
I made a bad joke in the room, and I apologize for it. And I was talking about I got my last bottle of water at 2 a.m. She's peed twice, and then hope you had a bucket. I said I use diapers. I'm playing, you know, and people who actually have to do that, you know, because they have incontinence problems. Don't get mad at me. I'm offending everybody
or
today.
They just simply have a fetish, you know. It's a thing, apparently. It's a fetish.
No, it is. And it's a funny thing because on my wrestling site, somebody was it's TMI. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm just playing. But on the wrestling site, one of the people found out about people who have that fetish, and well, all these people are so sick. No, they're not. You know, learn about people before you just assume that they're sick.
Well, I mean, I view a lot of fetishes people have that I know of are really weird to me. But I mean, obviously, it's not weird to them, and I mean, I guess it's just something people are into. I mean, maybe the diaper one comes from maybe they had a traumatic.
Yeah, well,
child.
I wonder if maybe it has something to do with safety.
That's what people say. They feel more safe and secure.
Yeah, and see, I mean, I've, or are you just playing? You guys went to the bathroom. I've been holding it until this ends. I've gone to the bathroom once since the stream, but you know,
Well, I've gone a bunch of times.
I've I don't know. I mean, sorry, I just haven't. I only felt the need to go once. There's sometimes I'll sit here and I'll get up and go to the bathroom every hour. There's other times I'll be here for
Yeah.
like 12 hours, not go once.
Oh my
You
god, that's
one,
really not
no,
good.
no. One time, when I lived with my sister in a different house, because me and my sister lived in a lot of the same places. Um, um, she went 36 hours without going to the
Jesus.
bathroom
Oh
once.
my
I paid
god, that could
attention.
be really dangerous.
Yeah, she just said she didn't have the need to go.
Oh.
Fortunately, that was years ago and she was all right. But I was just sitting there thinking, how does somebody do that?
Well, now, did she drink a lot of stuff, like a lot of water
It
or
was a lot
something?
of pop, actually. She was kind of a soda addict.
Mm.
I don't think fetishes make people weird any more than if someone likes techno over rock or sci-fi over horror. Here's the thing. Let me say something, and I hope nobody gets offended. I know people who are into that fetish, the diaper one, and they get portrayed very poorly by people who think that they're child molesters or something, but they're not. They make it very clear that they're not. And I've talked to many of them, and are very innocent people who want someone to might wear baby clothes and stuff, and so many of them don't even see it. Like fetishes don't have to be sexual, and I'm saying that a lot of these people that I even talked to, again, I'm a psychologist. I talk to a lot of people with different things and interests, and they get scared that people are going to look at them and think that they're weird molesters or something like that. When I tell you, the majority of them don't even incorporate sex into it. They see themselves as wanting to act like they're young or be like they're young, and that takes sex out of even though it's still technically a fetish, it takes sex out of the things. They just want to experience, and I think it's that safety, because when you were a baby and you were in diapers and you were, and stuff like in footy pajamas, you felt safe. And
I wouldn't know. I don't remember when I was a baby.
yeah, well, you might have you actually probably do on a subconscious level, but that doesn't mean that it would be comforting to you. If fetishes don't have to be sexual, then what's the point, huh? I'm just trying to say that please, if you come across ABDL people, know that it may seem weird, but I've talked to a lot of people, and they can be real
Now, mind
sweethearts.
you, on the
Huh?
other side of that, some people could be really creepy and could be really, really people you don't want to hang out with. It doesn't necessarily mean it's because of their fetish, but it just happens that
You're right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to say you are right. You are completely right. You got to you got to put every person that you talk to. You have to I don't want to say judge, but you had to understand them on an individual basis of themselves.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah, don't prejudge people.
And there's different levels of the same fetish. Like, I've known some people that really get heavy into the baby thing, like want to be treated like a baby, everything, to where, I just simply, like to wear diapers for like we said, the safety kind of people. Like.
Let's see, Mad Honeybee likes footy pajamas.
Who wouldn't like footy pajamas?
Exactly, and I know tons of adults who have them. My mom.
That just reminded me of that Family Guy episode.
Well, yeah, where Peter got the ones. Yeah, it was
He
also
was shocking people.
Shocking everybody.
Yeah.
I love that. He thought he was Jesus. I'm
Jesus Christ.
Yep. Stop feeling like you have to explain why you think certain things, Killer. We all have our opinions. Yeah, we do, and I over-explain things. Which I'm not into diapers, so like feet though. Yeah, you guys don't. I over-explain. I'm always going to. I'm a nervous person. You
But
probably
that's what
noticed
makes
this.
you adorable, though, is that you
Oh,
have your own like traits and qualities that define
oh,
you.
oh, shucks. I think I felt myself blush when you said that. Really, but right back at you. You know, no, you guys are great. We got 11 people, and I think the majority of you have been in here. A fetish-based creepy pasta that depicted people in a sympathetic way would make a great episode. But would it be a creepy pasta? Unless maybe you had like the fetish people were the protagonists, and maybe people were um getting who's adorable, but they maybe the people were getting taunted or done something. It could be interesting. I mean, I'm kind of I would like to write another creepy pasta. I like creepy
See,
pasta.
and I mean, another thing with fetishes is like people have their own definitions. Like something you might be into. I guess in a way it would be your own personal fetish. Like what defines a fetish really? Like
Right. Oh, I say thank you, Daniel, who I guess is talking to me and thinks I'm adorable. I love that. I got a little adorable kitten here too, but
I
the
heard that.
yeah, he's going around. He wants to compete with Drew, Drew being the talkative one and stuff. You know,
Was
um,
that the kitten that was crying all like
yeah, that's him.
aw.
He's all over. He now he's playing with shoes and stuff. He's a little.
Aw.
The funny thing is, see, so many people. There are a lot of people who love kittens, but want kittens to be kittens forever. They don't really like cats. I'm sort of the opposite. I'm not big on kittens, but I like full grown cats. Um, but see, I love Drusilla, my black cat, who starred in some videos. She's a small kitten. Not kitten. She's like 7 years old. She's I don't know. No, she's more like 8 years old. But you know, she connects with me. She jumps in my lap. She stays there. She prefers me over everybody, and she's my cat. And I've never had that before in my life. I've never connected with a cat. I'm not a cat person. I'm a ferret person. And I always have ferrets, but I don't have ferrets. And when my ferret died, Ichigo jumped in my lap and kept me company. It was really sweet, and and then he was my favorite for a while, and then uh he kind of disconnected with me and kind of became my sister's cuddle monkey. So he would jump in bed. He's huge. He's huge cat, but he's just a big baby. He likes to cuddle with everybody. So he became her cuddle monkey, and then Drew connected with me. So she came here, and me and Ichigo kind of like grew apart, and uh, they became me and Drew, and Drew can never die. She has to live forever. And
If
rest in peace,
only.
my ferret, my ferret Sakura. Um, it was awful. You know, she was sitting in my lap. She was sick. I think she got into. We had some. It might have been my fault. I don't know. I hope not. We had some taro ant poison.
Oh.
And it was on a counter, and she shouldn't have been able to get on the. But we had a huge ant problem. We had to put the traps out. We didn't really have a choice. The landlord came and saw our house was like covered in ants. We would have got in trouble. So I had to put out ant traps. And taro is supposed to be safe. I researched it and they said it wouldn't hurt. And so when I told people that she died of congestive heart failure, and I was worried that she got into the poison. But I talked to the vet, and it's like, no, they don't. They said the taro, they could eat an entire thing of taro and it won't kill them. It only kills ants. I said, well, but I still kind of blame myself. And she died in my lap, and I was trying to feed her because she wouldn't eat. So we got like a little, what do you call it? A little thing. Oh, what do you call it? Where you put the little thing and it. Well, I can't. My vocabulary sucks tonight. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, getting a little
Hey, dog boy. What do you call those baster-like things? But use them. You use them for. They're not syringes. They got the little squeezy thing on them. What do you call those? He can't hear me. I'm not talking to anybody. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You put the thing inside. It's kind of like a baster, and you put the little tip in it inside the liquid, and you push the little squeezy thing, and the liquid goes up into the thing. And droppers, I don't know, bottle, and I tried to feed it to her, so I opened her mouth, and she didn't want to open them up. But she had to get something, because she hadn't eaten in days. So I opened her mouth and very lightly get a little bit of the broth, only a tiny bit. And she kind of looked at me and she shuddered and she just died. And it was I just sat there and I'm like calling for evil black cat to come. Come here. And she's like, what? I said, I think she's dead. I know. She's like, oh my God, she is. And she said, please take her. I can't handle it. And where's Ichigo? I need Ichigo. And got Ichigo and got in my lap. And he just sat there and he cuddled with me the entire time. And I was crying because my ferret died. And it was oh God, it was so difficult. Hey, my Phantom's back.
I can imagine. I mean, my dog is 15 and she's still doing okay, but her eyesight is like really bad and her hearing, and she recently fell down the stairs and like she's really getting more scared and skittish because she can't see or hear. And I mean, she's 15, so I mean, unfortunately it's only a matter of time.
Well, our cat Althea is around that age, and she's really spry though. Still, we think she might be around for a long time. So you don't know; she may have a lot of years left in her.
Well, cats live longer.
Yeah, true. A Phantom's like, oh, my Phantom, you are my Phantom.
Oh, you guys are so cute.
I don't think he wants me being cute with him, but he's my buddy, so he's my Phantom whether he likes it or not. Sharky, how old is Sharky? You guys know Sharky, right? Sharky appeared in it's just Phantom's cat who appeared in one of my videos. Sharky's cute, but yeah, you said Sharky was sick at a point, right? But yeah, is he? Your Sharky's 27.
What?
Sharky can't be 27. He's messing with us.
I've never heard of a cat that lived out. I've heard of like 19.
There's actually cats that lived into their 30s.
Wow. Wow. That's just trippy. Wow.
I've seen some specials on it. It's really, really kind of interesting. Thank you guys for sharing all these stories. I can't read them all out loud because the chat's going kind of fast. But thank you for sharing them. God, some of these are just having an animal die in my lap. I can understand you guys, and how heartbroken. Yeah, Mad Honeybee, I'm really sorry, and Diane lost some ferrets, and everybody. Thank you for sharing, Tina. Pinjin, I'm really sorry about the dog. God, this is wonderful. And Lionel, I understand how you feel about your cat dying. That's again, it's all sad. I hope I'm reading everyone's story and I'm mentioning you. So I want to do that because I want to acknowledge that you guys are great, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you guys lost your pets, and I know how hard it is, and if I lost my Phantom of Darkness, I'd be pretty sad.
Aw, he's your little teddy bear.
Oh, he's gonna be so pissed off.
Yeah, I follow him on Twitter, so
it's here's the thing. I'm a lot like me and Nordic Vampire do this all the time, and it's so funny because we're like the flirtiest people. We flirt with everybody. It doesn't matter. It's not like it's not a sexual attraction thing. We just flirt because it's fun, you know. And I flirt. Me and Phantom. You should see me and Nordic Vampire when we chat with each other. It's like it's the funniest thing. It's just tons of flirting for two guys who are just friends. No sexual things about it. We're just being silly, and I do it with everybody, and I don't do it with men, do it with women. I do it with in betweens if they exist. I'm just equal opportunity flirt. So we just like that. Isn't it just fun? You flirt with people and you could just have fun with them. I haven't flirted with you, Amber, but sorry about that if you feel left out.
You better step up your game there.
But yeah, it'll happen. I'll flirt with you eventually.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
I could tell you one thing: equal opportunity flirts. I have given Phantom the hardest time. And he is a good sport because you
might have given him the hardest time.
Oh my god! Oh, okay, Phantom. She said that I didn't, so don't get mad at me. I don't always flirt with men and women, but when it works, it never works. My Grizz is the last of my 5 ferals I hand raised. She's going on 15. We lost her sisters 2 years ago. I'm a flirter too. It's fine and fun, and it is. Phantom hasn't said anything about your comment. Yeah. Oh, Shift's got it. Oh God. Don't be mad at me, Phantom. I didn't say it. I love you. I love you as a buddy, and that's it. You know that. I just like teasing you. He hasn't said anything. He's like, hey.
Embarrassed now.
He's like, don't talk about being the hardest. There he goes. He's not mad. I knew he wouldn't be. Sometimes I go overboard, and I didn't go overboard.
Actually,
though
that
you
was
did.
Me that said it. You have nothing to, and I'm not sorry, by the way.
You're not sorry.
That's just the kind of person I am. I'm not sorry for what I say.
I don't want you to be sorry. You got to admit though that when you say it, my nervous reactions have to be fun. It wouldn't be fun if I was just like, I got to. Oh my god, yeah.
And you'll learn around me as time goes on that you never have anything to be sorry about, and that it's one of those things where you just kind of gotta let. I know it's hard for you to just kind of sometimes you get nervous and you get kind of worried and embarrassed and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'll get over it. Yeah, but you're good. You're good. Well, Phantom, I get mad all the time. I'm the angriest YouTuber on the face of the earth due to my intense sense of bravado. Yeah. Aside from KFC, your most favorite person in the chat, Tina Pinchin. Q2 audience. Okay. Spanx. Oh my god, this is getting a little